good to me. They birth, they raise, they molded me through the ups and the downs and around and around, the happy and the sad, and even when I'm mad, you never leave me. When I need you, I call you, come running. Yeah, you, no one ever loved me like you. You're good or you're bad, you're still the truth, mama. And everything I am is all because of you. Talking about you, no one ever loved me like you. Through my good and my bad, you stay true, mama. And I am who I am, all because of you, mama. I apologize for pushing you. See, I just want the best for you. I want you to shine like the star that you are. I forgive you, so I'm burning your heart. Gotta believe I love and need your touch alone. Heal me, yeah, you. No one ever loved me like you. You're good or you're bad, you're still the truth, mama. And everything I am is all because of you. I'm talking about you. No one ever loved me like you. Through my good and my bad, you stay true, mama. And I am who I am, all because of you. Hey, you my number one ride or die. You taught me how to get it, taught me how to flip it. Oh yeah, how to slick 'em. No, you wasn't perfect, but to me you're perfect. Cause you let me know I am somebody. I'm somebody cause of you. No one ever loved me like you. No one ever loved me like you. You're good or you're bad, you're still the truth. You're still the mama. You're still the truth. Everything I am is all because of you. I'm talking about you. No one ever loved me like you. Through my good and my bad, you stay true. Stay true. I stay true. I am who I am, all because of you. This song is for you. No one ever loved me like you. No one ever loved me like you. Good or you're bad, you're still the truth. Or your mama, you still the truth. Everything I am is all because of you. I'm talking about you. No one ever loved me like you. Through my good and my bad, you stay true, mama. And I am who I am, all because of you. How I need you, oh mama, it's all because of you. This song is dedicated,
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Limitless 2021. I'm Max,
And I'm Ruby.
and we are your opening MCs.
Max, can you believe it's 2021 already? Time certainly does fly.
It sure does, Ruby. But one of the great things about 2021 is the Limitless speaker lineup. Oh, I remember when I was a speaker back in the day.
Fourscore and 7 years ago, our wolfpack brought forth on these wooded plains a howling nation.
What? Oh, yeah?
You were daydreaming again.
Oh, sorry about that. But these speakers are not dreams. They're here to enjoy for the next 2 days of Limitless 2021. Let's get started.
All right. That was, let's give it up to a goddess for that song, Mama. That song always touches my heart in such a special way. And yesterday, James talked a lot about relationship. And a goddess and I actually went to elementary school together. And we reconnected when our children attended the same daycare. So relationships are so key. So we want to welcome you. For those of you who were here yesterday, we want to welcome you back to day 2 of our Limitless 2021. For those of you, if this is your first day here with us, welcome. All right, so let's do a short little recap. Day 1 was definitely amazing. It was a great way to launch these next 2 days as we embark upon so many new projects. We had awesome interviews for you to know as teasers of what to expect for the upcoming shows on the JD3 TV network. We talked about breakthrough, and you heard from the very own Dr. James Dentley. As stated yesterday, that was to get you prepared. Prepared for what, you may ask? For today, for tomorrow, for the seeds that will be laid down. We talked about the soil. So when you prune the soil and you start to prepare the soil, which the soil represents your mind, your spirit, your heart, for the information, the knowledge, and the wisdom that will be shared with you on today from some of the most informed individuals on this planet. Now, we also spoke yesterday of James 1, 22 and 25, and I'm speaking of the Bible, where it talks about not to just be hearers of the word, but also doers of the word. You ever go to an event and you sit there and you hear this information and it just sounds amazing. And you're like, oh my God, I feel so empowered. I'm going to go back and I'm going to check off the boxes, and everything that I've heard today, I'm going to go and start implementing right away. This is what we talk about. Do not be just hearers of the word, but actually do something with the information that you hear on today. I always like to think about it as people are dropping knowledge, as people say, make sure that you pick it up and drop not a bit. Pick it up and absorb it. Because there are certain things that we can hear and it sounds like, oh, I've heard that before. And then there are certain things that we hear and we're like, wow, that's epic. I've never heard that before. And then there are certain things that we hear and it just resonates with our spirit. And we're ready to just take things to the next level. So as you listen on today, as well as tomorrow, but let's talk about today, because there's so much to be shared. And we always talk about it in terms of incompetence. Incompetence knowledge. So the things that you know and the things that you don't even realize that exist. And so I was sitting here yesterday and I was thinking, I was like, well, what's the point of it all? What is the point? And I wrote down some things out and I want to read it verbatim because there were some things that I wrote that was just flowing out of my spirit. Is it just to put on these shows and just have people to show up and, to say that we did it and check the box? No, it's much bigger than that. It's to find oneself, to become the greater version of you, individually as well as collectively, to participate in an even greater good that can impact humanity on a higher yet deeper and heartfelt level. We were not put here to merely exist, but to live and to participate in the journey, to find out how we can serve using our personal gifts as well as our experiences. If 2020 and 2021 has taught us anything, it has taught us a lot about gratitude. Once each of us make that our mission, then we will know without a doubt that we operate in abundance. Think about that, abundance. When you go out in nature, you see abundance. There's abundance of air, abundance of trees, abundance of grass. I mean, these are things, it's just abundance. And that just goes to show that everything we need is already been planted. It's already here. Everything that you need within yourself to go to the higher level is already within you. We have each other, and therefore we understand that there is no lack. If I know that I can talk to you, communicate with you, and converse with you on different levels, to know that there are certain gifts that you have, there are certain gifts that I have, there is more that we can do together than we can do individually. In that, there is appreciation for one another and the God that exists in each of us. I believe that we are small pieces of God, no matter our color, our nationality, our political beliefs, or anything else that divides us that other people bring in that says that this should divide us. Whether you believe in being able to carry weapons, guns, or whether you believe that they are harmful, whatever it is, there are so many things that people throw out there that says that these are things that should divide us. However, when we start to think about it, we are one. We are one. And when we operate in unity, it is easy to love one another unconditionally. I want to share something with you that I am actually sharing with my team. And I pray that it resonate with you as it has resonated with us. And I'll be brief. I want you to listen to this, and I want you to listen to this from a special place. Because sometimes we just go through the days and we blow through the days and we look back and we say, what is today? I didn't even realize that today was Saturday. I thought today was Friday. What is today's date? Like the days just go by. But I want to share something with you. I will live this day as if it is my last. And what shall I do with this last precious day, which remains in my keeping? First, I will seal up its container of life so that not one drop spills itself upon the sand. I will waste not a moment mourning yesterday's misfortunes, yesterday's defeats, yesterday's aches of the heart. For why should I throw good after bad? Can sand flow upward in the hourglass? Will the sun rise where it sets and set where it rises? Can I relive the errors of yesterday and right them? Can I call back yesterday's wounds and make them whole? Can I become younger than yesterday? Can I take back the evil that was spoken, the blows that were struck, the pain that was caused? No. Yesterday is buried forever, and I will think of it no more. I will live this day as if it is my last. And what then shall I do? Forgetting yesterday, neither will I think of tomorrow. Why should I throw now after maybe? Can tomorrow's sand flow through the glass before today's? Will the sun rise twice this morning? Can I perform tomorrow's deeds while standing in today's path? Can I place tomorrow's gold in today's purse? Can tomorrow's child be born today? Can tomorrow's death cast its shadows backwards and darken today's joy? Should I concern myself over events which I may never witness? Should I torment myself with problems that may never come to pass? No. Tomorrow lies buried with yesterday, and I will think of it no more. I will live this day as if it is my last. This day is all I have, and these hours are now my eternity. I greet this sunrise with cries of joy as a prisoner who is reprieved from death. I lift mine arms with thanks for this priceless gift of a new day. So too, I will beat upon my heart with gratitude as I consider all who greeted yesterday's sunrise, who are no longer with the living today. I am indeed a fortunate woman, and today's hours are but a bonus. Why have I been allowed to live this extra day when others have departed? Is it that they have accomplished their purpose while mine is yet to be achieved? Is this another opportunity for me to become the woman I know I can be? Is there a purpose in nature? Is this my day to excel? I will live this day as if it is my last. I have but one life, and life is not but a measurement of time. When I waste one, I destroy the other. If I waste today, I destroy the last page of my life. Therefore, each hour of this day will I cherish, but it can never return. It cannot be banked today to be withdrawn on tomorrow, for who can trap the wind? Each minute of this day will I grasp with both hands, with love, for it is valued more and beyond priceless. What dying man can purchase another breath, though he is willing to give all of his gold? What price dare I place on these hours ahead? I will make them priceless. I will live this day as if it is my last. I will avoid with fury the killers of time. Procrastination, I will destroy with action. Doubt, I will bury under faith. Fear, I will dismember with confidence. Where there are idle mouths, I will listen not. Where there are idle hands, I will linger not. Where there are idle bodies, I will visit not. Henceforth, I know that to court idleness is to steal food, clothing, and warmth from those I love. I am not a thief. I am a woman of love, and today is my last chance to prove my love and my greatness. I will live this day as if it is my last. The duties of today I shall fulfill today. Today I shall play with my children while they are young. Tomorrow they will be young no more, and so neither will I. Today I shall embrace my husband with sweet kisses. Tomorrow will be no more, and neither will I. Today I shall lift up a friend in need. Tomorrow he will no longer cry for help, nor will I hear his cries. Today I shall give myself in sacrifice and work. Tomorrow I will have nothing to give, and there will be none to receive. I will live this day as if it is my last, and if it is my last, it will be my greatest monument. This day I will make the best day of my life. This day I will drink every minute to its fullness. I will savor its taste and give thanks. I will make each hour count, and each minute will I trade only for something of value. I will labor harder than ever before and push my muscles until they cry for relief, and then I will continue. I will make more calls than ever before. I will sell more goods than ever before. I will earn more gold than ever before. Each minute of today will be more fruitful than the hours of yesterday. My last must be my best. And I will live this day as if it is my last. And if it is not, I shall fall to my knees and give thanks. That is the fifth scroll by Og Mandino in The Greatest Salesman in the World. So as we go forth through this day, awareness comes to mind. Just be aware. Pay attention. I know that if you have to get up for a second, make sure that you come back because you don't want to miss anything. It may be that one thing that you need to hear that will not only take your business, but your personal life to the next level. The people that have been selected to share with you on today was chosen intentionally. So pay attention. Share this information, share this video, share this broadcast, invite other people, make sure that you are registered because there will be information that will be shared and you want to make sure that you are not missing out on anything that is shared as far as downloads or anything of that such. And you want to be in tune with everything that comes forth from JD3 TV, from our next Limitless events. So plug in, make sure that you are registered. Now, I know that some people talk to people and they say, hey, you might be the next Oprah Winfrey. You might be the next Tyler Perry. You might be the next. Let me just tell you that they have planted the right seed in the right soil. You have received that, but you will be the first you and will be able to be the best version of you. And it is through these type of events that information and knowledge and wisdom are shared. So I invite you to stay put. Okay. If you have to get up, make it quick and come back and bring other people with you, but enjoy the rest of this event for Limitless 2021. Peace and God bless.
Hey, and we are live. Welcome back to day 2 of Limitless 2021. I want to thank my wife, Dr. Kara Scott Dentley, for that incredible opening. I really like the part about greeting your husband with those sweet kisses. Okay, let's make this quick because I got kisses to get. Well, today is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. I'm really honored to get a chance to host day 2 because when you look at day one and all the things that happened, it was a very special, pretty spectacular day. And day one, you heard from several of our panel hosts. These are people who have shows on the JD3 network. These are people who are going to be bringing their story, their passion, their expertise as subject matter experts live to each and every one of you. And you're going to get so much value from that as well. You got a chance to hear me talk about breakthrough most of the day and time management, communication. If you missed it, you can go back and get the broadcast. It is on YouTube. It is on Facebook. And just FYI, I want you guys to know that if you want to hear a really clean broadcast, get it from the site itself, because when you're rebroadcasting through streaming through other means, even though we got almost 1,000 people on Facebook, we got a ton of people on YouTube, Vimeo, and our live player that are watching this broadcast. It's always going to be cleaner if you get it right from the source, right from the home. Now, this incredible event is also the pre-launch of JD3 TV and One and Done. JD3 TV is an incredible, incredible platform that we're going to be talking about in just a moment. But first, I want to talk about how you share and win. I want to talk about a contest. So I'm going to pop this up on the screen really quick. And we're going to talk about how two people can win a free trip, round trip tickets to Orlando, Florida. And we're going to be doing giveaways like that throughout every event. And we have another 7 events to go throughout the year. But everyone can be a winner. Simply share with 10 people on Facebook. Share with 10 people on Facebook, but also have them go to www.limitless2021.com to register. So have them share on Facebook, 10 people. Then they want to screenshot those shares, and they're going to send them in to info@jd3media.com. For every 10 shares, they're going to get 1 ticket in a raffle. But the moment you put in 10 shares, you're going to get a gift that we're going to be sending out at the close of the event on Friday evening. So you're going to get a link with a lot of gifts there as we thank you and really appreciate you supporting us in this great movement of ours. Now, for every raffle ticket that you get, and 10 shares is 1 ticket, so 20 shares will be 2 tickets, 30 shares will be 3 tickets. 25 winners will get VIP access to our grand opening event with some incredible people that are going to be speaking, not to mention who we have speaking today. And then 2 winners are going to win free trips to Orlando, Florida. So you definitely want to be a part of that. But you must have all your shares in by 12 noon on tomorrow, on Sunday. And then we're going to talk about the winners on Sunday at the close of the show. Now, we're here today to talk about the soft launch of JD3 TV. March 15th is our targeted launch date where we're going to go live. But I just want to give you just a look of the website. Now, it's not completely set up now, so don't go there and register and sign in. But when we say go, we're going to give gifts, free gifts out to the first 1,000 people who sign in and register to watch JD3 TV. And guess what? It's going to be free for you to do so. Now, we're going to put up a little screen and kind of show you what it looks like. But again, don't go there right now. But this is your first landing page for JD3 TV. This is what it's going to look like when you go in. You're going to be JD3 TV, Apple, Amazon, and Roku as well. Looks pretty good, right? Original, disruptive, cutting edge, and personal. Yeah, we're here to disrupt. And we're going to scroll a little bit more about JD3 TV. And as we go through the broadcast, we're going to show you a few more pages about what's really taking place. Again, don't go there right now and register because it's not set up and we won't have the information on the back end. So we won't even know you're there and we cannot give you your free gift. So we're going to leave it there for now. And we also had a good talk yesterday about One and Done. One and Done is a new app that's being launched, and this app is going to be able to take business people, speakers, coaches, restaurateurs, anyone who's building a following to be able to capture your data, create your own e-commerce site, create your own virtual rooms where you can actually see people in the room. So imagine that you're going to have a meeting room, and you can have some content you're sharing. And then you can tell everybody, hey, go open up and meet people. And every person who has a seat in the room, you can get out of your seat and go actually see them on a video camera live and live chat with them right then and there. And then sit in the seats and see people in a 90-degree angle, the people on the right, the people on your left, the front and the back of you. And that's just a little bit of what this app's going to do. It's going to really shift the way that we're going to do business, because I'll tell you from a very reliable source that some things are happening with technology that's going to run through some apps, and it's at a level that you've never seen before in your life. So get ready. get ready and get ready. Now, I hope you got a lot of content from us yesterday. You got a chance to meet our new president, Mr. Lee Simons, 35 years of experience in movies, television, and professional sports. This gentleman helped lead teams that built multi-billion-dollar brands, some people that you'll know. And you're going to hear a little bit more about him today through video, and you get a chance to meet him again in person tomorrow. So we're excited about today, and I'm going to begin by bringing forth our panel, our incredible panel. We're going to take a few commercials, and I'm going to bring back Mr. Lavelle Faulkner, and he is actually going to be interviewing 4 more of the show hosts on JD3 TV. You're going to enjoy their shows, you're going to enjoy their stories, but this is just designed so you can learn a little bit more about who they are as people. And remember, you can have your own show. So if you're interested in having a show, simply send us an email. Say, yes, I'm interested in having a TV show. Or just say TV show, and we'll know what the rest is. And simply send us that email to info@jd3media.com. Take a short commercial break. We'll be right back with Lavelle Faulkner. This gentleman is not only one of our most integral people in our team, but he was the original member in this team with JD3 TV. He's a founding member of this team, very instrumental member of this team, and a gentleman I have a tremendous amount of respect for and honor to. So we'll be right back on the other side with Lavelle Faulkner, and he'll bring on those panelists just in a few minutes. If there was a way that I could say how great you could be, would you listen to me? And if there was a price that you could pay that would give you the life that you seek, would you be willing to pay that price today? And if there was some work that you could do, would you roll up your sleeves, even though the work is on you? And if there was a promise of silver and gold, of pleasures and treasures and fortunes untold, would you do what it takes no matter how tough? Would you dare never quit when the going gets rough? Would you build something great? Would you let it build you? You're focused on your goal, but there's something else you must do. Because while you're building your dream, the dream has to build you. So if there was a way that I could say how great you could be, would you listen to me?
Well, Limitless audience, thank you guys again for tuning in and joining us for day two of this amazing conference. I know thus far you guys have been enjoying this just as much as I have, and I am excited to get right on into this part of the event. You guys, I have the pleasure of now introducing Dr. Dentley said 4. But I actually have a few more guests that I get to interview on today. So I'm excited, and I'm going to jump right into our first panel host, you guys. I am excited to introduce to you guys someone who is absolutely taking the world by storm. This young lady is an entrepreneur. She is a thought leader. She literally is a master and a coach at everything that she does. You guys, I would like to introduce to some and to present to others the dynamic duo, Miss Angel Tussey. Are you there?
I am here, Lavelle. I'm so excited to be a part of JD3 TV and this Limitless conference. How are you doing today?
I am doing amazing, and it is a pleasure to have you with us.
I am so excited to be here. Yeah, I rate all of this stuff that you guys have been putting together. Kara, Scott this morning, James Dentley inspiring us. This is the place to be today.
And of course, we had to just follow it up with an angel, right? But I have to let our viewing audience know. I know they saw the screen and the name of your show. It's called The Dynamic Duo. So let's open this up and tell everyone, all of our viewers, just a little bit about who your co-host is.
I would love to. Well, when James reached out to me to do a new TV show, of course, I already host a morning show. I talk to entrepreneurs and authors, and I was chatting with James about, well, what could I do that was different? And he emphasized the relationship that I have with my husband and how my husband and I could come along and do something and inspire other couples. Of course, my husband's pretty behind the scenes kind of guy. When I reached out to him and asked him if he would be interested in hosting a show alongside with me, took a little coercing, a few sweet kisses, right? As Kara Scott talked about. But the co-host of Dynamic Duo is my husband of 28 years, Jay Tussey.
Wow, wow, wow. Well, wish we could have had him here, but of course, we know that you cover the energy for you both. So let's talk a little bit about you as well. I personally know that you are a PR expert. So why would you say that PR is important?
Oh, PR is everything when it comes to growing a business, a book, a brand. So often we become the world's best kept secret. So many small business owners are wandering around saying, I wish more people had heard of me. And you cannot sell a secret, right? If nobody's heard of you, you're not getting that exposure, you're not getting that publicity. And the nice thing to know is that publicity is available no matter what stage of business you are in. Even when you're first starting out, hosting a grand opening, creating that story out for the world to get to know you. So even from the very beginning, you don't have to wait until you're a large corporation to start leveraging the power of media and PR. You can start every day. Think about this. You are running circles around everybody. You're accomplishing things. If I was to ask you what's new, what have you done, and you looked at your calendar, you could probably give me a laundry list. And those items can become headlines for press releases, for media exposure. So I love creating media and PR for small business owners.
Wow, wow. Well, I understand that PR is absolutely important now. As you state, it is everything. And we talked a little bit about how the show was comprised, how Dynamic Duo came about. But could you really break down for us where the idea of the show came from?
Well, the idea mostly came from James Dentley. He was talking about couples and the power of couples in business and working together. And so as Jay and I kind of brainstormed about what we could do, we came up with the idea of Dynamic Duo. Our first season, we have 12 couples on deck. Hopefully James and Kara Scott will come and be one of those couples that we interview, but we're interviewing power partners, power couples. We have like a mother-daughter team. We have a father-son team. We have life partners, power couples, power partners, and power teams who kind of talk about like the real stuff of what it takes to be a dynamic duo in business and in life. How do you, especially if you are a couple and you are home together, how do you keep that balance? How do you kind of keep the spark alive in your personal life and maintain that professionalism on the business side? And we have some pretty powerful couples coming on.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm absolutely interested in just trying to see how it happens. Just being able to see you and your phenomenal husband watching and being able to sit and just view people like a James and a Kara Dentley, right? Just makes your show all the more worth watching. But I'll ask you, why do you personally feel a show of this caliber is even important?
Oh, Lavelle, when you think about what everybody sees on social media these days, right? We see the highlight reel, right, of your life, all the good stuff. We've got filters, we've got these virtual backgrounds. You don't see the mess, you don't see the struggles and the trials, or really get to hear all in one place that hero's journey, what we've gone through, struggled with, and came together with another person, communicating with you have your idea, like I know what I want to do and you know what you want to do, but to be able to do that with a partner and to come out of it together stronger. We know we need our partners in our lives, but sometimes that's also our biggest struggle that we have in our lives, especially if we get ourselves in a little spiral. So I just think having that conversation, seeing that others have struggled too, that they fell down, but they got back up and that they're stronger because of it, will inspire, it'll give encouragement and provide hope.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm excited, and I do know that you're supposed to be coming back onto this platform to speak a little bit further, correct?
I am. So I love helping helping inspire others to share their story, get their stories out onto a bigger platform,
Okay.
and just to make a difference every single day. Show up for something where you're pouring into somebody else and making a difference. So I'm honored. I'm so grateful to be a part of this.
Well, as we prepare to wrap up, I have a couple more questions I want to get to. And so I really would like to know is what will your audience gain from the show, The Dynamic Duo?
Well, hopefully it'll be a light start, in your day. It's not real heavy, something to inspire you to laugh, maybe at some other people's struggles of things that they've done, remind you that it's not so bad on your side.
Yeah.
But of course, real life stories and tips and action that you can pour into your own life. And then to really be connected with people that are just a couple steps ahead of you, maybe in business or in life. Like I said, my husband and I have been married 28 years, most of them happily. And you get to hear a lot of that background of what it takes to still be smiling, still be in love, and still want to work together every day.
Wow. Well, this was an absolute pleasure just to have this time to share with you. So as we prepare to actually close this portion out, I would just have to ask if there was one thing that you could actually leave to those dynamic duos that are watching, to all of our viewers, those that will be looking forward to watching your show on the JD3 TV network, what would that one thing be?
Oh, what would that one thing be? That you're not alone. I think right now, especially because of the pandemic, we don't even realize, because we're not around people like we used to be. We don't even realize how much we're missing in that relationships and in connection. And so this is a great place to come and maybe just, find that new couple, right, that you want to follow and connect with and build a relationship with, even if it's online. There's more opportunity than ever before. Don't feel like you're alone. Don't feel like you have to walk through this all by yourself. There are so many people that want to give you a hand and reach out and say, let's do this. Let's do this together.
Well, I'll tell you, I've always been a fan of Superman and Superwoman, but I'm looking forward to looking at this show with the dynamic duo. You guys, we are missing Jay, but we are now having the pleasure of meeting Miss Angel Tussey. Angel, thank you for your time.
Well, thank you so much, Lavelle. This has been great.
It was a pleasure. Talk to you soon. Well, you guys, look, I don't know if you're looking forward to it, but I am surely looking forward to knowing more about the dynamic duo and their show, talking about how to make it in life as a power couple, you guys. I'm looking forward to that show. Look, I don't know what else I'm going to be able to watch. If you guys notice, I'm going to have to watch every show on the JD3 TV network. I promise this original content that they are offering, that we are offering, is going to be off the charts. But you guys, I want to go ahead and roll right into our next guest. And to help me do that, let's watch a brief clip.
You know what we sacrifice? You know what we sacrifice?
What?
Other women. The booty. That's right.
Wow. Well, I have to introduce to you guys now the co-hosts, the stars, the executive producers of the show, The Blackboard. I have today with us Miss Keisha Hooks and Mr. Brian Foster. Welcome to Limitless.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
It is an absolute pleasure and an honor. Now, you guys, I have to get right into that clip. I have to say that was one of the funniest clips I've ever seen. And just like the rest of my shows, I am excited to at least just watch that episode, because I agree, we definitely make those sacrifices, right?
I appreciate that you all picked that clip.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Why am I not surprised that you agree with Brian?
Because everybody agrees with me.
Generally speaking.
This is, you guys, what you will get when you watch the show. But let's get right into it. This question is actually for the both of you guys. What is the Blackboard?
Geesh?
It's hard to explain. It's everything. I think it exists because there's a vacancy when you think about talk shows for Black folks. We're either one of, but we're not the only. And that's the distinction for our content. We're also cross gender and we also cross generations, which is also something different. But we really exist to show that Black folks aren't a monolith. These are roundtable conversations. As you saw, we have 6 people, and we really talk about the issues that should be talked about openly, whether it be Black cultural norms, financial health, relationships, social justice. And we really have a plethora of opinions, and we pressure test ideas. And it just ends up educating people. Even though you may not agree, you've certainly heard enlightening positions. That's how I view the Blackboard.
Yeah, I think what's interesting about the Blackboard is these are conversations you'll have in the beauty salon or the barbershop, but rarely these two worlds do they ever collide, right? These are separate conversations we have on our own. We bring these worlds together in a somewhat organized format to have these conversations, and like Keisha said, pressure test some of the cultural norms that we just fall back on regularly and see if they really are, do they stick? Do they make sense? Yeah. Are we just doing things that we've always done because we've always done them that way? And to show that Blacks aren't a monolith and we have a variety of ideas, suggestions, and opinions that really range the spectrum.
Wow. Well, it sounds like you all agree on something finally watching the show, right? So tell me, why would you feel... Brian, don't get me in trouble, okay? We got to make it through this interview safely. But for the both of you all again, let's say, why is the Blackboard even necessary?
Go ahead, Keisha. Go ahead.
No, after you.
I think it's necessary because we don't have these spaces to have these type of conversations. And even when we do have these spaces at the family card game or wherever it may be where we're organizing, nobody gets to see them. And a lot of our conversations and our opinions are watered down in mainstream media. So I think having these kind of raw, uncut, unfiltered conversations that are for public consumption can not only educate us as African Americans, but can educate the general populace at large into our mindset, into how things affect us and how we're moving forward. And I don't think that actually exists anyplace else.
Wow.
Yeah, I think he nailed it. Visibility is the word that comes to mind for me. Our issues aren't visible, and I don't think our people are visible. When you think about mass media, you've got like these very stereotypical, monolithic, almost offensive images of Black people. And that's just not what you see here. This show is intelligent, it's insightful, it's funny, it shows us as real, multidimensional people. So I think visibility is the one thing that's necessary, and we certainly service that need.
Wow. Well, Keisha, I have a question for you. And my question for you is, we know which is one of Brian's favorite shows, right? But for you, what would you say is one of your favorite episodes and why?
Easily the conversation we had recently about privilege and how that manifests itself in the Black community. It was an interesting conversation to discuss whether or not Black male privilege exists in our community. Right. And we really peeled back the layers. We actually had a follow-up conversation because it was so deep. And then it dovetailed into a conversation about colorism. If Black male privilege exists and Black men set the beauty standards, then how does that translate to colorism within our community? And it was just intelligent. It was transparent. You know, there are no masks on the Blackboard. We really say how we feel. And I think people had some enlightening statements made. And so that by far was my favorite conversation.
Well, Brian, I've been reading this book called The Four Agreements, and it told me not to make assumptions. So I won't assume that your favorite show is my favorite show. So I'll ask you the same question. What's your favorite show and episode and why?
Actually, one of the more recent episodes is not the one you're thinking. We had one about Blacks and gun ownership. Wow. And there seems to be this surge in Blacks arming up. And so we really dove into why that is, what's the purpose, what are we scared of? And then it even kind of dovetailed in some conversations about how we're raising our kids, because there have been these surge of carjackings, right? And they're mostly youth. So how kids are being raised. And this is kind of what's beautiful about the Blackboard. We have these topics that align us in a conversational tone, but there are spinoffs and there are side roads that are taking that that adjoin and link to the conversation we're already having. So we went down a couple of different paths, and I always love when we have sometimes we all kind of come together and agree on some things, which I always hate when that happens. I love that this episode has so many divergent points of view, and so many folks that felt so many different ways, and it really was timely. The things something that's going on right now. So I think that might have been my best episode, and I had to do it in a restroom, and that's a whole nother story. So
we'll talk off camera about that one, so I don't have to run into that issue. You can give me some pointers as I build out my show, right? Well, you guys, I know for us, we always have this view of people on the screen that we would, love to meet or always have be in their presence. So for you all, who would you say, if you have one, would be a dream guest for the show, The Blackboard?
Keish, go first.
You first.
No, go first.
I don't know. I think I have a dream topic. I don't necessarily have a single person that I want to talk to, because the point of our conversation is to have diverse viewpoints, right? I want to have a conversation about reparations. I'm looking forward to bringing that to the forefront. The more you learn about reparations and the people who have been sort of compensated, it's insane that Black folks haven't. So I want to have these conversations out in the open so everybody can be informed and then get active, because this is something that needs to happen. It's long overdue.
Wow.
Yeah, great. We have been circling that one for a little while, so we're trying to figure out how exactly to make that a worthwhile and informative conversation. But if I had a dream guest, it would have to be guest with a S on the end. It would be Barack and Michelle. And the reason is, obviously, I love them as a couple. I love them as leaders. I love them as thought leaders. But they're married, and I know they can't possibly agree on everything. So I want to, and they've been so in lockstep when they were, in office. Now that they're off and out and a little bit freer, I love to get them to disagree on our show about something and watch the debate that happens. I think that would be fascinating. And plus, I just think they're super cool and funny, and I would just love to be around them in any way, shape, or form I can. So they would be my two dream guests.
Well, I'm gonna have to tell you, man, I think I totally disagree with you on that one. I think Michelle runs it, and Barack is smart enough to just agree with whatever she says on and off the camera. And so as we prepare to wrap up, I really want to ask you guys a more deeper question. I really want to know, we've talked about what the Blackboard is and what it's about, and the things that we would like to discuss. But what is it that you want your viewers to actually receive? What is it that you want the viewers, the audience, to gain from watching the show? Because we all have our own perceptions, but what is the message you want the guest to receive?
That's a great question, and we've wrestled with this ourselves, because there's so many different things we'd love for people to take away. And what we really landed on was take away what you need. Take away what you need to not only educate yourself, but perhaps move you forward in some type of action. We don't want to dictate exactly what it is that you get, because again, we're not a monolith, so everybody's not going to get the same thing. But what we do ask is that you take the knowledge that was given, that was learned, that you gleaned from the conversations, and put it into some type of action. Be that in the community, be that at work. Be that in your own personal life, just be that introspectively, but do something with it. Move yourself forward to become a better person. That's what I think we'd love people to take away from it.
Wow. Keisha?
Yeah, just along the same veins. I sort of think about every episode. If we did these 4 things, we did our job. If we made you laugh, if we made you imagine the possibilities, what if we provoked your thinking, and then we propelled you to do something, whether it be share the stream, or whether it be volunteer or read a book or listen to a blog, listen to a podcast, or whatever the case may be. So laugh, imagine, provoke, and propel. Those are the things I want us to do. And when I evaluate each episode, if we've done those things, then we did our job.
Wow. Well, you guys, I have to ask this final question, and I promise you, I tried to drag it out as long as I could because I knew this conversation was going to be absolutely interesting. But I have to ask the both of you guys, the success that the show has had, of course, I've watched it myself, and I'm surely a fan, and I'll continue to watch as well as all of our viewers on that are viewing with us here at Limitless. But I have to know, why JD3 TV?
Brian?
That's a great question. So I've known Mrs. Dentley for quite some time. And when she approached me with the concept, Of course, I was interested. And then meeting Brother Dentley, I mean, sold in. What else do I need to know? But really, the enthusiasm in which both of them operate, the intelligence, the space, and then just the opportunity to help something this amazing grow and be on the ground floor, and something created by us for us in a way. With the old FUBU model, always just kind of intrigued me. And it's an amazing opportunity to be amongst a host of wonderful content and a variety of shows, and just to be a part of that sparked my interest and pushed me to action immediately.
Keish?
Yeah, I do what I'm told. He said we're doing this, so I said, all right, let's do it.
Wait, I'm the boss?
You're the boss.
I never knew this.
Well, we finally got one agreement out of the both of you guys. We now know who's the boss. But, of course, Brian, we know who's the real boss, right?
We know.
But on camera, we'll give you that. You guys, it was an absolute pleasure. We're going to ask that you guys stick around with us just for a little while longer and keep watching the Limitless 2021. But I must tell you, it is an honor and a pleasure working with you both. And it is a pleasure to have you guys now a part of the family of the JD3 TV network. And I look forward to more of your shows, you guys. Any last words that you would like to leave with our viewers?
We're glad to be here. We are happy to be a part of the ground, and looking forward to getting to know you all, certainly getting to know Dr. Dentley a lot more. So thank you for having us.
Absolutely. Right. We couldn't be more excited.
Well, world, Limitless 2021. There you have it. The amazing Blackboard hosts, Miss Keisha Hooks and Mr. Brian Foster. Thank you guys. Well, Limitless 2021. This panel is continuously getting better by the second, you guys. And how could we make it any better? Well, let's talk about our next guest as we now bring a short clip and show you something about contemporary living. Well, I didn't even have to say it. We have the phenomenal Farmer and Hill. Welcome to the show, you guys.
Thank you. Thank you, LaBelle. How you doing today?
Man, I am doing phenomenal. Look, I got on the black shirt. You guys should have told me.
We all black. Yeah, we said that. Hey, you did good yesterday. Before we even get started, you did excellent hosting. We love you. Absolutely. Thank you so much for your hard work.
Wow, thank you guys. Look, I'll tell you, it's not me. It's the phenomenal guests like yourself that is making that just make these panels a lot easier. And I'll promise you guys, I've never done this before, but the training that I've had from the lineage of Dr. James Dentley, which is how I actually got started working with him, is how I'm able to do this. But you guys are really what are making the show. If you've been listening to these previous interviews,
absolutely,
then y'all know it's not me.
Yeah, we love Keisha and Brian.
We ready to get on that show.
Yeah, we support those reparations as well.
Well, we have Farmer Hill, but I know you guys as Andre and Melissa, and the title of this show is Contemporary Living. So tell us how you all got started.
Okay.
LaBelle started with an idea. I did Section 8 inspections for Chicago for like over 8 years.
Wow.
And I was out working one day, and I'm like, you know what? Me and Melissa should do a television show. And I called up, and she's like, who, little old me? I'm like, yeah, let's do a television show. And then she's like, well, what can we talk about? And I said, well, we'll discuss when I get home. And then that's how we came up with the concept with contemporary living, and we brainstormed and we came up with the ideas of contemporary living, which deals with the 5 segments we're going to talk about today.
Yeah, and it's really all about being relatable and providing right now solutions, and that's really what we're all about. I mean, there's a lot of entertainment going on that you see around, social media and on television and things like that, but we want to bring you information so that when you leave our broadcast, you can, hey, let's go to work.
Right. I learned something. So right now solutions. That's what we're about. Right now solutions. Every time you tune into our show, you're guaranteed to leave with something that you can use at that moment.
Let me give them a little nugget. All right. So we have a segment. One of our segments of the show is health and fitness. All right. So let me ask you this, and this is pertaining to health and fitness. How much water should you drink per day? And I'm going to give you the answer. It's your body weight in ounces. So let me break that down even more. So if I weigh 150 pounds, which is a goal, if I weigh 150 pounds, I should be drinking 75 ounces of water a day. So what does that look like? So we normally buy the 16.9 ounces, the bottles of water, or however you do. Yeah. So I should be drinking about 4.5 of those per day. So that's a nugget that you're learning right now that you'll have for the rest of your life. If anyone ever asks you, well, how much water should you drink a day? You say, well, honey, you should drink half your body weight in ounces. So those are some little tips that we give on the show.
Yeah, and then if I'm talking about real estate, I may be dealing with a military veteran, and I may say, Lavelle, you've been in the military, just using it as an example, and you want to use your VA loan. So you may, in Illinois, I'm gonna say the max is 500,000 you can use for your VA loan, right? Okay, so say you brought a house over in Frankfurt for 200,000. Well, you just stayed at that house for a year, and you may not know you still got $300,000 left on that VA loan that you can use. So I come to you and say, Lavelle, well, you used 200,000, you still got that 300,000 left. Well, how about I show you how you can use that VA loan twice, which a lot of veterans don't know they can use that VA loan twice. So each segment, we're going to give you some nuggets that you can go home, talk to your wife or talk to your spouse about, or whoever, and then go from there.
Yeah. And then one of the other things we love doing, we love just exposing people doing great things in the community.
Absolutely.
We absolutely love it. If you're an entrepreneur or an activist from the streets to the suites, hey, we want to be there because we don't get a lot of that. We see the stars doing great things, but hey, right here in the community that you live in, there's some great things that happen, and we want to really expose that.
Yes.
Wow. Well, guys, I love that. Coming from someone who has done activist work and are in the streets, and I've also now recently been working just to give the youth voice as well. So I do understand, and that definitely resonated with me. Let me ask, what's your favorite part of the show itself?
I like the biblical lessons. I do the biblical lessons. I do that last. I say the best for last. One thing about it, I love the Word of God. I've been a student since 1994. And one thing about it, I'm going to make sure that you get the unadulterated Word of God, pure and definitely kept in context. So I think my last lesson I did was if a man don't work, he don't eat. And I just talked about men being able to go out there to work, and that God honors work. And if you're not a worker, God look at you as an infidel, an unbeliever. And that says that you have denied the faith. So I'm big on the biblical lessons. I love all of them, but I definitely love the Word of God.
And I think my favorite part is actually, it's going to be funny. It's not when the show airs, it's the research work that goes into bringing the content to our viewers for the simple fact that we know that you're going to get value out of watching our show. Yes. And that's really what I love doing, the research work. Yes. I'll be in front of the camera, but that behind the scenes, just going through the motions and seeing how, making the bread or making the cake. I love that part.
Well, we'll leave that part to you because we can plate when it's done. Look, I promise you. Everything smells good when you all are putting it all together.
Right.
It's nothing like getting that nice hot plate.
That's
when it's served up and ready for you. And so I'll be waiting on the opposite end. But now I have to ask, and this is really more for our viewing audience. What is it like working on the show, honestly, as a married couple. We've heard how the blackboard operates. We know that Angel and Jay are opposite ends. So how is it really working on a show as a married couple?
I'll let Melissa go first.
Okay, I think
Poor guy.
I think the beauty about it is we each have our own segments. So I can do the research that I want to do, because when we came up with the topics, we just took our 5 favorite topics. It's relatable living. So we're only talking about things we love to talk about.
Yeah.
So we've got health and fitness, we've got travel, we've got biblical lessons, we've got, entrepreneurship and finance and things like that.
Yeah.
So I think because we have that, once we come together, it just kind of gels. It kind of gels because I've been able to be in my own space. He's been able to be in his own space, and boom.
Yeah. I mean, we just bring it together. So yeah, we work good together. She's working on the things that she loves, and like she said, I work on the things I love. And then ironically, a lot of times when we're working on stuff, and when we actually see what we're talking about, they kind of compliment one another.
I know. It's like, I didn't know you were going to talk about it.
Yeah, just like sometimes we get dressed, and I'm like,
right.
How you know I was going to wear red today? She's like, how you know I was going to wear red today? So I said, you were looking at my wardrobe, weren't you? So yeah, so that's the connection that we have.
Yeah.
So that's the beautiful thing as well.
Well, I got to give you a secret, Andre. I think they kind of like sprinkle fairy dust and whisper in our ears.
Yeah.
Leave little notes that we don't notice.
Right.
Trick us into this process.
Right. See, there you go.
So I'll ask, will you guys ever discuss relationships as a married couple on the actual show?
You know what? My family, my cousin have been trying to get us to discuss relationships. Relationships are so complicated. There's no perfect answer to relationships. Relationships have their ups and downs. They have their good times, their bad times, and stuff like that. We could probably talk about our own personal experience, but I'm not really a professional in that area. And Lord knows, we strive for perfection. But I think that's maybe something we may explore in 2021. So a lot of people want us to talk about it. We have people that come to us, want some mentoring and advice and stuff like that there. So it's maybe something we explore in the upcoming shows.
And I think, every relationship has some basics, mutual respect.
Yes, absolutely.
So that could be something that we could explore. Mm-hmm.
Well, you guys, I have a couple more questions, but I think this one has been universal, and I've asked the previous guest this, and I just want to see what you guys have to offer as well. But what would you say that you want your audience, when they watch you, view it, what is that one thing you want your audience to take away from your show, The Contemporary Living?
Well, we definitely want our people to walk away with economic power and resources.
Wow.
When they leave and watch our show, we want them to have a sense of understanding, guidance, and directions. We just don't want to be, like as Paul said, want to beat it against the air. But we want to make sure that people have those solutions they can use right now, and they're comfortable with maybe the people we refer them over to, or the topics we have discussed. They know that we gave them some right now solutions.
Yeah, and I would have to agree with Andre. Solution-based information and a little bit of entertainment.
Yeah, a little bit of entertainment, definitely, because we love to travel.
Right.
Well, you guys include me in that one too, because I like it. You guys need someone to hold the camera.
Yeah.
Right.
Let me know. But you guys, I'll say this, it's been an honor and a pleasure working with you both thus far. I know we've got a lot more in store now that you guys have joined the JD3 TV network family. But for the both of you guys, as we prepare to wrap up this section, why did you guys choose JD3 TV?
Well, James, I'll go first. I'll let her close it out. James reached out to us about JD3 TV. Ironically, we met James from years ago. Melissa, she's a retired military veteran. And we met him at Jesse Jackson event where Melissa was being honored. And he gave us his business card. And we pretty much, every time we had an event or somewhere, we always ran to James. And so and we thank Dr. Dentley and Cara for all that they have done for us. We appreciate them, and we think this is our home. This is the place for us. And I think we're going to thrive here, actually. Yeah. And they're not selfish people. They want you to succeed, and they want you to be blessed and great.
Yeah, we just absolutely love the doctors.
Absolutely. Yes,
doctors, Dentley. I mean, who wouldn't want to be a part of whatever they are doing? We are here for it.
Yes. And we thank you guys so much. We really do from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you.
Well, I completely agree with the both of you guys, and I thank you guys for joining me in this segment and making my panel just a little bit better, you guys. Again, look, I don't know. It's not me. It's you all. But I thank you guys for this time, and it was absolutely a pleasure. And I'll tell you the same way as I told the rest. I look forward to seeing the rest of your episodes because what I've seen thus far has literally blown my mind. And I'll tell you, I have gained so much, and I hope that everyone else here gets an opportunity to go and view that show. But one thing I can tell you is your success is written. So it's not a question about it anyway, whether or not you're going to thrive. I can promise you, you guys are going to continue to thrive. And I thank you guys for joining us. And I ask that you guys would just continue having the success that you guys have continued to build. Limitless 21, we thank you guys. And we now have talked to the show host of Contemporary Living.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. You all have a great day. Well, I told you guys it just keeps getting better. But hold on, because we've got one more guest for you on this panel. And I have to tell you, the name of the show alone has me ready for this last question, for my questions for this last person on this panel. So I would like to show you just a quick sizzle about conversations and
Live from Chicago, it's about to get real. It's 1 hour of real talks with real people about real life. It's late evening conversations and confessions. Now, here's your host, Yolanda Gibbons.
Wow, Yolanda Gibbons. Welcome to the show. How are you?
Hey, how are you?
I am amazing. Hey, I've got to jump right into this one. I couldn't even say the entire name because I didn't want to give it away. But let's really talk about the name of your show. Conversations, late night conversations and confessions. Where did you derive the name of this show?
So the show was actually birthed in my basement at home. So I have a intimate basement at home with a built-in bar, and we have had some conversations in that basement. So it came out of there, just having conversation like me and my girls, just talking about life and talking about what's going on in our life, talking about our businesses and talking about things that people, well, I'm gonna leave that part because people got to watch for that part.
Well, I'll tell you, it is an honor to finally get to have this conversation with you. I know a lot of us saw you as you hosted the first panel on yesterday. And by the way, you did absolutely amazing. Everyone keeps telling me how good I did, but you were phenomenal.
Thank you.
So I know that this show is now airing on getting ready to air on JD3 TV, but I know you've done other work. So tell us what else you've done in media prior to the show.
So I have been a lover of entertainment, performing arts, probably since birth. My aunt says she remembered me at 2 or 3 years old singing "Let's Get It On" by Marvin Gaye with a brush. So it's just in me. And I tell people like this is the second part of my life. The first part, I had the pleasure of working in community, in education. And now as I enter the second phase of my life, I get to do what I'm completely, not that I'm not passionate about that, but that's just in my heart. I get the opportunity to be behind the scenes, behind the camera and in front of the camera. I have most recently hosted a health education show for a nonprofit organization, as well as myself and my sisters and 2 of our very good friends. We launched a theater and entertainment production company in 2017, and we have put on several original stage plays that were a hit. I had the pleasure of doing the co-directing, all of the producing. So that's what I've done most recently, as well as I've been on stages forever, forever.
Wow. Look, I've known you for a little time now, and I definitely didn't know that your back history in media was that actual deep. But I'm going to get prepared for this next question because this next one is going to be a good one, I think. So,
Okay.
just looking at the name of the show, Conversations and Confessions, if you could give me one thing that you would be willing to confess to us and our viewing audience today, what would that be?
I think my confession would be that I really wanted to be a superstar.
Wow.
I really wanted to pursue acting. I really wanted that was really part of my dream. But I got pregnant at 17 and had my daughter at 18, and it kind of shifted that. The great thing, I mean, I guess the positive at that time was that I had finished high school, but it was my first year in college. So I was literally pregnant from my first day in class to my last final, and she came into my life, so it kind of shifted, and I felt I needed, in pursuing anything in media, entertainment, performing arts, it's late nights, it's rehearsals. So I just really chose the route to finish college and do something that was a little bit more, could be more stable, and really took the opportunity to raise her. And then I had a son 7.5 years later. But now that they are grown, I get to do me. I get to do me.
And absolutely, I'll tell you, I don't know how long they've been out the house, but you surely are a superstar. Just continuously watching your growth is a pleasure. So I'll now have to ask you, the same as I've asked the previous guests, what is it that you want your audience to really gain from watching Conversations and Confessions?
So conversations and confession is real talks with real people about real life. I want people to be able to connect to the guests. I want them to be able to see the life of other people. We tend to look at other people, look at our lives, and then we look at other people's life and we do a comparison, even though there's no comparison. But I want people to know that there's someone else that can connect to them. I want people to know that they were born to be amazing. And I want them to be able to see that and feel that through other people, through watching, because I want to highlight everyday people. And even what I think we get sidetracked and we don't realize that even A-list celebrities are everyday people. So even someone like that being on my show, I want to talk about their everyday life. And I want people to see their everyday life. And I want people to see what it took for them to become that A-lister, if that makes any sense. I just want people to be empowered. I want people to be empowered. My show is going to be fun. It's going to be engaging. And yes, there's going to be some confessions.
I'm looking forward to that part right there. Now, let me ask you, if you had to just pick one, I know you have many, if you had to just pick one, who would be your dream guest?
My dream guest, man, I don't want to repeat what Melissa and Andre said, but I think it really would be Michelle Obama. I think because they're from, have roots in Chicago, and I'm starting out in Chicago, and they are real people. And I think they allowed us to see that they were real people, even though they lived in the White House. So that would definitely be an idea. I think Michelle is so inspirational to women. I think she has a lot to say, and I think women listen. I think she's someone that women really listen to and they can connect with.
Got it. Now, let me ask you, would you say that the show Conversations and Confessions is something that's universal where it can be watched by young, old, men, women? Is this a universal show or who's your target audience?
Men and women, anyone, because we're gonna have a little cocktail during the show. It's kind of late evening. It's gonna give you that Arsenio Hall kind of style flavor. If anybody watch Andy Cohen kind of flavor, but it is going to be positive. So
Okay.
let me be very clear. It's going to be positive. We're trying to inspire and impact lives. So it's it's from 2018 on up. It's gonna be from the old, the young to the old. Not necessarily for children, but someone who's worked with young people for a very long time, I definitely see myself having some episodes and bringing some children in the audience, some young entrepreneurs in the audience, some young people out there that's doing some great work in their community. I definitely see myself having some of those episodes as well.
Wow. So just listening to you and knowing who you are, I have to ask this question. What would you say success is for you at this point?
Success for me at this point is really living my dream, living my passion, creating a business and creating wealth and creating a legacy for my children and grandchildren to follow. I think I've done that at various levels, but I want to make sure that it sustains itself once I am gone. I definitely know that um, I inspire people. I definitely know I am the big sister to many. And I know that they look to me. So I'm trying to fulfill some of that while also fulfilling my own passion and my own dreams, my own desires, and really the gifts that God gave me. I know that God created me to be great. I know He created me to be greater than I am. And I know He definitely created me to give back to others. I always say I want to be blessed so that I can bless others.
Well, I'll tell you, I don't know how you get to be a big sister at 21, but you keep on doing whatever it is that you're doing because I know I even look up to you as my big sister as well. So that's an honor and a pleasure to just have you amongst the family and amongst the team here at JD3 TV. And now, even a part of the Limitless Conference family as well, because we've been working together for a while. But I'll have to ask you now. I know everyone else has their reasons for being here with JD3 TV. But what's your reason for choosing JD3 TV?
I mean, where else would I be? Nowhere else. But Dr. Dentley, and I could be very quiet. I can sit back. I sit back. I observe. I'm not real boastful. I'm very humble, and honestly, working and knowing we're getting ready to launch this network. I didn't. He just said to me, and I think a little birdie whispered in his ear, and he was like, "You want a show?" Yeah, I want a show. Of course. However, even with that, Dr. Dentley and his wife Kara are just amazing. They're so inspirational. They both want to see everyone succeed. Everything that he stands for is everything that I stands for. So where else would I want to be? If you listen to all of the panelists talk about their shows, there is a connection. There's definitely a connection, and this is just going to be such an empowering network. And as you know, he loves to entertain and tell jokes. So we know that everything on this network is going to be entertaining as well. So, and he loves to have fun. And really that's what my show is going to be: entertaining, fun, as I said, and we definitely want to impact and empower people. So
Wow.
where else would I be?
Where else would you be? Well, it's an honor and a pleasure to have you with us. And as we prepare to wrap up this segment, I must tell you that it's always a pleasure just getting a chance to speak with you because I learned so much. Being able to work with you is honestly a gift unto me. But now, for your viewing audience, for everyone out there in virtual world that's watching us on this Limitless 2021 conference, I know you love to empower and impact. What's the one thing you would leave our viewers with on today?
I want to leave them with that. I want them to remember that God created them as a masterpiece. And if we understand what a masterpiece means, it's something great and it's something beautiful. And that really exists in all of us. And when we talk about real talks and real people about real life, we know that life can deter us. We have what people call setbacks, but I want them to know, and they will see through my show that they are amazing and that God gifted them with some amazing talent. And I want them to reach for their dreams.
Wow. You guys, as she said, each and every one of you all are a masterpiece. Why? Because we understand that you are a piece of the master. You guys, it is an absolute pleasure. Yolanda, we thank you for sharing with us, and we look forward to those late night show of
Yes.
conversations.
As
And
Senior Hall. Woo, 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 woo.
again, thank you for this time. Unfortunately, my time is now preparing to end, so I'll have to say goodbye, and we'll be seeing you real soon.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Have a great day.
You too.
Well, you guys, I'm gotta get ready to get up out of here and go back behind the scenes and do some more work. But I'll tell each and every one of you guys that she was absolutely right. You are a masterpiece, and the world is waiting for you, you guys. Continue to enjoy the rest of Limitless 2021. Your host, Mr. Mindset, says peace, and I'll talk to you guys later.
What would it be like for you if every person you met could actually refer you one person that's your ideal customer? There's so much opportunity with the internet that you can get hundreds of thousands of eyeballs on who you are.
The event is engagement. What do I teach? Exposure and revenue. Revenue and exposure.
Write this down. Time, money, knowledge. I believe if you think the correct way, of course, you can take your income, your money, your investment, if you will, and you can buy more time because you're buying other people to do things for you. It's called delegation.
The first thing that you have to do is make that choice to jump. And guess what? Jumping is free. Abundance is free. Once you understand that opportunities are all around you and that you just have to be in the right mindset to accept them, then you're there.
Many times you want to know, how do you figure out what I'm good at? What are your skills? But here's some of the things to think about. Is number one, have you made money in the past? What are you really good at? What gets you excited? And you've got to get really clear about those core things that you want to strengthen your strengths and hire your weaknesses.
When you are launching a business, any business, it's going to take, work ethic. It's going to take, roll up your sleeves and do the work, because there's no shortcut. Work ethic comes with sacrifice. You'll sacrifice some things now, but it's not forever.
Introducing One and Done. Monetize your products, services, training programs, and content. Reach your audiences instantly, anywhere in the world.
Hello, my name is James Ditley. I'm an international speaker, business strategist, and philanthropist. If you're a speaker and you want to expand your business, if you want to increase your reach, if you want to bring your community together, you want to do it through One and Done. With the One and Done application, imagine you could take your live audience and put them in a virtual room where they can communicate with each other on a 90-degree angle. Imagine you can offer the tickets, you can give away your free gifts, you can offer your loyalty program, everything through One and Done. Get your One and Done app and get it today. Let's grow our business together and touch the world.
Head over to the App Store or Google Play and download One and Done today.
My name is Celia Colon. As a justice-impacted person myself, I know firsthand the magnitude of unprocessed trauma.
You gotta think positive, stay focused, make sure you have goals.
First and foremost, I'm grateful for my family, my new family.
Yeah. I love my life. I deserve the best. And I'm coming for the best.
Well, I'm back, and it's such a pleasure to see all these great show hosts. We have many more to come, but they're creating their original content. And I want you guys to know that we're producing these shows as well as all of the commercials you've seen, even the animation. And we're going to have shows that for children to impact their lives, a lot of comedy. We're producing our own movies as well. We are in the hit making business. But I want to transition now and introduce our first speaker of the day. This young lady I have a tremendous amount of respect for because for over 13 years, she has worked diligently, consistently at inspiring and transforming the lives of other people. Her work in teaching and motivation serves one purpose and one only, to prepare people to find their true potential and how to achieve their dreams and goals. She's a former corporate executive and destined for greatness. She and her former husband, or her late husband, and Mr. Irwin Portis, had built a distribution networks of over 110,000 individuals, over 110,000 people. They help empower to start their own business and has done it in over 6 different countries. Her entrepreneurial spirit, coupled with her passion and the joy she brings to every situation. This young lady is actually responsible for a lot of my success, and I really look up to her and I admire her. But she is a mother, and her son, Erwin Devon, is a teenager entrepreneur, a fashion designer, and musical artist who owns both Jimmy Burner, a fashion brand, and Jimmy Bolt, his musical company as well. But she's going to come before you and talk about leadership and a lot of other exciting, impactful things. I want to bring before each and every one of you guys, my dear friend, my colleague, Twyla Portis. Twyla, hello.
Hello there.
How are you today?
I am amazing. I'm awesome. How are you today?
I am phenomenal, and I'm going to sit back and take notes when you speak as usual. And I'm going to turn the screen over to you, ladies and gentlemen, Twyla Portis.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. Dentley, for that warm introduction. And I am truly enjoying the show today. It's been indeed a pleasure to be here. And thank you so much for the invitation, you and your beautiful wife, Kara. This Limitless conference has just been absolutely off the chain. And so today I have the extreme pleasure to talk to you guys about leadership and, the steps of becoming a great leader, and several things that I believe have helped me throughout my career in becoming, a leader. I think that sometimes we think that, you have to have it all together actually to become a leader. But I heard someone say, a few years ago, and it was very thought-provoking. And what they said was leadership is taking someone from where they are to where they've never been. Taking someone from where they are right now to where they have never been. And I was like, man, you know what? I was a leader a long, long time ago. And so I thought that was very interesting. And so I really want to share that with you guys today. That, leadership is taking someone from where they are to where they've never been. And so, guys, I've been in business over the last 25 years. I did, like most people, I went to school, I got a great education because I was looking to get a good job. And I remember, that one and only job that I had in corporate America. It was great. I loved it. I climbed the leadership ladder or the corporate ladder. But once I was where I couldn't go any further, I began to just not feel good about it. I began to feel sad. I began to feel trapped. And, I was in those 4 walls and I didn't feel, creative and all of those things. And so I took a leap of faith and started my own business. And it was a traditional business at that time. And I had some insurance experience because in my corporate job, I was a Medicare Medicaid coordinator. And so when I started my own business, it was an insurance agency. And I knew that I had developed some leadership skills, but this was something different, right? It was my own. And I knew that if I didn't sell something, I wouldn't eat. And so what happened was, I began to, to really work and connect and meet people and, pass out business cards and go to various functions and, and become that CEO that I needed to become in order for my business to be successful. And so there were a few other things, and I want to go through several steps of what I believe will help you become that leader, or even encourage you to strengthen those areas of leadership. And I believe that great leadership, number one, starts with a positive role model. You know, Mr. Dentley, you know, all the things that he and his team have been able to do, and the things that he's done over the years, he's become a great role model. And many of us are role models. And sometimes we're at the place where I don't really want to be a role model, but great leaders are role models. And so what happens is, you have great people skills, right? As a role model, you've done some great things, whether it's in your community, whether it is, in your business, whether it is in your family, you've done some incredible things. And so now you are a role model. You inspire other people. So I believe that great leadership, number one, starts with being a positive role model, right? Showing people that it's possible. Maybe your story, maybe you've not shared your story, but your story obviously will inspire someone else to say, you know what, that was me. I grew up in a single parent household, or I grew up, my mom and dad passed away when I was young. And so I was able to, to connect with the right people and do some great things. And so now, guys, you're a role model. That means that you've come from where you were to doing some great things. And so great leaders obviously, have great character, and they're able to, to commit to something and to commit to other people. And so the other thing I believe that great leadership encompasses is, you have to be optimistic and inspirational. Right? Great leaders are people who can inspire someone to go do something, not motivate, because motivation kind of goes away, but inspiration can stay for the long haul. And so, being optimistic, right? Telling people, hey, listen, you can do it. I believe in you. Right. I was building a business, and I remember talking to a gentleman, and I said, you know what? Not only do I believe in you, but I believe you, right? He was just sharing his goals and what he was going to do and how, he was going to impact his family. And I said, I believe you and I believe in you. And so just being optimistic, those are characteristics of great leadership, showing individuals what's possible. Having that you can do it, attitude, and them receiving and getting that confirmation. Also, inspiration, right? Sometimes you got to get out of the space that you're in to get that inspiration. I knew those four walls were closing in on me, so I had to get out of there, right, and get into the world. Even now, sometimes, I leave my home and I'll go to some of my favorite places to gain the inspiration, right, to take me to the next level. Sometimes there's certain books that I read to give me that inspiration that I need in order to take my business one level up, or take myself to the next level. So great leaders are inspirational, right? When people see you, are they inspired? Are they inspired by what it is that you do, right? Are they inspired by the things that you say, right? Are they inspired by the places that you go, the people that you're around? My first half of my life, was all about becoming successful, doing the things to bring the success. And now, that I'm embarking on 53, it is about being significant. So my leadership skills are constantly growing and getting better, because now it is about being significant. What are the things that I can do to be significant in the world? So now I've upped my philanthropy game, right? I'm doing more things in the community. I'm giving more, right? I'm finding ways that I can really inspire the world, right? So great leadership, guys, is about being inspirational, being optimistic, right? Being a positive role model. I tell people, in this world of social media with Instagram and Facebook, right? How are you showing up? Are you showing up with the right content, right? Are you showing up? Do you get on there when you're angry and you post all the wrong things? No, take a deep breath, count to 10 before you go post on Instagram or go post on Facebook, because, I didn't understand it, but I understand it now. It's social media bullying. Do you know the number of people that literally commit suicide because of social media bullying? I didn't get it. I'm like, how can somebody bully me on social media? But here's why. Because as a leader, right, people are following you. They're watching you. They're hanging on to every word that you say because they are inspired by you. So therefore, you have to be a positive role model. It's you have to be, right? So those are all, things. And, having, great leadership, having true concern. Guys, I don't care how you pretend, right? How you pretend. But people are very smart, and they know. They know when you're shucking and jiving. They know when you're pretending. They know when you're not sincere. They know when you're telling a lie, right? So you have to have true concern. As a leader, and even in my business that I'm a part of, I have a genuine love and concern for the success of the people that's connected to me. I have a genuine concern for the people that's connected to me. The reason that I keep going on a daily basis is because I understand that there are people who are watching, and there are people who are going to do it because I did it. And I'm not from a braggadocious place or a pumped up place. There are so many people that got it already attached to you. They are assigned to you. And because they're assigned to you, guess what? They are watching you, and there are times when people are going to talk to you, and what you say to them can make them or break them. In my career of home-based business and network marketing, I've gone to so many events after event after event, conference after conference after conference, and I get inspired, and there are people that I see and I say, man, I want to do that. I want to inspire, encourage people just like that, right? And so being a great leader, you always have to grow. You have to constantly grow. As Michelle Obama says, you got to constantly become. We're all becoming, right? And I saw it early in my career. There was a lady, and I said, man, she's good. I would watch her and I'd watch the people. And they were so inspired by her. And so was I. And man, I couldn't wait till she got off the stage, and I was able to make my way through the crowd. And I got up there and I said, man, I just love you. You're so great. The things that you do and what you say, and you've inspired me. And I was here and now I'm here. And when I tell you that it was the most painful experience that I had as a new person in the industry, I'll never forget it. She was very rude and very disrespectful, and I was crushed, guys. I was crushed. But it didn't break me. But it taught me what not to do. Because the feeling that I got from that, I didn't want anybody else to experience that feeling. And I said, if I ever made it in the industry and I became a big leader and I was on the big stage, I knew exactly what not to do. And so having a true concern and love for others is so important to becoming and being a great leader. And Roy, at the moment that I got there and people were wanting my autograph at the events, and they wanted to take pictures and wanted to ask me questions and wanted to say these kind things to me. And there were times, I gotta be honest, that I was in a hurry. There were times where it just wasn't time. But I was so cautious of how I spoke and what I said. And there were times I just grab them by the arm and say, hey, you got to walk with me because I got to get to the meeting. And like we would walk and talk, and I mean, and so true concern for others, because people are watching you and you are inspiring them. And they truly, truly need what it is that you have. Look at where you may be today. It was because of someone else, you know, that taught you, someone else that you listened to, someone else's book that you read, someone else's, you know, podcast that you listened to, someone else's video, cassette tape, CD. Now I'm dating myself, right? That you heard, that had a true concern and allowed you to get and be where you are today. So great leadership, true concern for others. And so, ladies and gentlemen, also, you got to challenge people. Great leaders challenge, right? Can you think about some of the coaches that you've had? Man, they challenged you. They pushed you. They also supported you, though. And they stretched you, but they didn't break you. See, sometimes big leaders, great leaders, have so much power that power can be used in a way will break your people. It'll break those followers. It'll break those team members, or it'll break that staff, you know? And so you have to really be careful to challenge them and even stretch them, but don't break them. Guys, leadership, there's such a thin line, right? There's a thin line between leadership and manipulation, right? The line is thin. Leadership and control. The line is thin. Because as a leader, you have followers, right? You have followers. They're going to follow you because they want what you have. They're going to follow you because they're inspired by who you are. They're going to follow you because, you know, there's an aura of success around you. They're going to follow you because you're a positive role model, because you're optimistic. So they're going to follow you. So leaders, you got to be careful to not manipulate, because the line is fine. You got to be careful not to control, because the line is fine, right? And you wonder how people have these, you know, thousands of people that follow them and are connected to them, and they will do what you say. They will do what you say. Even drink the Kool-Aid and die. That's an extreme, but it happened. Why? He was a leader. He was a leader. I wouldn't say he was a great leader, because he was a leader of manipulation and a leader of control. That's not what you want. That's not great leadership. Leadership doesn't break, but they stretch. And then they support. Okay. I happen to be blessed to be a part of a thriving band program years ago. And my sister was the twirler captain at that time. She said, hey, we got a new band director. Sis, we need you to come. We need a sponsor. We don't have a majorette sponsor. He's looking for a flag horse sponsor and a majorette sponsor. I was still working in corporate America then. And this school was the school I graduated from. So now my sister is a senior at this school. So I come in for the interview. I get the job as the majorette sponsor. I'm responsible for 20 girls that's on the majorette line, right? Teach routines, teach leadership, and all those things. And the band was very, very small. It was a very small band. And so this leader, this band director, created a system. And the system was such that I didn't even get it or understand it. But for summer, he would bring just the leaders back. Just the section leader, the majorette captain, the twirler captain, the flat court captain, and all the section leaders, the drum major and drum majorette. They would come back a week before the band. And during that week of just the what? Leaders, of the band would listen to Les Brown. Those leaders would listen to Think and Grow Rich. And I'm like, what does this have to do with band? Everything. It was all about creating leaders and leadership. And when that big band would come back, this band director had extensions of himself because he had already shaped them to think like he did. And so when those other band members would come back, those section leaders would take that band and they would work. And those majorette captains and co-captains would take those and they would work. And everybody would section off and work. And then when they came back, it was all good, right? It was all good. And so what's the moral of that story? The reason I share that with you guys is because leadership, it is about teaching others, giving them what you have, showing them, imparting in them, right? The gifts, the talent, the skill, the consistency of what it takes in order to grow. So that first year had a small band, but guess what? The next year, we were marching 100. We were marching 100. Why? Because we had such a core group of leaders and we became so successful and we looked so great and we won all the UIL competitions. We became what? Attractive. We became attractive and more people wanted to join. And it just grew. So the same will hold true for you. When you become a great leader, you become attractive and more people want to connect with you. They want to join you because there's a level of success about you and there's something good about you. And so people want to be a part of that. They want to be a part of that. And so all of these characteristics that we talked about are very, very important to becoming a great leader. Being fearless. Last night, as I was, just taking notes of the things that have helped me throughout my 25 years of being in business. I was like, Twyla, what are those things that helped you to become the leader that you are? I posted something funny on Facebook today about, names that you answer to. And one of these names that I answer to is the grace of network marketing. And one of my leaders gave me that name and said, man, you are the grace of network marketing. I said, well, what does that really mean? And he said, you always look to give people grace. I said, I like it. I'll take it, right? I'll take it. But being fearless, guys, you got to be fearless. You got to go after your goals. You got to go after your dreams. You got to work, right? You got to get out there. You got to grind. You got to make it happen. When I started my traditional business, I didn't have any customers. I had to go out there and be fearless and meet people and talk to them and tell them about my business, tell them what I had, why my business was, why they should come to me versus go to someplace else. So number one, you got to be fearless. You got to be fearless. Number two, you got to create a vision. Great leaders have vision. Great leaders have vision. As I was talking to James Dentley, and he was talking about his vision for the network, right? His vision for the philanthropy work that he does. And so great leaders, that's why he's such a great leader, because great leaders have vision and they grow their talent and their skill. Guys, you got to grow. You got to grow. I wish I could tell you that, you can be a great leader and you're going to, have a huge business and a big organization or whatever it is that you do. And you didn't have to grow. Doesn't happen. You got to grow. You got to increase your skill. You got to increase your talent, right? You got to learn and you got to grow. And so just take some time every day to grow. Take some time. I remember, when I was, say, what? Miss George, she was my English teacher. And boy, Miss George could speak. Man, she could articulate. Then she would mesmerize you with her words. I said, ooh, I want to be able to do that. I'm so inspired by her when she speaks and when she talks. I want to be able to do that. And guys, guess what happened? I had to increase my skill. I had to, increase my talent. I had to work on it. Work on it in the shower, work on it in the mirror, right? Listen to great speakers. How do they move their tongue? How do they move their mouth, right? How do they smile when they're talking, right? Their eyes, what is it, what do their eyes look like, right? Right? When they're walking through the audience, and, they're touching people on their shoulder and bringing them into the conversation. And so increase your skill, grow your talent. Number 4, you got to be driven. Great leaders are driven. They're driven. Sometimes it's less sleep, big sacrifice, less sleep. Guess what? It's just for a short period of time. It's not forever. Maybe it's for the first 90 days. Maybe it's for the first 6 months. Maybe it's for the first year, right? So guess what? You got to be driven. So in being driven, there's going to be sacrifices. There's things that you got to give up. Right? There's things that you got to give up. Great leaders feel good. So you may have to give up eating bad all the time, right? You may have to give up, watching TV all the time, right? There's certain things that you got to give up to become a great leader and to be driven. You've got to be driven. And number 5, you've got to have self-motivation, right? Self-motivation. Great leaders are self-motivated. Twyla, how do I become self-motivated? Your dreams, your goals that you have. And when it's your dream and your goal and it's going from your head to your heart, right? When you think about it, you get emotional. When you think about it, you cry. When you think about it, you want it so bad. Right? When there's nothing that's going to stop you from having it, you got to have it. That's your self-motivation. But when it's from someone else, then you're not going to be self-motivated because it's not you. It's not yours. That's why God gave you a vision. It's your vision. And sometimes other people don't get it. They don't understand it because it wasn't given to them. It was given to you. It was given to you. So great leaders are self-motivated. No one has to get me up in the morning. No one has to get me on my calls. No one has to tell me I got to book this flight and go here, or I've got to do this. I'm self-motivated. Why? Because I have big dreams and big goals. It was always my dream before I became a mother to retire my mom. That's always been a dream. Why? Because I would hear the stories. My mother started working when she was 5 years old, making sandwiches and putting them in this big wash tub and taking them out to the fields and picking pecans and hauling hay and picking figs and canning figs and all this. I said, I want to retire my mother. That's what I want. And so guess what? I was driven. I was self-motivated. Because I had my own set of dreams and goals. And then when my son was born, guess what? Everything I did was because I wanted my son to have a great life and lifestyle. Okay. And so great leaders are self-motivated. And in order to be self-motivated, you got to find that thing that's deep down in your belly. It's deep in your gut. It's your why. It keeps you up at night. It rolls you over. You do it when you're tired. You do it when you don't feel like it. Then that is the thing that's going to give you the self-motivation. That's what it is. It's going to give you the self-motivation that you need. And so, guys, I am so excited for your journey to becoming a great leader. I'm excited for your journey to live your bold life, to show up big every single day. I'm excited for you. And there's so many things, guys. The bigger the goal, the bigger the sacrifice. But as you grow as a leader, right, the more money you earn and the bigger leader you are, the more problems you're going to have and that you're going to face, right? The world is full of it. It's full of setbacks and it's full of disappointments. It's full of unexpectedcies. It's full of that. And so because you already know that it's full of that, and when it comes, guess what? It's not going to break you. It's just to be your setup, right? It's your setup for your come up. Is what it is. And so life happens, and it happens to all of us. And great leaders, they don't react or respond. They just take it in stride and keep moving, right? Or maybe you don't react, but you respond. Oh, the sky's falling. Oh my God, what am I going to do? Oh, really? Okay, well, what do we need to do in order to get to the next place, right? No reactions. Just leaders are thought out. They're thought provoking, and they're not overly emotional because they know that they carry a big responsibility. Leadership is having a huge responsibility. Guys, there are many times that I could just go AWOL on social media, right? We all get sick and tired of being sick and tired at times, but I'm a leader. So I have a responsibility because people are watching me, and I want to be that inspiration. I want to stretch them, but not break them, right? And so that's so important that the final thing that I'll say is that there has to be some humility as a leader. There has to be some humility. When Mr. Gently was introducing me and he said, she's responsible for my success. That was a lot. That was big humility because number one, I'm not responsible for his success. I introduced him to something that he put his skill and his talent to the grind. And because he did that, he has had tremendous success in that business. But his humility, because of the humility that he has, he said those words. And leaders, great leaders, they always have a level of humility because that humility doesn't take anything away from him in order to uplift someone else. It doesn't. And sometimes when you grow as a leader, there's so much success that's happening for you and there's greatness around you. Your level of humility could easily go out the window. Your ego could show up and, you're puffed up and it's all about me. You have to be careful of that. Be careful of that, guys, because I just believe that when you have strong leadership skills and you have shown up as an incredible leader and you have that piece of humility, it's so attractive, right? It's sexy for all the women out there, right? It's sexy. And for all the men out there, man, it's handsome when you have that humility and you are having so much success. It's very, very, very attractive. So guys, I hope that you got something out of today. I don't even know what time it is, honestly. But I'm so excited for you, and I'm excited for your future. And so I'm very honored to have been a part of this conference. Kara, this has been absolutely amazing. This Limitless 2021. What a name. What a name. I believe that we all have limitless potential. We all have limitless potential. Guys, if you'd like to continue to follow me, I do have a website, twylaportis.com, twylaportis.com. You can follow me there. You can obviously, tap in to the things that we do, and we'd love to spend more time with you. So thank you so much for the time that we've had today. God bless you. God bless your families. Guys, stay safe.
Well, Twyla, thank you so much for that incredible talk about leadership, and you definitely are that. And you've been doing this for quite some time. What do you love the most about what you get to do?
Wow, that is definitely a loaded question. I think what I love most, Mr. Gently, is just being able to inspire other people.
Yeah. Well, you operate with so much joy. You're like the happy, inspiring person of the group, always being helpful to people, no matter where they are in the United States. They can be in Africa, any parts of Europe. At a heartbeat, you're known to jump on a plane and go out there and serve and help them. What would you say let me ask you this. What would you want people to say about you? What would people say about you, do you think? This is a hard question for you, but I'd like to do the hard stuff. When we're no longer here, what do you want people to say about Twyla Portis?
This is so funny that you say that, because I'm writing a book called Leaving Earth.
Wow.
And in there is exactly what I want people to say, that she was a matriarch for the people. She truly loved people.
Yeah.
I think in this world, so much has happened. And over the last year, there's been so much more. And what you realize is that there are more people hurting than are really happy. And so everything that you say to someone can really change the feeling of what that person may be going through. So I've been doing this little exercise on Facebook and Instagram, and people that show up in my feed, whether I know them or not, I'll jump into their inbox and say, hey, I see you. I like what you're doing. I like what you do. Or, hey, I see you. Something about whatever their photo is that pop up, I go to their message, and man, it is amazing of the return messages that I get. And 9 out of 10 of them were not having a good day.
Wow. That's important. I once heard someone say, if you meet someone, they don't have a smile, give them one of yours.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah. So I got a couple other questions for you, because you actually didn't even go through your own time. Thank you for that. You definitely didn't go over. But let me ask you this, because there's more meat here. Tell us about your nonprofit. What are you doing with that now?
Absolutely. The E.W. Portis Foundation, we have a pinnacle event every year with our gala, and it's our scholarship gala that we do. And we reach back to the kids in the inner city schools, and we allow them to fill out the application to receive scholarship funds for college. And so we do that. And then each quarter, we go into several of the different homes of kids, teenage kids that are living in these group homes. And we do mentorship and training and things like that for them. As a matter of fact, this Saturday, March the 6th, I'm going back to the high school that I graduated from, and we are doing a big giveaway because of what happened with the winter storm here. And so we're doing that on March the 6th. But, James, when Erwin passed away, I was very, very, very sad, but I became very inspired because of the number of people that showed up at this man's funeral. Over 3,000 people showed up. And the number of flowers, there were so many flowers here that was just overwhelming. And I said, he touched the lives of so many people.
Yes.
If I could just do half that, I would be doing really good. And so we launched the foundation in his honor, the E.W. Portis Foundation, because he was such a teacher. He's a teacher by trade, but he also was just a teacher everywhere he went. And so that foundation is near and dear to us. It's near and dear to our hearts and what it represents. We love that we're able to give back to the up and comings, and the kids are our future. And so our foundation is truly doing some good things, and we want to do more.
Well, that's incredible. And you are doing some great work. As a matter of fact, one of the shows that we're going to have on JD3 TV will encompass different foundations and nonprofits and showcase the great work they're doing to encourage other people to pitch in and help, because we all just a little bit can make a really, really big difference. So we're in discussions about a production of having a show. You have any idea about what, I mean, you guys, it's so rich, so many things, so many directions you can go. You have any idea about what you want to bring to the public?
Sure. I actually, I do a morning inspirational call that I do every morning, and it's called the MIC, and it just simply stands for Morning Inspirational Call. I did it for 10 years straight, Monday through Friday, and got a little burned out, James, and I brought it back to Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7:30. That would be something that I think would be awesome. If there's a space for that, or the Mentor Me Biz Academy is something else that if there was a space for that. The one thing that I know for sure is that there are individuals that are coming behind us, meaning the millennials and the Gen Z, the Generation Z. My son falls in the generational Z. But there are many young men and women that I've met because of him that fall into the early millennial stage. And because they're quite different, back in, my sister and I were having this conversation, because when I was growing up, everybody was reaching back saying, the kids are our future. You are the future. But now that these young people, they are doing things a whole lot different than we did, right? And so people like us are not, in my opinion, reaching back to them as we should, because we already feel like they're lost, because they've got tattoos and they twerking and they got this going on and that going on, but they are really great humans, with a lot of great creative ideas. They becoming influencers, and now they have companies that are paying them to market their product or service, because they've got all these followers and people are listening to them. And my son's girlfriend is one of them. And I'm just blown away by the monthly income that she earned from these companies because she posts their product on her social media.
Yeah.
Quite amazing.
Yeah, that is so incredible. And you're absolutely right. I mean, every generation, they get smarter and smarter, but now because of the technology, it's just growing exponentially. Our son is 8 years old. When I was 8, I was climbing trees and scaling buildings. He's coding. He's got over 3,000 views on YouTube. I don't have 3,000 subscribers on YouTube.
Amazing. It's amazing.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And they are our future. And so I say that the Mentor Me Biz Academy is because, as great as they are, there's still a lot that they don't know. They're making all this money, but they don't know that they're getting a 1099 and that they're going to have to file their taxes. They don't, when they sign that W-9, that means, hey, I'm paying you. You better put some money away, So there's a lot of things that, they don't really understand credit because they've got so much cash and they're just, paying for things with cash. And there's just a lot of things that, that we can give them. And in addition to, love and support. So I'm excited about that.
Well, I'm thinking of this name, MIC, Morning Inspirational Call. Can be drop the mic or don't drop the mic. I don't know. I'm just kind of twirling around in my brain. You know how I think. I want to thank you for being part of the show and sharing your insights on leadership. You're a true winner and such an inspiration, and a person that's created success stories, but also knows how to overcome adversity. And now you've gone on to build an incredible business at 8 figures. And I'm honored because of you and you saying yes. My family gets to live life just a little bit better. So you're a part of JD3 TV, not just in the family, but in the creation of it. Because without your yes, we may be doing something a little bit different. So I'm forever grateful. and thankful that you showed up. And I look forward to talking to you very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, Twyla Portis, we're going to have a short commercial, and I'm going to bring back before you Lisa Lieberman Wang. Thanks, Twyla.
Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Woo! Are you ready for some good information? Well, I'm going to disappoint you. I'm not here to inform you. I'm here to transform you. You have to change the way you act towards your money. Learn new norms and habits for saving, spending, and investing. So how do you do that? You have to transform your financial DNA. Each letter in wealthy represents a principle. It's not that complicated. You just got to do it. Wealth mindset. E, entrepreneurship. A, asset management. L, leave a legacy. T, tithing and philanthropy. H, healthy living. And Y, you are in control. You have to change the way you feel about your money. You have to protect it because it is valuable.
If there was a way that I could say how great you could be, would you listen to me? And if there was a price that you could pay that would give you the life that you seek, would you be willing to pay that price today? And if there was some work that you could do, would you roll up your sleeves, even though the work is on you? And if there was a promise of silver and gold, of pleasures and treasures and fortunes untold, would you do what it takes no matter how tough? Would you dare never quit when the going gets rough? Would you build something great? Would you let it build you? You're focused on your goal, but there's something else you must do. Because while you're building your dream, the dream has to build you. So if there was a way that I could say how great you could be, would you listen to me?
Hi, I'm Tony Davis.
And I'm Nicole Davis.
And we are excited to announce our brand new series,
Family Futures Today, a show that deals with rebuilding relationships, strengthening leaders, and helping couples become better parents.
As marriage and family mentors, it is our desire to be instrumental in helping people establish relationships that are holistic and complete.
Both at home and in the marketplace.
Because we know that marriage done right
is hard work, but it's worth it.
Hey, welcome back, and we are still just getting started. I have the pleasure of introducing our next guest speaker, Lisa Lieberman Wang. Lisa is the #1 best-selling author of the book Brand New, Become the Expert, and Fine, F-I-N-E, to Fab. Her book, Fine, has helped thousands of individuals, professionals, entrepreneurs, business owners, consultants, coaches, and life coaches as well, to build the business and life that they love and being fab. She's going to explain all this in a moment, but she has been featured because of this book on every major publication and television stations from ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox, and been seen by millions of people and recognized as one of the top 25 leading women entrepreneurs. And she's helped so many people create 6 to 7-figure incomes and revenues for themselves and their business. She has brought millions to the table for Fortune 500 companies, but before now, you wouldn't have known that she is fab. She's worked with Tony Robbins for over 25 years as a platinum partner and was a senior leader with Tony Robbins. She's spoken at some of the most prestigious stages. Blue Cross Blue Shield is one of the major companies that she represents, the Navy, Women Leading the Future. And she's coached thousands of highly successful business leaders and managers in their leadership roles, relationships, and in their mindset, most importantly. She is a professional speaker. She's trained over 125,000 entrepreneurs live in person over the last 25 years. You guys are in for a treat. She's trained them on wellness, leadership, sales, and marketing strategies to grow themselves, their businesses, and their minds. She's done over $60 million in personal sales in her prior corporate career. She's led countless professionals to multi-million-dollar businesses, including herself. Her expertise reaches every aspect of business and of life. Ladies and gentlemen, let me bring to the front of this to this platform, Lisa Lieberman Wang. Hello, Lisa.
Hi, James. Super excited to be here. Thank you.
You're excited. I'm excited. First of all, I want to just say to everyone out there that your husband is as a friend. The day I met him, we became friends. We were trapped in a storm in New York, and all he did was talk about his wife, Lisa. So your reputation precedes you because, we've been knowing each other just a little while now. And I tell you, I'm just so proud and so excited about the great work you do because you're making a difference. But I want us to keep Yardley in our hearts, minds, and prayers as he is recovering in hospital, and I'll let you go further if you like to, but I want to turn this platform over to you because you have a lot to share. And ladies and gentlemen, get on the edge of your seat, pen in hand, because the thing is to put this information in ink. Lisa, I turn it over to you.
Thank you, James. Thank you. It's my husband is right now in the hospital for 35 days. It's been 5 weeks with COVID, double pneumonia, and he had a heart attack while he's there. And God is good, and we've gotten him out of ICU. He was in regular units, and he's improving. They put a stent in his heart, and he's starting to walk again. And it's a journey, and I feel blessed to be here and know that there's no coincidence of what we do and why we do it. And one of the missions I've had is to touch more lives than Oprah by helping people who help others. And as my husband inspires me to continue to be here and do what we do, I am looking forward to inspiring you to take action, to take your goals, dreams, your aspirations, and make it work for you so you actually can help others with your gifts. So with no further ado, we're going to talk about Mastery to Millions. You're one conversation away. And I don't think that's the way we want to show the slide. We'll show it a little bit differently. In presentation view might be better so that we're not ahead of the game. So we need to change that out there. But Master to Millions, you're one conversation away, is 7 secrets you must know to build your business in today's economy. And the challenges for businesses today is that you can have a great product or service and no one's buying what you have. And you may be spending money on social media ads without results and thinking everybody else is doing it. I can do that. That would work. And then you find out you're not getting what you want. Or you're going live on social media without a following. Most people don't realize if you had 1,000 followers, you're lucky if 3 to 5% of the people that you're connected to ever see what you do. And you may be putting things out there thinking, oh, I'm going to spend all this time and energy. I'm going to figure out the right thing to say. I'm going to do a video. I'm going to put these posts out, and you spend all this time creating memes, which is an image with words on it, and then you find crickets, like no one's even seeing it. You don't realize that. Or maybe you don't even have a proven plan that works and you're trying to do everything and nothing's really working because you listen to one person one day, then another person another, and you keep thinking eventually this will work. Well, you're not alone if you're in this position because a lot of people are dealing with this. And I'm going to share with you today some proven principles that do work, that are not theory, that you're going to be able to apply immediately to get results. Now, if you are shaking your head, if you're scratching your head saying, what do I need to do? This is so confusing. Put in the chat over there, yes, I know what you're talking about. I've been there before, because you would not be the only one. And the thing is that there actually is an answer, and the answer is implementing Mastery to Millions. I encourage you to take out a piece of paper and a pen right now. If you've been listening, but not actively listening, you're going to want to draw a line in the middle. And on one side, I want you to write down the actionable steps that you're going to take that you can apply immediately to get results. On the other side, I want you to put the value of what it's worth, because what I'm going to give you is worth millions. At least it was to me and my clients that work with me, and I know that it can be to you too. Master to Millions came out because of the fact that I was with some of my clients. We went to an event, we flew to another state, we spent thousands of dollars. They were going to teach us how to create these $1 million a year businesses. Now I already have 2. And I was with my clients. I said, look, I always believe we can learn something. When we got there, it lacked luster. We really didn't have anything actionable we can do. And we realized there had to be more. So what happened is we were getting on the plane, and we had 3 of my clients with me. They said, Lisa, we're spoiled with you. When you give us stuff, we can actually do something with it and we get results here. Unless we spent another $30,000, we're not getting anything. I said, I understand. They said, what is it you did that every business you started, you were able to make it 6 figures the first year. And I literally sat down, because we own 4 businesses today, my husband and I sat down and said, what is it that we did that duplicated over and over again that created 6-figure businesses? Realized most businesses take 5 years before they make 6 figures. And it takes usually 5 times the net. So if you want to build a business that makes you 100,000, you may need to invest $500,000. But that was never my situation. I was able to do it on a shoestring. And I put this together, and this is what I'm going to share with you. Mastery to Millions, you're one conversation away, starts with number 1, your mindset. And then it starts with taking massive action. Number 2, modeling success, not recreating the wheel, finding out what works and making it work, measuring what you're doing, measure, manage, adjusting, control, managing what you're doing, knowing what to delegate, eliminate, or automate, marketing and innovation. There is not one thing that's really new. It's about innovation and how you market it that actually makes you stand out and be the expert, and masterminding, finding like-minded people to be able to mastermind what you're doing and grow from there. These 7 things are like needed in any business. And what I'm going to do in the time together, I'm going to dive into the first 3, and then I'm going to show you at the end how to get it all. So I can't wait to do that. So as we move forward, if you want a copy of this presentation, you can just text 90210, the word find to fab, and you can have an opportunity to get the PowerPoint and also an opportunity to win my book, Brand You, Become the Expert. It's a step-by-step guide to create more clients more often for more people, for more sales. So we're going to go right into the next one from here. So realize that the first thing we need to do is have mindset. Well, what is mindset? Well, it's the 6 inches between your ears. It's the 6 inches that actually makes a difference of your success or your failure. Realize that your income is in direct proportion to your beliefs. Now look at the word beliefs. Write down in the chat. There's a word in the middle of the word belief. What is it? I want you to write it in the chat. The word is the lies we tell ourselves, right? What a lot of times people don't even realize that the mind doesn't know the difference between what's real or vividly imagined. So if you tell yourself something often enough, you'll believe it to be true. So if you say that business is hard, you'll find it's very challenging to build it. If you say it's easy, you'll find it's easy to do that. Know that success is 80% psychology and 20% skills. That means that the 6 inches is controlling your business. And you want to be aware of that, because most people are spending time learning mechanics and skills versus understanding they need to invest in themselves and get their mind in order. So when we do that, the most important project you'll ever work on is yourself. And when you're working on yourself, realize that that is the best investment you'll ever work on, because you are your business. You know, I can tell just by speaking with someone for a couple of minutes if they're actually succeeding or not, if they're weighing on what's wrong or they're weighing on what's right, if they're seeing the opportunity or they're seeing the disadvantages. They all work together. And know when you represent yourself, you're holding up a sign that says ABC Company. Now, the challenge is when you're doing that, if you're holding this sign up and you're saying ABC Company, there's about 1 million other people in your industry holding up the same exact sign. And you need to learn how to stand out from the competition. There's something called marketing myopia. And what that is the person you want to be, everybody's holding up the same sign next. Everyone's holding up the same sign. And it says, you know, I'm an expert, I'm an expert, I'm an expert. But if you're a life coach, if you're in mortgage, if you're in finance, if you're in certain kind of business, and you're all holding up the same sign, they don't recognize how you're different. So you want to know that businesses suffer from marketing myopia. And there's on the slide. Yes, you want to be able to show that you're unique. And by doing that, you have to start focusing not on the products, but instead on the customer. Because here's what happens. Most people look at things as the perspective of what the customer needs and not what they want. And you want to understand the business you're in is filling their wants and desires. And when you can do that, you'll stand out. The challenge is most people are focusing on what they need versus what the consumer needs. And you have to differentiate yourself from others. On the next slide, you'll see that, you know, like James says, I've been blessed to be on ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox, you know, all the different stations, and to be able to get out there. And I did it because I figured out the secret sauce. You need to be the expert. You don't want to be in a sea of mediocrity with everyone else saying the same exact thing. There's something you do better than anyone else in the world, and your job is to figure out what that is and do it. And when you do, People want to hear what you have to say. Today, I'm going to show you mindset, how to position yourself, how to get out there, how to identify who wants what you have and how to sell it, and even how to sell it for a premium so that you can create a multiple 6- and 7-figure business. So brand you, become an expert is part of this. And when I wrote that book with my business associate, it was really about creating a personal, unique brand that allows you to charge a premium, because people are buying you, not your product. Now, if we look at this, I'm going to give you an example. If I said to you right now, I sell shovels. I sell shovels. Would you like to get a shovel? You're going to say, no, Lisa, I don't want a shovel. Well, okay, now I'm going to give you another scenario. Let's make believe you live in a state where it's very cold, there's 3 feet of snow outside, and you can't get out your door, and you need a shovel. And I say, oh, you want to get outside? I sell shovels. Do you want a shovel? And you're going to go, yes, I want a shovel. See, the difference is a lot of times I find people are selling shovels instead of a way to get out. It's not about your product or what you're doing. It's about what you do for that client. Is if you have, they all have a sign underneath their face saying WIIFM, which means what's in it for me. And we need to learn to market to people, not about selling shovels, but selling them what they want. They want to get out, right? They want to shovel their way out. They don't want the shovel. They want to get out. When we understand how we're marketing ourselves, everything changes. Then, I have a gift for you. If you'd like to get it, go to Brand You, become an expert. And I actually will give you an opportunity to get my book for free. You just cover the shipping. And when you get there, you're going to see that there's a bonus where the best salespeople outweigh all the other salespeople, 57 to 1 on how to sell anything, anywhere, to everyone. But I'm going to tell you the even better part. At the end, I'm going to show you how to get everything. So there's one person I love to share with you, Lisa Archer. Lisa came to me years ago because she had spent 5 years trying to build a business. And she is a nurse. She's a director of nursing, has hundreds of nurses working for her. And she started a leadership program next. And it turned out that when she'd come to me, she totally didn't value her product, didn't know how to market the product. She was selling shovels instead of solutions. And when we started working together, we need the next slide, please. When we started working together, it turned out that I said, first, I realized that what she did was she needed to market herself differently. So we changed how we marketed her, and we created the Nurses Institute for Leadership. Already that sounds better than Leadership for Nurses, right? And then we took her pricing and we actually increased it by 400%. And we taught her how to market to her consumers' needs and wants, not just what she thought they needed, but what they wanted, because people will buy that sweet spot. And when we did, she had her first signature Talk That Sells. She ended up getting 6 new clients, made over $12,000 by branding her and becoming the expert. If we could go to the next slide, that would be awesome. We're gonna keep going from here. Okay, we've passed that already, and we're up to Lisa. We can go to Brand You, Become the Expert. And this is Lisa, who I was talking about, who did Nurses Institute for Leadership. The way you do this is you let go of your limiting beliefs. When you let go of your limiting beliefs, everything changes. Whether you believe, I don't have the resources, I don't have the time, I don't have the money, I don't have the know-how. We have all these limiting beliefs that will do that. I encourage you right now to write down 1 or 2 things that you say to yourself on a daily basis. I remember there was a time that I wasn't pretty enough, skinny enough, rich enough. It didn't matter what I did. It was never enough, right? What's your limiting belief that gets in your way from taking action? Do you think you need to know more? Are you inundating yourself with every kind of thing out there saying, okay, I'm going to learn, but you forget that you have to do? What is it you're doing to yourself? Are you saying, oh, I can't ask for the money because you have a limiting belief on how much you're worth or what people would value? Realize that every one of these is all part of your mindset. We need to work on there. So let go of your limiting beliefs, anything that's holding you back. Start setting goals. Goals are super important. Write down right now in your business how much money you'd like to make this year. This year, 2021, how much money do you want to make? Put it in the chat. If you have a number, is it 50,000? Is it 100,000? Just put down the number. Whatever number you wrote, I want you to cross it off and then double it. That's right, double it. I've learned to double my income every year with this little simple thing. See, your mind doesn't know the difference between what's real or vividly imagined. So if you tell yourself something often enough, it believes it to be true. If you tell yourself that you can make six figures. If you tell yourself you can make $500,000, if you tell yourself you can make $1 million, your mind doesn't care about how, it just needs to know what and why. When we create the what and why, the how will follow, but you need to first have the goal. So set a goal. The next is you want to see the future in advance. You want to see it as if it's already happened, not I hope I will, when I will, or this may happen. It's already happened. It has to be engraved in stone, because again, your mind believes it to be true. So if you put it in there, it'll happen. I remember when I said to my husband, I said, Handsome, I call my husband Handsome. I said, Handsome, I'm going to do 7 figures this year. And he just looked at me and he said, okay. Because he knows when I said I was going to do 6, I said I was going to do $250,000, $500,000, $750,000. Every time I put out goals, I did it. And it's just because I put it out there, and the how ended up coming to me. You need to be investing in yourself. This is so important. One of my dear friends, Sharon Lecter, who wrote the book with Kiyosaki, Think and Grow Rich for Women. Excuse me, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. And she also wrote Think and Grow Rich for Women by Napoleon Hill. I said, Sharon, what would be the best investment for people today in this economy? We're in what they call a winter economy during a recession. What's the best investment? And she said, Lisa, the best investment we can do right now is for people to invest in themselves. And that is truly the best investment you can do. And I have been doing that for decades. So this is me and Tony Robbins. Back years ago, I don't know that you'd recognize me today as being the same person, but I have all these successful things happening. And I remember someone once said to me, oh, well, you were born with a silver spoon in your mouth. I said, not quite. I actually grew up in a very dysfunctional family, like many other people, had dealt with date rape and also other abuse and things happening. And fortunately, a very dear friend of mine introduced me to Tony Robbins, and I've been able to work with him now for 27 years. I happen to be a platinum partner with Tony as well as a trainer for him. And I had made a decision to invest in me, as he said it was important to do that. And everyone he ever mentioned in his notes, in his trainings, or anyone I met along the way, like James and Les Brown and Mark Victor Hansen and Byron Katie and Dr. Bandler and Grinder and all these other people and Guru Singh and anyone, if they were still alive, I decided I needed to learn from these people personally. I was going to go out and master it, and I did. And to this day, that investment is over $1.3 million in my education in the last 30 years. Now, here's what I found. If you don't believe in investing in yourself, you probably have a hard time asking other people to invest in themselves, because we do what we believe and we become mirrors of our own reality with other people. So instead of asking people and thinking you're charging them money or thinking that you're getting something, first realize that you help people. When you change your mindset to be asking for something as if you're getting it, and find a way to add even more value to other people, change your language from I do something to I help, and then identify who it is specifically that you help. Who is your ideal client avatar? Now, let me define to you what an ideal client avatar is, because I think most people get this very wrong. Your ideal client avatar is someone who can afford your services, gets it easily, and they're fun to work with. Now, I know that you may be in a business where you may say, well, my clients are anywhere between 30 to 65 years old. Well, that's not an ideal client. An ideal client is knowing specifically who is the most profitable, who gets it, who will say yes the most often. Not everyone. The challenge is when you sell to everyone, no one hears you. When you find out and you look for people who are buying, then you can actually deliver to those people and sell to those people. Most people are out there too vague on their offers. So here's what I'm going to tell you. Your ideal avatar, you should know so well that you can find them in a crowd. And what I mean by that is this. My ideal avatar, I call her Samantha. She's 45 years old. She's successful in some areas, not with herself. She's been making 6 figures for years. And she finally realized she wants to be able to live her purpose. And she knows it's not as an employee, it's as an entrepreneur, but she's never built a 6-figure business, but she's made 6 figures in corporate. And she says, I want to parlay this over to my career. I want to be able to do this. But what happens is she's a type A personality. She's very hard on herself. As smart as she is, she's not smart enough. And as much as she has is never enough. She's always looking at what she does wrong, not what she does right. She spends her money on nice things, but she wants a good deal. She's very into personal development and personal growth. So she's always learning new things. She totally is amazing and supporting everybody else and is the best helper. She's always there for her kids, and now her kids are finally getting out of school. She's going, it's my time. I want to do something now. Now I can invest in me. But it's really hard for her to do that because she's so good doing for others, but herself is an issue. If what I just described to you, you can relate to, you say, oh my God, I'm Samantha or I'm Sam, whatever the case is, you want to know your avatar that well so that you know where to go to find them. The challenge is you may be out there talking to people and people may be saying no to you and you feel like they're rejecting you. They're not rejecting you. 1, you may not be speaking to the right person. 2, you may be offering chocolate chip cookies and they like oatmeal raisin. Well, what do I mean by that? It's like so often we're out there talking to people and we're offering the wrong product. So they're just saying no to the oatmeal, no to the chocolate chip cookies, or no, they need more information, or no, not now. Understanding the sweet spot between understanding what they want and what they need is the way you're going to get to their heart. Most of the time we're selling shovels. We have to stop selling shovels, and we have to sell them what they want, which is a way out. When you find that sweet spot, you get to their heart. Know that people buy for emotional reasons and they justify on logic. You need to understand who you're speaking to so well that you can sell them what they want and give them what they need. Know, though, there are 4 natural defenses that every single buyer has, every client has. First, they need to trust you. Well, if they don't trust you, that's why I said they buy you first. The second is they have to have a need. Now, just because they have a need doesn't mean they have a want. I'll give you an example. My mom is amazing. She owns businesses, very successful for years and years and years. But my mom ended up getting very heavy. She was 265 pounds, 5'5.5", and she ended up with diabetes. She needed to lose weight, but she didn't want to lose weight. So it didn't matter that she needed it. It wasn't until the diabetes became really bad and other things happened that she said, I want to lose the weight. And when she made that decision, she wanted help. And then it wasn't that she always needed it, but now she wanted the help. And there was a sense of urgency because the diabetes was getting bad. What I'm sharing with you is my mom lost 135 pounds because she trusted me. She needed it, but she wanted help. And there was a sense of urgency. Here's what we have to do. We need to identify those 4 natural defenses of our ideal clients so we can overcome them to help them want to do business with you. One of my clients, Vinu, we've been friends actually for about a decade already. And it was interesting. She had known me. She didn't really know what I did. We were friends through the Tony Robbins world. We're both trainers for Tony. And what's funny is that she had so many of her own limiting beliefs around, can she invest in herself? Is she worth it? And all the other stuff. And when we got through that, she always trusted me. She did have a need. She wasn't sure if she wanted help, and there was no sense of urgency. And all of a sudden one day she's talking to me about somebody else giving her a quote. And I said, well, I do that. What he's asking is good for him, but not for you. We start talking. Long story short, she decides to start working with me in my platinum program. And within 5 weeks, she made $72,000 when we changed what she was saying, how she was saying, the beliefs she had around it. Within the first 6 months, she made over 6 figures, and something that used to take her a whole year, she's already done in 6 months. Here's what I'm going to tell you. You want to understand what you're doing, how it's showing up personally and professionally, who you're marketing to, where they're at, what their mindset is, and how to market succinctly. That's mindset. The second thing is taking massive action. And how do you do that? Well, you start by creating a plan. You need to know where you're going to be. Look at your business, not just where I said, what's your goal this year? Let's go 3 years out. How much do you want to make in the next 3 years, then 2 years, then 1 year? And then what are the steps we have to do monthly, weekly, daily to get there. And a lot of times people confuse result producing activities with activities. So if you're doing administration work or you're in an educational program, you're doing it, that's not result producing activities. Result producing activities are things that make the register ring ka-ching. Okay. So if the register is ringing ka-ching, it's like, yes, that means that you're making money. That's result producing. 80% result producing, 20% administration. And then we have to identify what is it we need to do to delegate, automate, or eliminate. And if it's under $25 an hour, it's not your job. Then we want to look at result producing as the 3 C's. That is, conversations create cash. You know, who do you know who? I love that line. Who do you know who? When you start talking to people, what conversations can you have that can create cash with people who are potentially back your clients, people who you already could be joint ventures with, people who could be affiliates with, people who already have your client in their waiting room. All these people are conversations that create cash. And then you want to identify leverage. We're going to go back one. Leverage of OPP, other people's people. There's 2 things. There's other people's people, and then there's also another one that I like to talk about, which is called, I do have it. Okay, so other people's people. So other people's people is all about identifying who that ideal client is, what's the problem you're solving, what is it they want help with, and who's already doing business with that person. When we can identify that, now you're working smart and not hard. Right now, put a goal for yourself on that paper to write down 100 people that are already doing business with your ideal client. Because what you can do is you can start aligning with them. Maybe you're in a business where you're dealing with finance and you can actually work with accountants or lawyers that are already dealing with your client. Maybe you're in a business where you're doing mortgages and you can deal with realtors that are working with your client. Maybe you're in the business of coaching and life coaching or business coaching or mentorship or mindset coaching, and you realize, well, these people may be in the mindset of loving meditation or yoga or other things. And there are people where you know them so well, you know where they're going, you know who to partner with. So when you do that, you'll have experiences like my client Brenda did. Brenda is a transformative neuro Reiki master next. And she actually part-time during COVID, she calls me up. She goes, everybody's giving everything away. What am I going to do? I said, Brenda, you're not everyone. And this was last year. And last year, working part-time 2020 in the heat of COVID, when everybody in her industry who all were giving it away, I said, just stay with me, hun. You don't have to give it away. Give and ask. Learn to do this. She made her best year ever while homeschooling 3 boys. She ended up doing over $130,000 in revenue part-time. That's amazing. Why? We had the right mindset. She took massive action. She found her clients were already at all these yoga studios and gyms and meditation places. And she partnered with them and said, how can I add more value? How can I give more to your community? Let's see what we can do together. And when she did, look what happened. It was absolutely amazing. Then what I want you to do in massive action is OPS. That's other people's stages. Other people's stages. There are other people that are doing summits or on YouTube TV, online TV, that are having events that, even though we're not doing live events like we were before, they're still having stages. A stage is anytime you get to speak to other people's people, and whether it's across the table, we're shaking hands, or we're actually on a stage, these are opportunities. You can click next. These are opportunities to do there. Here, I'm actually in Maryland in front of 10,000 people teaching them. The next one, I'm in Miami and I'm speaking to thousands of people. Then I'm in the airline arenas in front of 25,000 people and having them raise your hand right now like I am. Raise your hand. And I want you to pat yourself on the back, because just being here, you deserve to pat yourself on the back because you're doing something for you most people never do, right? Investing in you. But finding other people's stages that you are then the authority, you're the expert. How can you put yourself there that you're the expert and people want to have what you have, do what you're doing, and be able to follow you? When you do that, you change everything. And that's the goal of what we need to do, is position ourselves as the expert. The third thing we're going to talk about is modeling success. You know, I learned a long time ago, I do not want to recreate the wheel. I do not want to spend time, energy, or money trying to figure something out. That is just way too hard. And I found the best way to be successful is to find people that are already doing it, that have a proven system that you can follow. And when you have a proven system, it's not theory. So within Mastery to Millions, you're one conversation away. I created this proven system, and I sat back and I said, well, what is it that's happening? What is it that you have to do to be successful? And what I found is, one, you had to be the expert. And you needed to be confident. And I couldn't believe how many people are so gifted, so talented, have all this experience and education, but they're not even confident in what they're delivering. So I created this confidence IP to help you figure out what is it that makes you you and makes you different. What's a differentiator between you and others? And then understanding who your ideal client is. We touched on it, but when I go into ideal client, oh my God, you're going to find out I go to the nth degree, because I found people are spending too much time, energy, and money fishing in the wrong pond. And if you're fishing in a pond that's dry and doesn't have your ideal client, you can be there, 100 hours a week and still not make any money. You need to know who you're marketing to. When you know your target, everything changes, all your decisions change, and you'll find you can become profitable with less energy, less time, and having the right resources. And then creating a sensational soundbite. A sensational soundbite is getting your message out and being heard. So often people are over there, they have this elevated pitch, but they're not talking the right language to get people to identify who it's for, what's the problem you're solving, what's the advantage and benefit of working with you. And a call to action is something I talk about in my book, Brand You, Become the Expert, as well. But it's something I teach all the time in Mastery to Millions, because you really need to have a sensational soundbite. And then having a program that's unique. If you're trading time for money right now, and if I said to you, well, how much do you want to make an hour? And you say, well, I want to bill it $125 an hour. Well, okay, where'd you get that number from? Are you comparing to somebody else? Are you comparing time to value? Because when you stop and you no longer trading time for money, but you're trading it for value, for experience, for knowledge. It reminds me of the story of the guy. There's a company that hear this banging in the machine and it's not working. They call this engineer in, and the engineer comes in. He sees something's loose. He takes out a screw gun. He puts in a screw and he says to them, $1,000. They said, you were here a minute, $1,000? He said, yeah. He said, 99 cents for the screw and $999 and a penny for knowing where to screw it. The idea is that you need to understand that you have information that's worth something. You shouldn't be trading time for money. You can create a program around what you do with helping people get from where they are to where they want to be. When we put together programs, we change the game. We are now changing what we're offering and what the outcome is. And that's a huge thing. And then a signature talk that sells. So many people are into inspirational, motivational talks, but they're not giving value. And not giving value is a mistake. They're saving their best stuff for last, and they wonder why they don't make money. They have to give it first. And then how do you create funnels so that people will want to work with you and have money coming in while you're sleeping, so that you're generating different clients and revenue, and having landing pages and knowing how to promote your programs online and off. And I think one of the most important things most people miss is $1 million close, where you get someone who's interested in talking to you, but you don't even know how to enroll them in your program. Well, I realize you need proven systems. And you know what? You have your own proven system, I'm sure, in helping somebody get from where they are to where they want to be. Oliver came to me because Oliver actually owns a construction business. He's quite successful. I won't break anonymity because he said this is allowed to be said. Oliver's worth over $100 million in real estate. He is brilliant. He has his own construction company. But one thing Oliver didn't know how to do is to be able to, he wanted to build a program to teach you how to create wealth with multifamily real estate. So he came to me, the expert, in how to create programs and talks and to be able to do that, because that's my gift. Well, Oliver's first talk, he enrolled his first client for $5,000. See, Oliver knew how to build construction and how to buy properties, but he didn't know how to do this. What is it you do? What is it that your secret sauce does that says, I can do this and I want to help people do this and I want to know how to build a package and a program and to market it? That's the thing, is when you have a proven system, you can go out and people will pay for a proven system versus a concept. So another important part in modeling success. The next is leveraging OPE, other people's experience. You know, whether I was learning from Zig Ziglar or Keith Cunningham, Frank Kern, Kevin Nations, all these people, Tom Hopkins, that I have been fortunate to be able to train from personally. I've learned that other people's experience will never replace it. When I wrote the book Find to Fab that James mentioned before, I was so excited. I brought it to Tony, and Tony's saying, our friend caught the picture, says, "Oh my God, you said you were going to write the book." He was so excited, and so was I to share it with him, because Tony saw me when I was super challenged and no longer wanted to be on this earth, to where I am today, serving a greater good. And the blessing in all that is that other people's experience, you don't have to recreate the wheel. I have learned from Tony for 27 years of what works and doesn't. I have been in every single role within his events, from crewing to volunteering and leadership to senior leader to trainer, platinum partner, investing in his programs and everything else. And I've done everything there as well with everybody else that he ever talked about. And know that this is all about other people's experience. You do not have to reinvent the wheel. There are people like the people you've been learning from all weekend that have already done it, and you need to identify someone who you can follow so you can do it too. So with that being said, I'm going to talk to you about even creating a signature talk. Like I said, so many people are out there and they think they can do a signature talk, or they're giving information, but they don't understand value. Just in what I shared with you already, we talked about mindset, 80% psychology, 20% mechanics. We talked about beliefs, whether your beliefs are the lies you tell yourself, you can do it or you can't do it. We talked about marketing myopia, how you're probably selling to your own fears, and know you can be selling. Your fears can be constructive or destructive, so you never want to seek advice from them. We talked about the fact that even in mindset, that if you think it's going to work, you're right. If you think it's not, you're right too, and that you need to invest in yourself. And then we talked about taking massive action, and massive action was result producing activities, right? Those are things important. And then we started talking about modeling success. Signature talks that sell was a huge thing for me, because I feel like a lot of people get opportunities and don't even know how to use it wisely. And one of my clients came to me unbelievably successful. I said I attract a lot of people successful in some areas, but not necessarily where they want to go now. And one of them happened to be Maggie. And before I share her with you, I want to tell you something about Maggie. Maggie was homeless. She was an orphan. And it turned out she heard about this fresh salsa contest, and on being in a cooking and like a cook-off, and she ended up entering it, and she won. And this stranger came over to her and gave her $800 and said, "You need to create a business with this," right? So she did, and she built it into a multi-million-dollar business. She eventually sold it to Campbell's for $231 million. But what most people don't know is Maggie gave it all away. She did, and she wanted to do it again. And she ended up investing in another program, and for 2 years she made no money. I want you to hear what happened after we worked together of using modeling success. So I'm going to share a little video with you from Maggie. You just need to click it. I don't know if we can hear it. Well, what Maggie is saying, because I don't hear it, I don't know if you are, but Maggie actually invested in a program called KBB, it's the Knowledge Business Blueprint. And for 2 years, she couldn't figure it out, and she made no money. And we met in Dallas, Texas, when she was a keynote speaker for an E-Woman conference. And it turned out that she started working with me, took my platinum coaching and the Mastery to Millions program online. And literally within her first event, she delivered this amazing signature talk, and she made $23,000. And the cool thing, within 6 months, she's already made $168,000. So I'm super proud of Maggie. She's amazing. And she pretty much tells you, I hold your hand through and through. Some of the things I couldn't get when I was looking for programs is what I do with my platinum clients. But I just wanted to share that with you, because I'm super proud of Maggie as well for what she did. She's modeled success. And then, the next thing is really understanding that in business and what you're doing, I always believe there's a give, 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 ask model. And just like Brenda felt like, okay, I'm giving, 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 but she was afraid to ask for things. You need to know that you can give, 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 and ask. And most people forget the ask. And they sit there and they're giving all this free stuff out to the world, and they don't ask for the order, they don't ask for the call, they don't ask for the sale, and then they wonder why they're not getting there. If you train people that you're just going to give it to free all the time, then why should they buy something? We need to know there's a give, 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 ask model. And then also know that when you're on social media, it's social. A lot of people get that confused. Like I see people's profiles and it's always sale, 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 promote, promote, promote. People are still buying from you. Remember the 4 client defenses, they need to trust you. Well, they get to know you. It's so interesting is that I can post something about what's going on. And like James said, right now, my husband and I are been in a very challenging state. He was in ICU for 21 days. He was living on 100% oxygen. He couldn't breathe on his own from COVID, and then double pneumonia, and had a heart attack the 4th day in there. And, I can go and post memes and other things out there, and maybe I'll get 50, 100 people say something, or even 5 or 10 sometimes. But if I post something personal, especially about my husband, what's going on, I'm getting like 1,200, 1,400 comments and likes on something. I say this to you because people are still buying people. I used to wonder, are they out there? Are they even there? And then as soon as something's personal, I get 500 comments. But if it's a promotion and they can't connect with you, it's not going to work. So think about it as going to a cocktail party. If you walked in a cocktail party, would you give everybody your business card and go, hi, I'm so-and-so, hi, 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 and buy from me, buy from me. You'd never do that. Well, think of social media as social. How can we be social and give, 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 and then ask? Give, 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 and then ask. And ask can be a promotion to come to an event or to do something, but give, give, give. Be social when you're on social media. And know that the fortune's in the follow-up. What I mean by that is really simple. The statistics show that the average person actually goes and connects with somebody once, and then if they don't say yes, they stop. They found that most transactions don't even start until the 4th or 8th contact. And 80% of sales happen between the 8th and 12th contact. Well, if you just heard what I said, that means that you missed the fortune if you stop following up. A follow-up can be everything from a phone call, a text, an email, a post, a conversation, a mailing list, an opt-in to something. It could be an offer. It can just be putting yourself in front of people. Years ago, it took 7 touch points before somebody ever said yes. Today, the number is 16. And most people miss it. So always remember the fortunes in the follow-up. It's not even what they do with you from the time you're there, but it's what happens after the fact and after the fact and after the fact that will make the biggest difference. So always remember that, and remember to follow up, follow up, follow up. One of my clients, Jasmine, came to me. She's very successful, has an electrical company and also a hair salon, and she decided she wanted to start another business. And it's all about modeling success. Like, why would you go to somebody who hasn't built 6- and 7-figure businesses before? Why would you go somewhere else? So she came to me, and following my signature Talk That Sells formula, she had her first event. She did a webinar. Only 5 people show up. But what did I tell you? Have your ideal client, right? She didn't need to have 50 or 100 people. She knew exactly what pond she was in. We were targeting the right people. She got 5 people to show up, and one of them ended up becoming a client, and she made $13,000. And then a week later, she got another one. It's all the stuff I'm sharing with you is what makes it work. And I always love this because the people will so often try to be everywhere and be everything to everyone and wonder why they're not succeeding. Hopefully you're seeing what we're putting together here is when you take all these pieces and you put them together, working with the right people, the people that are looking for what you have, making sure you're staying in front of them, speaking their language, selling them what they want, not necessarily what they need, and then giving them what they need, right? When you get this down, you're going to see it's totally a game changer. I've given you a lot of information in the time here, and told you at the beginning, I'm going to tell you how to get more. We touched on mindset, massive action, and modeling success. If you could even imagine on all these things, I spend about 16 hours in a online event teaching you how to do each and every one of them. And just going through it, each one, the first one is actually going through mindset. Even more than what we did is understanding even what's a business. The next, please. We can go talk about mindset. And I have I'm sorry, there's a video here. Oh, did it work? If we get this to work, the audio? Okay, so I actually have a couple of videos I wanted to share with you. That was from Deb Battersby. She's a master trainer at Tony Robbins, and pretty much she had gone through this program, and she said it was amazing how I've taken every kind of protocol and training that I pretty much have done for the past 27 years, and I put it in one place, so you don't have to spend $1.3 million to figure it out. I pretty much did it for you. And what I'm going to share with you is an opportunity to actually get this amazing training for you so that you can learn the 7 secrets to build your business in today's economy, which is Mastery to Millions. You're one conversation away. And doing that, we teach you mindset. We give you all the things about what you need to do and what a business success model looks like, and how to be able to actually increase your revenue anywhere from 33%, 78%, and 150%. We give you all that, taking massive action, figuring out what your business is doing and what you can automate, delegate, and eliminate, and how to actually scale a company. If you're familiar with Michael Gerber and E-Myth, so many people don't realize that they're actually in the wrong roles, trying to do things they can't, whether they're the artist, manager, leader, or entrepreneur. And then modeling success, finding what other people are doing and implementing it for yourself, and seeing what you can do that actually are not concepts, proven systems that are working for you, and then how to actually apply it to the business to scale it. And then fourth is actually measuring what you're doing. And I use metrics, KPIs, quarterly milestones that we want to see what's happening, what's working, what's not working, who should be responsible for it as well. Managing what you're doing. I literally have grown our business. We have 4 of them. 2 of them do over 7 figures. The other one's high 6. And what I found is that I needed to have measurements in place so we knew what was working and what wasn't, so we can stay profitable. There are people that are making money, but they're not even profitable. And then 5, managing it, knowing what has to be done. And that's another thing, knowing who should be doing it. And then 6, marketing and innovation is one of my favorite things. I always think about the chip witch, because the chip witch was something that we already had vanilla ice cream. We already had chocolate chip cookies. And with marketing and innovation, somebody took the chip witch and the chocolate chip cookies and they just put chocolate chips on the outside and they innovated, right? Well, think about your business. There's really very little that's unique today, but if you can market and innovate it and make yourself stand out, then you have a winning formula, and how to do that is a gift. And that's something we talk about and I teach you, and different ways you can do that. And then masterminding. Masterminding is so cool because I found that having relationships with other people who are like-minded, that they'll say something I wasn't even thinking about, and all of a sudden, oh yeah, I can do that too, or they have a different perspective and they look at it from a different angle. All these are super powerful in scaling and building businesses. I actually am going to share with you an opportunity that you have to have access to this mastermind. This is Master to Millions Mastermind, and it's 2 days worth of content. And here, there's more testimonials from so many people I wanted to share with you. You can actually go and find out about it. But the online event is pre-recorded. It's normally $19.97. It also lets you go through the whole program online. And then I have a group call where I answer any questions you have. And so you still get that live opportunity to get questions answered. And the whole thing normally is $19.97. And James asked me to give you a deal that would be a no-brainer, something that will be worth, for you, will probably be millions. But today only, you can get it for only $4.97. And we're going to show you how to get it at I forgot the website address, getthetraining.com. You'll be able to go to getthetraining.com and be able to take advantage of this amazing, amazing opportunity. And then I'll also get an opportunity to meet you and work with you and answer your questions on the group call, which is a live call, and be able to help you take yourself and your business to the next level. So that's just one thing. And Dr. Terry White, I just purposely was looking for different industries, and so many of my clients come from different areas, whether they were people in construction or electrical, all these other things, and coaches. Everybody's looking to actually create programs and to monetize it and to be able to leverage their strengths. Dr. Terry White is a naturopathic doctor doing the same thing, and she had learned, trade time for money. And literally with the tools I'm sharing with you, we were able to help her scale her business and change her pricing and change her mindset, because prior she was afraid to charge more because she was actually came from poverty. So she didn't want other people to have to invest. She found when she's changed her mindset and other people started investing in her services, we changed her packages from $350 to $3,500, no joke. And literally within 10 days, she made, in less than 10 days, she generated $21,000. In 1 month, she did $45,000. What used to take her 6 months to do, she did in 1 month. And it was really that even the patients got more value from it. They were more committed. And before, she would a la carte them. It'd be $350, then $166, and $2 something. By the time they were done, they were spending money, but she was not making the profit, and she couldn't even sustain it. When you understand business and you can make it profitable for yourself, a lot of people don't understand their numbers. You need to understand what the real cost is. What's your acquisition of a client? Where's your real profit? When you get all this, you understand how to build a profitable multiple 6-7 figure business. This is the gift I would love to give you and give you that opportunity. So I want to thank you for being here and for having this opportunity. And I know I'm going to get to speak to James again. I'm excited and look forward to be able to connect with you live to join us.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lisa Lieberman Wang. Lisa, thank you so much. And I want to make sure each and every one of you all right now, you got just a tremendous amount of information. And Lisa is one of the most sought after business growth experts in the entire world. And you can simply go to the website that's posted on your screen at the bottom, getthetraining.shop, getthetraining.shop. And you can see more about her program, and you can actually get that program and get a chance to work with this amazing business and thought leader. So Lisa, so you have to run off to the hospital.
I am. That's my next step.
Yeah. Well, I want to thank you. One of the things I so admire about the people who actually operate, play, and serve in this space is that even though we have adversities that happen, we still handle what we have to handle. Even our heart is someplace else. Our minds, our thought, and our spirit can still be there with the people. And that's really the mark and a great example of a phenomenal leader, and someone I'd be proud to call a friend, be in business with, and learn a lot from as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Lisa Lieberman Wang. Lisa, thank you so much. And we'll be talking very soon. God bless you.
James. Thank you, babe. Thanks.
Bye-bye. Well, we're going to take a short break, but again, go to getthetraining.shop, get that training.shop, get the training.shop, and get that training. How about that? We're going to take a short commercial. We're going to come back with the next presenter. It's going to be absolutely incredible. It keeps getting better and better, or as they say in the Baptist church, gooder and gooder. Be right back on the other side.
My name is Celia Colon. As a justice-impacted person myself, I know firsthand the magnitude of unprocessed trauma.
You gotta think positive, stay focused, make sure you have goals.
First and foremost, I'm grateful for my family, my new family.
Yeah. I love my life. I deserve the best. And I'm coming for the best.
Welcome to JD3 TV.
Welcome, and now we're offering you a backstage pass into our world, where you're going to get the most extraordinary programming that will inspire and enlighten. You'll get a chance to get up close and personal with some of your favorite stars, your entertainers, your movie icons, and some talk show hosts that will rock your world and change your life. Imagine you being inspired every single day to stretch your imagination. Imagine you on the big screen. Your life, your story, one reel at a time. Go to your Google Play Store or your App Store and download JD3 TV today. And I learned it's not about me. It's not about me. I'm part of this great citizenship of the world. And I honestly believe that even when you leave this human existence, that you become a part of everything.
You meet somebody on the train. The door opens. You have 30 seconds. They're going to get off, and they're going to say, "Hey, you're Dr. Dentley. I've seen your show. I follow your work. Thank you for everything you do." They're walking out.
Yeah.
You got 30 seconds. Say, "Hold up."
Yeah.
What are you going to say to them?
What's your name? What do you do? Well, thank you for watching the show, but I'm glad you stopped me here. So take my card, reach out, and hear a little bit more about what you thought. I want to know about you as well.
I think that's a beautiful legacy for Dr. James Dentley. It's not about you. It's never been about you. It's about the other guy.
Yeah.
The other girl.
Yeah.
Their story.
My oldest sister would beg to differ. She said, James, she reminds me for years, it's not about you. And I learned it's not about me. It's not about me. I'm part of this great citizenship of the world. And I honestly believe that even when you leave this human existence, that you become a part of everything. Because I'm a person that believes in energy and frequency. So when that energy leaves the body, it becomes a part of everything. And to be part of everything is to be a part of God.
You know, a lot of people are afraid to say the G-O-D word. Mm-hmm. You're not.
Yeah.
And what I have admired about your work is you have managed to bring it into the conversation without ever having to say.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I believe that a person's God is in their own understanding, and they get to be there. They may think they're their own God. That's fine. I just prefer to imagine that there's something that doesn't lean when I lean. Something guiding principle, because there's a reason for everything that is. And it's bigger than us, it's outside of us. So in that understanding, I see God in everything in the world, in the trees, in the sky, just life itself, the miracle of it all. Where did this start? How does it work? But I do know this one thing, that life always chooses life.
And my last question is this. Your work and the work of so many other people that have changed my life, the connection I made to you and the great mentors and people who have inspired me and given me hope throughout my career was when somehow the universe exposed them to me, whether it was a podcast, a broadcast, a YouTube video, a CD back in the day, a VHS, I'm going way back, a cassette. Mm-hmm. What I remember about each and every person that I can tell you now was my hero and is my hero today is somehow they met me right at my pain point in that moment. They made me feel like I was understood, and they made me feel like I had a solution. What's your message for that? Because people have pain, people go through things, and sometimes just one comment, one statement can not only open their minds to all that you might have to offer them, but all the great things that this life has to offer for them.
Yeah. And one of my favorite books is a story of a man named Job. And Job stated, the things I have feared have come upon me. He said, the things I have feared have come upon me. So I choose to always look towards the light. I don't deal with the challenges in life. When things go wrong, you just don't go wrong with them. Every person I've ever met is like a piece of a puzzle. And sometimes you get those pieces and they get laid in your hand, they get laid in your pocket, they get laid in your mind and your spirit. And you may not know how these pieces fit, but if you get enough pieces, eventually they start to take shape and form. And the interesting thing about life is that it's not a picture on the box. You only know what the picture looks like when you get enough of the pieces and start putting them together. So I look at everything, the good, the bad, the indifference, are pieces, because everyone's a great example, or they're a terrible reminder, but they all count.
What would it be like for you if every person you met could actually refer you one person that's your ideal customer? There's so much opportunity with the internet that you can get hundreds of thousands of eyeballs on who you are.
The event is engagement. What do I teach? Exposure and revenue. Revenue and exposure.
Write this down. Time, money, knowledge. I believe if you think the correct way, of course, you can take your income, your money, your investment, if you will, and you can buy more time because you're buying other people to do things for you. It's called delegation.
Use the word imagine. When you say imagine, the brain will trail to whatever comes next. The very first thing you want to do is visualize your audience, and you want to practice your F30 or your F45. The speaker is never the star. The speaker is the director, and the audience is the star. Your responsibility as the director is to help the audience shine. Your voice is the soundtrack of your movie from this stage. You want to seek the opportunity to get on the stage ahead of time and visualize your audience. Stagecraft is extremely important, but it can be a lot of fun, because when you get to be fully self-expressed, when you can be natural and you can be one with your audience and have a ton of fun, you can do anything in that audience. Hey, and we are back. Look, we have some phenomenal thought leaders, subject matter experts who are actually some of the best in their entire field. And as they're giving you this amazing content, please take a lot of notes, but understand that at the end, they can offer you an opportunity to work closer with them. You're not obligated to do it. We want you to get the information, but there's always more. And I learned many years ago that if you want to be the best in class, that every leader, every successful person has a coach or a mentor. And I have the pleasure of introducing such a young lady at this point who was a mentor to millions. Her name is Laura Langmeyer. She's a money expert, a sought-after speaker, entrepreneur, thought leader, and a best-selling author of 5 books. Her goal: to change the conversation people have about their money worldwide and empower people to become millionaires. We call her the millionaire maker. She's a CEO and founder of Live Out Loud Incorporated, a multinational organization. And Laura relentlessly and candidly shares her best advice without hesitation or apology that sets her apart from other wealth experts in this, and her ability, her innate ability to recognize and acknowledge the skills and talents of people, inspiring them to generate wealth, to get on the other side of money. She has created, nurtured, and perfected a 3 to 5 year strategy to make millions for the average Jill and Joe. And to this date, she and her team have served thousands of individuals worldwide and created hundreds of millionaires. And that's documented through wealth building, educational keynotes, workshops, products, events, programs, and coaching services. Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? Because she's going to teach you how to write a check and watch the bank bounce. Ladies and gentlemen, let me bring to our platform Laura Langmeyer.
Cam Mike.
Yep. Oh.
Go ahead and hit Cam Mike.
I did.
All right. She's hitting Cam Mike. She's getting her feet together with her team. It takes a village, I'll tell you. And you know what? I can relate to that, because as a speaker, and we are live, guys. This is an actual live show. This is not a dress rehearsal or a 7-second feed. What you see is really what it is when it is. So she's going to be ready in just a moment. And as soon as she gets her mic together and her camera together, we're going to bring her to the forefront. Okay. But I do want you to know that she's one of the people I have recommended to my Entrepreneur Forum, which we have the second and Thursday evening of every month, as well as our radio show, the James Dentley Show, Inspired to Speak as well. And so many people who are working with her, including my daughter and my sister, have given rave reviews, learning a lot, and is really showing up in their life with tangible results. So if we're ready right now, we'll bring her back in. She's there? She's still not there?
I am ready.
You ready? Laura, take
Hello?
it. It's all yours.
I'm right here. Hello?
All right. Can you hear me?
There we go. I'm in the show. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You are live, and I'm out of here.
I can't hear.
You can't hear? All right. She's still working on her technology. It's one of those things. But that's okay. That's what happens when you're the best and you're a professional. Things will happen, but we simply will plow through that. So she's working with her microphone. She can still hear me? Oh, she cannot hear me. All right. Well, she doesn't really need to hear me. We just need to get her on the screen and let her go at it.
No, she's on the phone. She's holding the phone.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. Let's play another short commercial, and we're going to come back. We have some technical difficulties on Laurel's end, but we'll get it together. We'll be right back on the other side. Let's take a short commercial. Be right back.
If there was a way that I could say how great you could be, would you listen to me? And if there was a price that you could pay that would give you the life that you seek, would you be willing to pay that price today? And if there was some work that you could do, would you roll up your sleeves, even though the work is on you? And if there was a promise of silver and gold, of pleasures and treasures and fortunes untold, would you do what it takes no matter how tough? Would you dare never quit when the going gets rough? Would you build something great? Would you let it build you? You're focused on your goal, but there's something else you must do. Because while you're building your dream, the dream has to build you. So if there was a way that I could say how great you could be, would you listen to me?
We are beautiful in our own broken way.
The stories I have encountered, the stories that I have lived are remarkable, are amazing.
You take all of that stuff and you use it as ammunition to make yourself better.
This is my life. This is my story. When I look back at it, I don't regret anything because I know he was setting it all up for the good.
Laura, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, finally, I got my little tech all set. How are you, dear man?
Look, I am outstanding, and trust me, I understand perfectly because I don't live well without these engineers behind me. Some people have their beautician or barber following them around. I have engineers.
I love it. There we go.
Well, I've introduced you already. They're waiting on pins and needles for you right now. Ladies and gentlemen, take it away, Laura Langmeyer, the money expert.
Absolutely. And with that, we're actually going to show a video of a little bit more of who I am. I'm the Millionaire Maker, and what I'm really known for, and COVID has amplified it, is my ability to make you money like that. I've been making people money with all these social platforms, like within an hour. Some people did it in 10 minutes. So let's see if that could be you. Steve, let's show the video.
Every small business owner has to have a mentor. A mentor is someone who has walked the path before you. So their job, I think, and I've had mentors since I was 17. That was just a few years ago.
If you have the intention of becoming an entrepreneur and making money and getting wealthy, then you form your corporation right now.
Instead of focusing on what you can't have and the struggles, you focus on what you can have. And so like the illegal conversations I say at home is you don't say what you can't afford, you say, well, how can we afford it?
I mean, last I checked, and I always say this kind of funny, but Christopher Columbus did not discover America so we could have jobs. I mean, he discovered it for entrepreneurialism, for freedom, and we have lost it. We lost it from, generations have lost it. It is time to bring spirit back. I mean, that's where the money's made.
It's I want to be a millionaire, and I'm going to change my choices, my way of living, and really get in action around creating that for myself and my life.
The traditional financial planning world doesn't work if you really want to be wealthy. The traditional financial planning world is designed that you maybe stay stable. It designs you to make less as you get older. Hi, this is Laura Langmeyer, the Millionaire Maker. I want you to follow me on Instagram. Make sure you turn on your post notifications so you get all my messages. What we talk about in the Millionaire Maker is money makeovers and how do you really recreate. Most people are focusing on debt. What we want you to focus on is creating more.
I'd say 80% of my coaching that I do one-on-one with folks is about their psychology and the way they think.
You know, you can run from creditors, but you can't run from your credit score. You really have to get your money working for you. Most people don't know how to invest. They're investing poorly. They're in single-digit numbers. Millionaires don't do that. All right. So let's get rolling. How many of you are really, like, we're about to be in March 1. How many of you really started this year and said, and I guess, James, somebody will be feeding any chats or comments. I know we're on a lot of platforms, so we will be acknowledging you on every platform that we are on. And I just like to know how many of you, when we began 2021, started out your year with resolutions? Like, how many of you said, well, I'm going to make more money and I'm going to lose weight, or whatever that conversation was, right? So drop that in, and James's team will keep track of some of the chats. We'll take breaks every moment, every little bit. And again, like James said, you're the audience. I'm just the director of the show here. And my goal, my job for you is to get you really seriously committed to be limitless this year with money. So many people have put, their health and their wealth are always resolutions that begin the year. Well, we're 2 months in. So if you said you wanted $10,000 a month, well, where's your $20,000 in the bank? Or did you make it and you already spend it? Did you make it and you pay off debt? So this is a really roll up your sleeves. What I'm known for is how to get things done. So the more we can interact, and I leave time for James and the team to ask some questions towards the end, the better this is going to be for you. So make sure you grab a pen and paper. And we're going to do really 2 specific conversations. And then the context of money will be the big one. So I'm really going to teach you about money, the context of it. And then specifically, I'm going to teach you why so many people, especially small business owners, never make it. And what do you need to do? There's just a few things, and you got to pay attention, because I go really fast. I'm not slowing down. My speed works. So I want you to write down very clearly, what are those things that are holding you back or causing you not to be the amazing entrepreneur? And then we're going to get to, how do you get some sales in the door? The reason you don't have the cash you want, the reason your business is not making money, is typically you don't have an offer that's selling, compelling, and you're not doing 3 things: pre-sales, deposits, and contracting cash. So let's get to it, Steve. Again, this slide just shows you, I have 5 New York Times bestsellers. Most people don't get 1 in their lifetime. I'm going for another big bestseller. I don't believe we're going for the New York Times. It's a different time, a different era. My gosh, everything's changed. Not just because of COVID. Times are always changing. But I do have a book called Make Your Kids Millionaires. So I have a partner on that. And we're teaching you how to make your kids millionaires. And I did it. He did it. Mine were millionaires on paper, obviously, but by the time they were 10. So my goal is to teach you very clearly how to do that. So Steve, if you want to jump to the next slide, let's get jamming here. So again, I because of my history, my lawyers are like, you got to put this up. It's educational only, and it is. I'm just going to talk about scenarios, talk about situations. Those of you who really, really want to work with me and really ramp it up, I do promise a 3 to 5 year millionaire plan, and you can access a team of 28 financial and business experts. From how do you set it, how do you capital raise, how do you market it, how do you bring it all the way through? And the bigger thing for you and your family is, once you make your first big run of money, where are you going to invest it? So you are not stuck with one revenue stream. So we're going to talk a lot today, but it is educational only. Now let's jump to the next slide. It's been my favorite slide. I've still been using it over and over and over, which is, I call it the most indiscriminate crash in the history of our life. So what's fun about now
is there's opportunities everywhere. Like anytime that a market is volatile or a market goes down, the most extraordinary companies begin, right? Those of you that have been on other social platforms, you know, Clubhouse began. Parler, by the way, it just found its way back up with some good server farms. So that's exciting. But there's a lot of new technology is going to emerge because of the, you know, I'm going to say the monopoly that's going on and the control of where you get to speak freely. I can tell you, like, so that's all in the tech world. I'm not really a tech investor. What I am, and I'm really not a Wall Street investor. What I am is an off Wall Street investor. So in 1999, I was a real estate and gas and oil millionaire. I was pregnant, going to be a single mom. I became a millionaire in 6 months and have never looked back, never come off of that status, and continue to do real estate to this day. In fact, I'm in 7 states, 7 markets, just jamming with real estate right now. Love it. Boise is our biggest market. And at the end of this, those of you who continue to work with us, I'm going to actually give you another bonus of coming to our real estate tour. For those of you who want to, we're doing a real estate tour in Reno in March. And yes, we're doing live events. You can go to Boise, Idaho in June. We have so much we want to work with you on, because this slide, like take a picture, is the most important thing that's going to matter for you this year. Why is it an indiscriminate crash? Unlike 2008, 9, and 10, when it was very market and real estate centric, this one's not. This is a world pandemic. That's no longer really in a pandemic. We're going to continue to work, you know, through and out of this. But it stopped the world. Nothing stopped the world before. And what it's caused are businesses like everywhere who are going to need help. They're going to need 3 things. They're going to need money. They're going to need capital. They're going to need experience. Like never before have we seen more businesses needing more help. I have never been more active in this year than March 7th was my last, traveling show. And since then, I've been here and I've been on the phone. I have gone out to the field to actually help businesses assess whether they should stay alive, go down. I do know how to manage cash flow very well. So if you're those businesses out listening going, I need a lot of help, let's dig in. Let's roll up your sleeves and see, should you take on a capital partner? How do you take on a capital partner? How does this stuff called money work so you win? The other way to think about this indiscriminate crash is if you wanted to be a shark, like on Shark Tank, you get to be one. Right now, everything is on sale. And it's on sale because they're needing partners. They're needing to get fixed. They're needing to adjust their offers, their prices. So right now, more critically than ever before, is your opportunity to become a millionaire. And every asset class is open. You can do it in real estate, Bitcoin. I've already hit another million in Bitcoin. It's so good. The stock market, if you do the stock market right, gas and oil. Yes, the prices are low, but you buy low. Now would be the time. A lot of these solar, projects, they're interestingly in a phase. I do a lot of evaluation before I jump there. But the big ones, cannabis, hemp, cryptocurrency, beyond Bitcoin, there's so much for sale. Just look around your community, drive by shopping malls. How much is already closed? Because they can't stay alive. So I want to be that mentor, coach, strategist to you to walk into those stores to say to your favorite automotive, your automotive repair store or hair salon or restaurant that you actually know and know somebody that can help them stay alive. So I am extremely passionate about small business, small and medium-sized business, about their economics, about their cash flow, about their growth. And what I know about all of you startups is you've got to get to cash. What is the number one question on any pitch conversation is, did you make a sale? So we're going to talk about money first, then we're going to talk about how do you get to a sale and how do you get there quickly. I do a marketplace. In fact, we're just finished a marketplace yesterday with a whole group of people that are making money. One person made, last show made 15,000. We've had 19,000, 21,000. Carl sold some martial arts, through the internet, $1,540. What was the other one that sold? Another woman sold some VA services. She was nearly 1,000 by the time we left the marketplace yesterday. So if you want to make money, I have a vehicle, a forum, a 2-day event, which you're going to come and you're going to make some money. So let's jump in and just talk more about money. And I really want you to take this serious. If you don't know a lot about money, you're going to hear this and probably feel really scared and risky about it. But the truth is, if you don't stop at this time in your life and learn money, I mean, it's going to be a runaway train. It already is. A lot of you are missing it. It's not too late to catch up. But the players are playing. The greatest transfer of wealth is happening right now. So I want you to not miss the boat, not miss the train, whatever you want to call it. But you got to come to the conversation with some intelligence about money. So Steve, let's jump to the next slide. Let's talk about how this all happened in the first place. So in 1933, here's why most people don't know about money, is 7 of the wealthiest families went to Jekyll Island. They formed what we now know, or knew as of 2020, as the banking system, the education system, the institute. It was never broke. It was designed to create business, to create entrepreneurs, put those who don't want to be entrepreneurs to work, put them through a schooling system. The whole structure was set. Right now, 7 of those families, they're fighting. So if you really want to know the political undercurrent, that is a big part of it. That's just in simplistic terms. So then what is going on is going to shift us a lot. Either way, you have to know about money and all of that that's going on. Call it health-wise, political-wise. How is it affecting you and your household? That's the frame of conversation I want to have. What are you going to be doing? Right? Are you just going to rely on other people and say, oh, I don't know, my accountant and lawyer? That's my favorite excuse I've heard. And I'm being sarcastic, not my favorite. It's a heartbreaking excuse that I hear you say, oh, my accountant has me. No, their accountant does. Your accountant's worrying about his own life. Your accountant's there to file some tax returns. Unless they are a strategist, which they are on retainer, and they're there to help you really organize your life, and they actually do business. So a lot of you, like, if you don't know the basics about money, I mean, think about it. Like, where were you taught? Most people, you can write that in the chat, and I'd love to have that, read out to me. Most people were taught by their family and friends, right? Your family taught, your friends taught you. You kind of learn through school. I know my son's 21, university, and a lot of them know that he knows a lot. But I mean, they come to him all the time because nobody knows. They don't know. I put on classes for a lot of his different college classes and football teams because they don't know. People don't know. But here's what we're taught. So this kind of hopefully kind of sinks in, and you kind of see how it's relevant to how you're behaving with money. And I call them inherited behaviors because a lot of you've inherited your behavior with money. You haven't decided this is how you want to be with money. So number one is we're taught to be employees. And W-2 income, if you're watching, because I know James has a very wide international audience, W-2 means you have a paycheck. So this means you have paycheck income. And if, right now, if you make, 87, 89,000. It's not even that, 67,000. It was up to 89,000. But I think it's dropped because of our COVID year last year. We probably should go double check that. But it doesn't take a lot in any country to be in the top 25%. The problem is W-2 income, employee income. It's the worst kind of income because the income is highly taxed. So you make the money, it's taxed, which means it's taken out of your check before you even get it. And I'm going to show you a very different way that we all work. How entrepreneurs and wealth builders work is very different than what you're doing. So you live your life by your paycheck. We live our lives by P&Ls and balance sheets. So you make money, you get taxed. Then you put money, we call it in America 401k, could be a superannuation in Australia. And I've worked all over the world, 6 continents. Had companies. I've shot a lot of them down. Thank God, because of COVID, I shut them down before all this happened, or it'd all be kind of stuck out there. But in Canada, it's called an RSP. So in principle, what I'm talking about, even though I'm in US terms, in principle, it's all over the world. The way we operate with money, everybody gets jobs, they go to work, they get taxed to pieces, they put money into a qualified plan or some retirement vehicle, they go on vacation, they're taught that debt and credit cards are bad, and then they're taught to retire like that's some goal. Retirement is an agricultural word that means to put cattle to pasture to die. It's not even, it has nothing to do with money. It was just given that term by a whole bunch of financial institutes. So rich people don't retire, by the way. Rich people carry a lot of good debt, not bad debt. And people who are just kind of getting along, doing their thing, they file taxes once a year. Here in America, it's April 15th. So this is what we're taught and why so many people are stuck. Rich dad, poor dad, right? Robert Kiyosaki calls it the rat race. Welcome to the rat race. Other people call it just over broke or whatever, those conversations are. Here's how wealthy people live. Here's what I'm going to teach you. And again, you're going to get my Millionaire Maker book. You're going to get a variety of my 5-time New York Times bestsellers, which are very different They're wrote in order, in sequence. Millionaire Maker is the absolute signature program, which is teaching you how to be a 3 to 5 year millionaire. Then there's a how to do a 7-figure business book. And then has how to invest off Wall Street book, how to do due diligence, how to raise capital. Then there's the basics back to 2009, how to just put some cash in your pocket, and then how to have yes energy to do it. So I have a whole variety, a library, we call it, that is going to help you learn to live what we call corporate life. So corporate life means that you are a company. You are not a solopreneur. You're not a sole trader. You're not a sole proprietor. You are a company. So you are going to own a company. In America, they're called S Corps, C Corps, LLCs, limited partnerships, trusts. So when you own the company, right, then you get a legal right to do deductions. So for example, my company owns the computer I'm viewing you through. It owns my phone. It owns some wardrobe. It owns my vehicles. It owns and actually gets to deduct some of my home office expense. It gets to deduct 80, actually right now after the prior administration, not the one currently in, it was up to 83,000 pages of tax code. Then you put money into your own qualified plans that you control. You don't go on vacations, you go on business trips, and you are slowly going to get rid of debt. But quite frankly, you're going to have a lot of good debt. Money is everywhere, and it comes in the form of debt. If you want to know how families make not only millions, multi-millions, hundreds of millions, billions, is because they use debt very properly. So good debt, for example, one of my clients found a Ford dealership in Texas. It was going south quickly because of COVID. Plus at that time, Hertz went bankrupt. Who else went bankrupt? A bunch of the rental car places went bankrupt because travel ceased immediately. They actually, I think, did a reorganization bankruptcy, but either way, it was going down quickly. My client came to me and said, I'd love to buy into this Ford dealership. And I said, use debt. Go use OPM. Now you hear about it, and helped him do it. So he did a convertible debt note, paying 10%, and went out and found 14 people to give him between $50,000 to $100,000. So he is now currently $500,000 in debt. And I say that because a lot of you have this incongruency in your conversation. You say you want to be debt-free and rich. They don't go together. People who are really rich carry a lot of good debt, right? It'd be saying like you want to be fat and skinny. It doesn't go together, which tells me how financially illiterate most people are. The reason my core company, Live Out Loud, exists is to have conversations about money, because you've got to talk about money to learn about money. And when the more you talk about it, and I can hear you say, well, I can't afford it. You don't say you can't afford it. You can afford anything you want. In 2007, when I bought my King Air, a private aircraft, I put down $1 million. I financed the other. It's at 1.668. 1.6, that's debt. That's a cost of money. All debt is a low interest rate. Why would I spend $2 million to pay off what I can use other people's for 1.68? So I want to shift your entire thinking about money and break some really bad habits that some of you have. Now, here's what's frustrating is I can teach and teach and teach, and I can facilitate your learning, and I can direct you as an audience, as James would say. But until you really listen to all of the detail, like the last thing I want is you to go buy some course and go, out and get a big marketing plan. Why do you want a marketing plan? For what company? First, you want to start like in the sequence of mentors, because I think you all need a variety of mentors. Like I always say, we're first because we're going to get the right company, the right bank account, the right merchant provider, the right debt structure. We're going to set that financial infrastructure up that a lot of you say, well, that's really boring. I know, but now your money's going to the right bank. It's going to be taxed right. Now, if I'm meeting you and you're already a business and you're growing and you've overpaid taxes, or you don't know if you have, let's do a 3-year tax return review. Our average tax return reviews get us back $30,000 to $50,000 because most people have overpaid taxes. Notice that we're gonna show you that debt. By the way, credit cards, digital currency, it looks like a credit card. It comes in the form of looking like what is going to be like a credit card. You're going to put money into an ATM. It's going to come out. It's going to actually go to a wallet. That's actually going to look like this. And it could also look like a credit card. We're never going to retire you. You go back and forth on the lines. We're going to have Freedom Day, which you can be free whenever you want, and you'll have multiple tax year ends. So when you're a millionaire, when you're actually playing the game as a multimillionaire and a business owner that's really successful, you're going to be living on what we call this right side of life, corporate income. See, I don't have a program I'm going to sell you or teach. I'm actually going to teach you a lifestyle. I don't have something I'm just going to teach you when it's done. Like I'm constantly up to date in the economy, what's new, what's fresh, what's going on, what's this current group in Washington going to do. They're changing some significant real estate rules. If you're a real estate owner, you need to pay attention and lean in and call and say, don't do this. It's going to hurt the real estate industry greatly. But we are on track. We are on track. Our goal, my goal, is to be that person you call with any money question at any time and get this financial infrastructure set. So if you are, which I'd assume that a lot of you want to be business owners if you're here at James' event, right? A lot of you want to better your life. Well, making money will better your life. If all you have is a job, guess what? And you're doing something on the side as a hobby. Say you sell like some little direct sales company, which I love direct sales company. Say you're selling like this little product or service, or say you're selling, I don't know, glass, case, headsets, whatever you're selling. You can't legally deduct it unless you're a company. Now, if you're a sole proprietor, you get a little bit, but you don't get enough. So how many of you, if we're out in a chat and I can see the chat line out there, I would say how many of you absolutely want to become millionaires and make an amazing amount of money, right? And a lot of money. Like how much money do you want to make? And again, if you turn this year, January 1, and said, I want to make 10,000 a month, you need to have 20 in your pocket. And if it's not, I'd be in a sheer panic and be coming to my workshop. My next workshop is March 11th and 12th. You want to block those days and you will make money. And then we'll get you back on track. It's not too far into the year that we can't get you back on track. If you were meeting me in September, October, probably tough to catch up. A goal of 120,000 a year that you guys wanted, or 240 or 360 or whatever you wanted. So from now on, we're going to refer to what I talk about as corporate life, or you're living, like Kiyosaki said, the rat race, an income that you're not going to get rich. It doesn't work. It's not designed that way. It's designed that the employees, do the work and the entrepreneurs make all the money. It is designed that way. So what is your answer? Whine and cry about it? Become an entrepreneur. And COVID never could have done a better job of putting more people to that line of coming over to really have to be entrepreneurs. See, most of you think that your money's coming from a paycheck. I'm going to teach you that your money is coming from you, coming from right here, your skill set, your brains, your experience. So Steve, let's go to the next slide. And let's talk about what this pattern happens. This is the pattern I'm going to break. See, a lot of you, but first of all, if you've never seen this is the income and expense, assets and liability. So income and expense is the money you make and the money you spend. It's a money. And your asset, which is assets, is everything you own, minus everything you owe is your net worth. So we live our life by this versus your paycheck. See, Monday's March 1st, and a lot of you are going to say, I can't afford to do anything. I got rent, I got bills to pay. But see, we don't live that way. We say, what happened over the last 90 days? Income. Oh, I made 50,000. I made 100,000. I made 10,000. If you know that you're on track and consistently as a company owner going to make that kind of money, I promise you're going to make different decisions. You're not going to look at your checkbook. You're going to look at your history. You're going to look at data points that are going to decide what you're going to be doing financially. So here's how it happens when this isn't taught really in junior high. So go ahead and click up the next two cycles. Is most of you know what it's called the lifestyle cycle. All you're worried about, and think about it. Think about how much time per week and per month you spend worrying about and thinking about how much you owe other people. Oh, I'm in debt. I have this liability. I owe this on my house and car. By the way, house and car payments are usually cheap interest. You don't pay those off. You pay them off later in life, if at all. Otherwise, you keep moving the money. You're going to pay just little bits of interest. I can help you get 0% interest. I can help you get 3% interest. I can help you get really low capital, which means you're going to be in debt. And then you use your money and you go invest it at 10, 15, 20, 42, 70%. Right? So I want this pattern that we have to shift in your life is critical, and it can't be later in life. So many people, I just signed up a woman who known me for 15 years. I can guarantee she's a lawyer in Atlanta, Georgia. If she had known me and actually signed up in 15 years when I met her, she would be worth, I don't even know how many million. She would have been a millionaire for sure, multi-million, guaranteed. I'm weighing the difference between is she be worth 8 or 10 million, or would she be worth 18 to 20 million after 15 years? See, and a lot of you could have, should have, would have, but you didn't. So notice, like, the whole system is designed for you to live in this lifestyle cycle. Most of you spend more on a car out in your driveway or in your garage than you do in your financial education or business mentoring. Like, I'm going to be the how-to person to get down to that nitty-gritty to make sure your business and your money are on track. And this pattern that we're going to interrupt and get rid of a lifestyle cycle. Like, we're not going to worry about what we owe other people. Yes, we're going to be responsible about it, but we're not going to worry about it. What we're going to focus on intentionally, just like I said in The Secret, money comes easily and frequently. We're going to focus on income and getting that money to work into assets that provide you back another check, right? So you're going to go make money in this business. You're going to get that money to work. I will help you figure that out. That's not today's conversation. I can tell you the fastest places are very specific. There's some entrances to digital currency. There's some entrances to the market. There's some entrances to real estate construction notes. There's some really easy entrances that you only have to have 500,000, 5,000 to get started. Then once you build up your company, I have clients that are putting 100, 200,000 a month into new assets. So can you imagine income to assets? That's cranking back a passive income check. Let's just say you put $100,000 to work at 12%. That's $12,000. That's $1,000 a month. So think about it. For every $100,000 that you're going to have put to work into new assets investing, you should at least be making $1,000 a month in cash flow. If you're those people and you have 100, 200, 300,000 and you're not making 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 10,000, your investments are lazy, really lazy. So this pattern will become part of our conversation until you get it, which might take a year or two. And you say, well, I don't have time to work for a year. Well, you know what? It took you 20, 30, 40 years to screw it up. I can't just change it in 30 minutes. Jeez. All right, let's go to the next slide. I love this conversation, by the way. James, if any of your team wants to, jump in and ask any questions, I know you're streaming live on Facebook, other channels. We are here to help you. This also will be an imprint in your mind. How do people become millionaires? You do 4 things. That's it. You do 4 things to become a millionaire. You make it, you keep it, you invest it, you do it with the team. Make it, keep it, invest it with the team. Make it, keep it, invest it. Number 1, you're going to learn to make it. So we're going to spend the rest of our talk learning about how to make it. I was live on a social broadcast earlier, and I just got people making money. I had 5, 6 people making money in less than 30 minutes. I say, what do you do? What are you an expert in? And here's the problem with most people. One was a VA, one was a tutor, one had a t-shirt, kind of a tchotchke company. One was sold some health and wellness products, and one sold CBD products. They ended up all buying from each other because they all needed each other. It created an economy. What was off were their offers and price. So we're going to get to that next. But notice, money is everywhere every day. Just by the way, like if you stopped right now in your tracks and looked around, money had to buy everything that you're looking at, or it was given to you by somebody who had money. Right? So if you think about it, from your rent to your mortgage, you are in a financial transaction. Utility, whichever utility company, to whichever Wi-Fi company, whichever phone company. I mean, just getting up and walking down the street in life, you had made or ignorantly walking around with 15 to 20 financial decisions. Now, those aren't even the significance. Those are just the food, shelter. Those are the basics. So how are you thinking you're going to get rich when you don't know the basics? And how do you think people like us that are rich are going to, I teach you, so that's different. That most people who have money don't have any tolerance for a very, very, very immature money conversation that a lot of the world is having. This is not a US problem. It is a worldwide problem. And again, I have traveled 6 continents and taught all over the world and taught people to make money everywhere we went. So notice that it's an infinity loop, because from the minute you are on to the minute you are off the planet, you will have to deal with money. From making it to keeping it to investing it and using a team. So that is what I teach. This is who I am in the entirety. I have clients that are 5 years, 10 years, 30 years. Actually, not quite at 30 years. So that would have been Chevron. I had 30 years because actually a couple of people over this last week that actually worked at Chevron with me are secretly my clients working to be millionaires. I said, well, don't be quiet, don't be embarrassed about it that you stayed at Chevron forever to become a millionaire. I jumped ship, left, went to go, 1996, follow a Japanese guy called Robert Kiyosaki around and figured out how to be a millionaire by 1999. So I'm glad you're finally joining and get to the ranks. So let's go to the next slide. And again, the action that I want you to take from those last 3 slides is to take this money conversation seriously. Let me work with you for just enough time. Because once I teach you, I can't take it away. I'm not going to take it away. I want you to have a lifestyle of the pattern of money. Then let's load it up, which means monetize your message. So why load up a wrong bank account? It drives me crazy when I meet people and their structure is so wrong, yet they're continuing to put money in the wrong bank account, have the wrong tax process, have the wrong tax structure. You don't need to stay that way. Let us fix it. Now let's go make a lot of money and fill up those bank accounts. So how do you monetize your message? Let's go to the next slide, Steve. There we go. By the way, you can all give Steve a little thumbs up. He's a new papa as of 2 days ago. Thursday, had a brand new baby girl. So Steve, if you want to move the slide. I don't think we're frozen. We're going to talk about how to monetize your message. So monetizing your message. And again, if we were live or I could see all of you, I would say, how many of you have a gift and talent, right? How many of you have a gift and talent? Mine, I have 3 massive ones. And all of you, you only want 3 to 5. You cannot do everything. So I love teaching. I have committed my life to learning and understanding money at a very deep level and understanding the patterns of money and then how to do it with your family. So I love that whole teaching structure and facilitating. I also love marketing. I love selling. And that is how I also do a lot of capital raising. So I love those conversations. So for a lot of you, you say, well, how do I start? Or how do I modify what I've been doing? I'm assuming I'm talking to people that have been trying or doing business for a while. So first of all, you got to look at your business model. Some of you, you need a new business model. Some of you, you need to adjust because of COVID and the offerings. But a business model is this funnel. And we teach funnels a little bit differently. We're not going to do it today. When you join me in my marketplace again, March 11, 12, put it in your calendar right now. Go to this little thing called your phone, block out March 10 or 11 and 12 from 10 till about 6 o'clock. So I need about 16 hours of your time and I will shift your entire relationship to money. I promise you. I guarantee it, or you can go again. We're going to build a funnel, but based on money. So this one is not based on money, just to give you an example, but I can tell you this funnel has helped me make hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. And it starts with a lot of marketing. See all those little things at the top, those different names from ads to radio. So there's ways you're going to bring leads into your funnel and then you're going to sell them. So I sell mine books, webinars, previews. I have a workshop called Off Wall Street Assets. I have a marketplace. I teach you, I take you on real estate tours. I take you on cannabis tours. I do a lot. My funnel is deep because it's 25 years old. Our big table is our community. Those of you that want to work very closely with the community of people becoming or are millionaires or multimillionaires, it's called the big table. And then I have what's called head of the table, which is hot, or other coaching, which is custom to your needs. Here's the big thing about your model, your funnel. You have to have one. You need a sequential way that you're going to sell somebody your experience, your idea, your product, right? A lot of you that have products, you're missing a huge monetization because you're not selling a service next to it. You're not educating people. You're just selling a widget. Like Steve and I are trying to work with these ladies. I'm about to send them this video because it drives me crazy. They have some consultant who doesn't know how to do anything but wants me to know how to exactly take their product to market. I don't need to know how to take the product to market. I know how to take thousands of products to market. I know the system. What they're missing is a system of sales, and they don't have it. And what they have is a product. So what do they need to be doing every day to monetize, to keep money going? Is sell the education around the product, service the education around the product. Same with lawyers. Lawyers say, well, I can't really work with you. Financial planners, insurance, I can't work with you unless I have, clearance. No, you can educate anybody about everything. So I'm telling you, that's a $1 trillion tip, and you're going to pre-sell your ideas. I have so many things. We just came out of the show, so I'm super excited. I love teaching you to do this. So the main thing is you don't ever stop making money, whether you have a product, whether you're in development, whether you have a service. I'm developing a program called How to Buy and Sell Companies. I've met enough people in all these summits now for a year online. They want to know, how do you go to that strip mall? What's the script? How do you walk in? How do you partner? How do you buy a company? How do you buy it? How do you sell it? If you're on the other side and you just, don't want to continue, you just want to be done. So the key for all time is you never stop making money. You always have offers that are moving, and you got to know your number. You got to strategically look at your cost. So I'll give you an activity. I'm always known for giving you things to do. For a lot of you, your pricing, right? Which then affects your cost and your margins. You're pricing as if you're doing all the work. And I don't want you to do any of the work. right? Now, in the beginning, you're going to have to, but I have a whole, army of coaches that coach for me and salespeople that work for me and real estate people that build houses for me and rehabbers that rehab houses for me, Airbnb people that take care of all that. Notice that I don't do a lot. I did in the beginning. I did a lot, so I know a lot. So now I can lead you to do a lot. Plus I can lead teams from anywhere in the world. So strategically, you have to look at your costs. You got to look at how you prioritize your payments to other people, but also you got to look at how you bring those offers in, what your margin is. So many of you, your pricing is wrong, which caused all of your entire P&L to get off. So again, you want to change some of the priorities of your payment structure. I know people who never took payments, and once they went COVID hit, they started payment plans. They started contracting cash. They started just giving what I call bundles. Bundles are different offers of different products and services. So one of the first things we're going to do when you just sign up, so I'm going to give you an offer to come sign up at our marketplace and then work on your financial infrastructure. First thing's going to happen is you will get a thank you email. You will have Molly calling you, giving you a little bit of an assessment to find out where you are, putting you immediately into a 4 o'clock Monday phone call, which is live with our coaches to talk about your fast cash. Those of you who need to look at your debt or your corporate structure or whatever little messes, Molly will assess what little messes might be going on. Maybe you're getting divorced. Maybe somebody's getting married. Maybe you have a health concern. All these things are messing with your money, folks. You've got to have a plan for and contingencies for all of that to happen. So that's what's going to happen beginning. And then we're going to get you ready. March 11th is right around the corner. You're going to come into the workshop. We're going to work together and you are going to make money. And we are going to fix this business model and fix your model, fix your pricing. Go to the next slide, Steve. These are handouts that we're going to give you. We give you these right away. We also give you how to build database forms, the basics of tax structure. There is so much stuff we're going to give you to help you facilitate getting these businesses up and running. A lot of you, if you were here and I could see your hands, I bet you would say, it's either one of two things are causing you to not grow as an entrepreneur, and it's not money. Do not tell me I got to have money to make money. No, you don't, because here's the two things that have to come in front of it. You need a team, cannot do this by yourself, and you need a system. And most of you without a system are never going to make money. The system and the team are a big part of that infrastructure, that are the critical part. And why would anybody give you money if you can't even make a first sale? So no, it's not about money. I'm going to craft that first sale. I'm going to get you that first sale. I'm going to get you that money in the door. So then you can load up your bank accounts and then be attractive if you wanted to go out and really get some real capital. Like I just got us this week, huge win this week. I got one of my companies, $20 million drawdown line of credit in our construction company. Huge win and 2.99% interest. Golden ticket, golden money. So that's what I'm up to and helping people do it. Was he able to get 20 million and you can't get 20,000? Because he has system, has a team, has a process, has a business plan. There's a lot that you have to get set up for. Why would someone give you money, even a basic credit card company, if you can't manage the basics? So once we get the basics, which by the way, you're going to need personal cards and business cards in our world, and keep them separate. So I just want to show you this. We will be sending you a lot of forms and documents that are going to help you systemize that you've been waiting for and haven't had. All right, next slide. This is, I love teaching sales, and James knows I am known for being one of the most assertive and direct sales women in the world. And I probably have some of the highest statistics in closing from stages around the world. And what I teach is this: you're not selling, you're serving. See, I know, because I've spent my life studying this, that the way I teach money and the how-tos about money, no one else is going to teach you. You can have Sharon Lechter as a mentor and me as a mentor, and we are going to teach you absolutely aligned, but different things, right? You can have another money mentor. Say you have Ron LeGrand, one of my favorite real estate. You can have him and I. Different things, both necessary. So this isn't about picking one, but it's depicting an aligned voice for you and your wealth plan and your team. And when you know, like I know, I'm the best at what I do, I would not be serving you to let you go wander off to go click on somebody else's link around the internet who does not know how to serve you and your financial infrastructure. So I'm going to teach you that serving is selling. So yes, I'm going to sell hard because I want you in my marketplace. As an example, because I guarantee I'm going to make you money. If you don't make any, you can come again, right? If you don't get any, you're going to have some one-on-one conversations about where's the block, what's going on. How could you not make money when the system is so laid out? And this is part of the system. So if you notice, what we're going to teach you and actually unteach you is some of these selling behaviors. Some of you have really bad selling behaviors, not serving behaviors. So notice we're going to reduce the selling behavior. We're going to increase your serving behavior. So, for example, you are not going to be self-driven. This isn't about you. Just I love when James said, the audience is you, not us, right? I mean, the audience is you're the ones that are the stage. You are the primary people that we are here to serve. It is not about us. There's a lot of egos that take the stage. That is not James or I, and probably a lot of folks you're hearing from in this process. But self-driven is not what we're doing. It's customer-driven. Notice we're going to go back and forth, right? If this isn't about me, I already know this. I know how to make money like that. I want to be about you. I'm going to talk not at you, with you. I'm going to not control you or manipulate you. I'm going to provide you some leadership so you can make a decision to change your life. But you need to make it. So then there won't be any rejection, right? There won't be, because I know I'm going to listen to you. I'm going to ask you what you want. I'm going to tell you how I'm going to serve you. And then I'm going to ask you for a transaction of cash. And then we go. And then I start teaching you. Congruency is critical when you so congruency means that what you think about, what you say, and how you behave all lines up. Congruency is essential in what you're doing. And so, for example, if you're an image consultant, you better look like it, right? If you're a weight loss coach, you better look like it. If you're a fitness trainer, you better look like it. I'm a multimillionaire because I am, right? I mean, it would be totally incongruent if I was teaching you to be a millionaire and I wasn't. I'm not money driven. I'm abundance driven. I want to win. I want you to win, right? I'm not going to close a deal. I'm going to open a relationship for the rest of your life. A lot of my initial clients that I have met along these journeys have become partners, right? Absolutely. When my client came to me and said, help me with the Ford dealership, I said, absolutely. So as a mentor, coach, client relationship, I helped him. And then as we got further into it, I said, this is something actually I want to do. I'm going to become a partner. So now a client becomes a partner. That's how it works in our world, because I know he's solid. I know his financial infrastructure is set up. Why would I partner with strangers? Like, I love these, all this pitching that's going on out in different, social platforms. Number one, there's a lot of illegal pitching going on. The structure is not even set up for legal conversations. And number two, most people have an idea, not a deal. And you can hear through the way that they have the conversation. So I'm going to teach you. And again, if I could see your hands, like how many of you say that in your, core of what you do for your life, you really want to help other people? Well, if you want to help them, serve them, but that means you got to sell them, because now you are in a committed relationship for success. Otherwise, you're just a charity running around. And a lot of you, I can promise you, that's what a lot of you are doing. You are not asking for money. You're not valuing yourself. You're giving it away for free, or your prices are really low and you have no money and you're stuck. So we are going to unhinge that. This will all be unhinged by noon on March 11th. I will promise you that. Now, the next slide is it's a more advanced slide, but I love teaching it. I teach it in depth when you come to our marketplace. This is how I teach you to sell. Notice there's a line in the middle where people are exchanging money. That's the sale. So when you sell what I call below the line, you're going to blow the sale. People don't buy because they want to know how. Like, you want me to help you become a millionaire, but you actually don't need to know all the hows. That's my job. I'm the expert. I know how to help you become a millionaire. So you're going to pay me for my how-to knowledge. So in the sales process, if I started telling you how I'm going to do it to you, you might start negotiating with me. Well, I don't want to do that. I mean, my partner and I don't want to both have a company. We only want one. And we want, like, all this negotiation starts, right? When you start talking about how you're going to do something for somebody. You never sell from how. You sell from, go above the line, what and why. You sell from, what do you want? Why do you want to be a millionaire? What do you need with money? How can I help you? Those are my questions to you. Those are our first questions. That's what Molly's going to be asking, right? What do you need with money? Why do you want to be a millionaire? Why do you want more money? What's the legacy you want? I'm going to sell from that big dream. I want to know what you want. I know how to get it done. What you're not buying is my brains to teach you my how-to knowledge. I got 25 years in here. It's not going to happen. You're hiring me. You're hiring an expert. You're hiring a mentor. You're hiring a coach to actually have the experience, have the bank accounts they say they have, and actually guide you, right? So avoiding costly errors, introducing people on a Rolodex. A few introductions, I mean, you could make an enormous amount of money. So a lot of you are losing sales for a variety of reasons, right? So let's just kind of recap. You don't have a system, you don't have a team, you're not incorporated, you don't have the right bank account, right? Your funnel's wrong. You got some pricing problems. You've got some margin problems. And then the big one is you keep telling people how to do stuff and you're not asking for the money. So we're going to get all that fixed. You say, Laurel, how do you fix all that? Because I've been doing it for a long time. I have consolidated, I structured, it's tight. In 2 days, we're going to fix every one of those problems. So if you're in, I'm in. Can't wait to help you. Let's go to the next slide. And we're going to show you a quick video of people who have been to my marketplace.
To a business marketplace right there and then, you're able to actually practice your skills, be in business practically, make money while you have exceptional coaches supporting you through that process. During the virtual marketplace, I made $1,810.
This will expand your horizons beyond anything you have imagined. I earned over $3,500, met some amazing people.
I earned close to $2,900 over the course of the 3 days, and Laurel's teachings, it's almost like being fed from the fire hose.
Is that she focuses on helping you make money while you're there. It's one of the best events that I've ever been to.
In 3 days, I added a number of new clients. I also was able to enhance my product offering and made over $1,200.
I've studied millionaires. I've studied from how they invest to how they behave with their family, how do they do legacies, how do they do their corporations, how do they do trust, how do they pay themselves, how does it all work? And it's really not that difficult. And it's still shocking to me how few people become millionaires.
This community is about three things, and really three things only: making money, keeping money, and investing money. So you guys are in the income conversation, which is very important to why you're here, because this happens to be an off Wall Street asset conversation about meeting, networking, and putting your wares out there and learning some skills to help you generate revenue.
So you can either, be right and stay broke, or let's get to it and let's make some money. Let's do it very quickly. So you've got to get aligned to how do you really serve other people, and your bank account's going to line up to it. And I want you to notice how many gurus you paid who are just kind of showing you what they did versus have a system that actually can be duplicatable over and over and over.
I've been around a while, and I've done a lot with lots of different companies all over the world. There is nobody on the planet better at teaching you how than Laurel Langmeyer.
You can make money anytime, anywhere. How many of you are a very different psychological human when you have money and you're not money stressed?
What does it say? Entrepreneurs are the ones that are willing to spend money for freedom instead of give up freedom to have a little money. So that's the idea.
Why would you buy something from somebody who doesn't value themselves?
Taylor Wade offer from Houston, Texas, right? If you like making money, you want to improve your systems, you want to learn how to communicate better, you want to make money while you're doing all the other things at the exact same time, and you get a chance or invited to an online meetup, you need to make an investment and be there.
My name is Kelly Owens. I am with CKO Investments. We are partnered with another company. We do off-market apartment complexes. So stop what you're doing, book it. No excuses, get off your butt, do the job.
Be curious, be coachable, do what you're coached, be here, be present, and be prepared to learn. If you can do all of that, you will have the most amazing 2 days maybe you've ever had, and it will transform the way in which you see the world and the way in which you do life.
There we go. So the greatest transfer of wealth is happening right now. So you're either going to be part of it. I'm not going to say you're behind, because I know how to catch you up. Our communities know how to catch you up, and you're behind, right? March 17th to 23rd was the greatest market crash since 1929. If you missed it, like I have a client that lost 1 million, gained back 6 million. knew exactly what it was doing. We're making 78% on in the market movements right now because we know how to do it. Same with cryptocurrency, same with cannabis. I mean, Ford dealerships to I own the Black Holes, the fan base of the Vegas Raiders. I mean, there are so many things that all of you could be buying. I look at that video and I just like Stacy, who said she's a chiropractor out of Toronto, Canada. She made $2,900 while she was in the workshop. And once you attend, we have a graduate workshop. She was there yesterday. She's on right now making more money. So we are a platform like, a place you just get to come and make money all the time at any time. So super excited to have you. If you're serious, we're serious. And March 11th, 12th is the next one. We are doing them about twice a month. We're going to start spreading that schedule out just a little bit. So it'll be more like every 2 or 3 weeks because we want you making money. We want no excuses. We're blowing the excuse zone and making sure that you are here and ready to make capital, which is a lot of cash. Then the next conversation we're going to keep having with you is what are you doing to invest it? So let's go to the closing slide and talk about what our offer is. What is a multi-million-dollar action plan? So our clients have loved it. I mean, even our clients from the past that have engaged in this, they're like, the work is amazing. It is extremely laid out. It's a masterclass process. So if you want to click kind of one at a time through the videos, we are going to roll. So first of all, you're going to get 2 tickets, not 1, 2. And you're going to get 2 tickets to our meetup and marketplace. The next ones are, again, March 11th, 12th, or the 25th and 26th. And then ongoing, I can tell you April, May, June, we want to see your amazing body, face, business, making money, bringing offers, constantly making money inside of our economy. Then you are going to get fast cash coaching, which is 3 calls a week. So every Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday, there are live calls with a live coach to talk about exactly that principle. Fast cash. How do you make fast cash? Like I literally on a social channel last week, that VA made $225 in less than 10 minutes, right? Like that, it's that fast. All of you could all make money that fast. You were not systematically set up to do it. And even some of the bigger guys, like I meet millionaires and multimillionaires not set up. They got to wait to do a big deal. So yeah, if you're out there and you're the big deal person, well, why aren't you generating a database all the time in small sales? So when you want the big deal, you have a big database of people that know you, like you, trust you. Like you're missing a massive asset in your business if you're out there and you don't have a way to monetize your message to a database. Now, the next thing you're going to get, right? So this all starts right away. You're going to get a phone call. We start Fast Cash 4 o'clock on Monday. You are going to get our financial first aid kit. So we haven't, I'd say expanded this. That's probably the best word I'm looking for. But this is critical. This is some of that early conversation I had in our talk about an hour ago with what do you do now? I mean, we still have stimulus issues. We've got PPP issues, SBA issues. You have mortgage issues if you furloughed, if you furloughed or delayed anything, if you didn't pay your credit cards. I mean, there was a lot that went down in the beginning and the advice was horrible. So that's why we call it a first aid kit, because we have people that are coming to us and they're bleeding. They didn't know that when they delayed their mortgage that they didn't read the fine print. They didn't have anybody to help or advocate. So think of me as your financial advocate, right? Somebody's going to be side by side to watch what you're doing and have you not navigate into, really rough waters. So people who sign mortgages, I don't know how many did, they signed to delay their mortgage. And that meant, for 6 months. But what they didn't read is that by month 7, you have to pay all 7 months back. Well, if they can't pay 1 month, how are they going to pay 7 months? So now all of this has to get restructured. This is this alone is probably worth the price tag of those tickets. So when you get all of this, thoroughly go through that financial first aid kit. Now we jump into some more advanced master classes, right? So now we've kind of fixed some things. We got you making some money. Masterclass number 1, expression of your power. That is Bob Proctor and I giving you a very specific way on how to manage your thinking and behavior around money. Then building, leading, protecting is your business plan with money. Your wealth cycles is your wealth plan for the legacy of you and your family. And then real estate, because everybody wealthy has some. So these are extraordinary master classes all laid out, and every one of them necessary, from how you think to your business plan, to your wealth plan, to your real estate plan. Now, again, I did say, so Steve, if you want to ping Molly, let her know I did offer those of you who take advantage of this offer today. I will give you a real estate tour ticket. Some people say they don't want to travel. That's fine. We will send you a bunch more of that education, but it is a bonus. It's not part of the buy, right? So what you're buying is this. And if you can come. Yeah, we're going to bonus you a ticket to one of our real estate tours, March 31st here in Reno, Nevada, or the 22nd, 23rd of June in Boise, Idaho. Now, here is the big bonus. So see if you put up the final offer, everything we're giving you that is listed on here, it's well over $3,000 of U.S. retail. We're doing it all for $997. The tickets alone are worth that. I'd say the real estate as leverage, just masterclass, I sell for $700 alone. I mean, this is such a great value, and this is huge. So look at the bottom. It's called Zafter Hours. So one of the things, this is a big bonus, is one of the things that most people never have the opportunity to do is be like in the green room of Shark Tank, or be a fly on the wall and listen to multimillionaires' conversations of deals get done. So what happens on the Thursday night of our workshop, so March 11th or March 25th, we're going to invite you into what we call a Zafter Hours, right? So Zafter Hours is where you are invited as a guest to really hear, how do conversations happen? Like, how did that $20 million happen? That we'll talk deeply about it. We will have had that transaction occur. So we can't talk about the deals while the deals are happening, but when the deals are done, we can look back and say, how'd that deal get done? And we're going to talk about the guy with the Ford dealership. We're going to talk about Kelly, the other woman that you saw on the video. She signed up to do more work with me personally after that workshop. She just bought her first residential assisted living facility in Houston, Texas, and she's only been a client for 5 months. Like, I'm serious. We will move as fast as you move. But Zafter Hours is where you're going to meet a very senior group of our community and hear how deals get done. Very, very rich environment. So again, you get all of that. That's priceless, by the way. You can't even buy a ticket to that. So it's $997. The more we know about you, the more we can help you. If you do need some payments, you can talk to James, talk to our team. And we are here to serve you. And if you've heard from me now, I don't want to be here in June or July with you saying, I should have took advantage of that offer. Like, it's time. You got to make some money. You got to break the pattern, make money, start living by a P&L and a balance sheet, not by your checkbook, and change your relationship to money. What's going to happen in these next couple decades of money is so significantly different. How you're going to be using digital currency for transactions. If you don't have money rules in the basics, and I want you to hear this loud and clear, if you don't have money rules in the basics, how are you ever going to do money rules once you have it? So with that, I'm going to turn it back to James and Brian. I'm super excited to work with all of you. Again, those are the dates. Don't make this date specific. Don't call mom and say, I couldn't sign up because of the date. We have them in April, we have them in May, we have them in June. We are constantly doing this marketplace. And honestly, for $997, I bill out of 5,000 an hour. I teach 7 of the 16 hours by myself. And I have a whole team, and I am there the whole time making sure you make money. So you can't buy that kind of a deal and get me at the forefront. So please jump right now. Hi, James. Welcome back.
Hey, Laurel. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for letting me talk to all your peeps.
Well, I'll tell you, they really enjoy you. This is about the 3rd time or 4th time you've actually talked to our folks, and people always love and enjoy going to your course because you give them so much content, even more than they could ever even imagine. So it's always good when people under-promise, over-deliver, but promise and then super over-deliver. So thank you so much just for showing up in the way that you do.
Thank you. And again, any questions anybody has, I'm always available. So connect. If you can't pay for it all right now, we are so, I say, nimble to work with you in your current situation, because we don't want you to have that situation. We want to shift it with you. So
absolutely.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, James, and look forward to working with the rest of you that out there listening.
I want everyone to go to getthetraining.shop. And if you do want to make a payment plan, trust me, it's going to be worth it, more than worth it, because I always say if you cannot afford it, sometimes you can't afford not to afford it. Exactly. You can't afford not to do it. That means you got to take action. So if you need to make out special arrangements, you can simply send us an email at info@jd3media.com. jd3media.com. That's info@jd3media.com. And Laura, I'm going to have to talk to you and have to twist a little bit and have to sweeten the pot up a little bit because we have to get your work on our TV show on the network.
Yep.
You got to get it out there. I promise I'll be behind it because you've got books about helping children become millionaires. You've got so much content and so much, not just the richness of your content, but the wealth of the experience that you have and what you bring with a commitment to make sure people get it. And I think that's what really excites you to see people win. And I love that.
Yeah, absolutely. They need to. And again, that's after hours for this sweetening this pot. After hours and a real estate tour ticket. Real estate tour tickets are usually a couple grand. So, I mean, for $1,000, you figure out how to get that $1,000 in to get thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars of extra value.
Amen. Amen. Again, ladies and gentlemen, Laura Langmeyer. Laura, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Guys, get the training.shop. Sign up in this course. I highly endorse it. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day, and all of you be blessed.
You got it. All right, we're going to take a short commercial. We're going to come right back with Dr. O. Dr. O is going to lead the next panel. So we're going to take a commercial break. We come back, Dr. O will be front and center with a new panel discussion with 4 more of our show hosts. Now, I want you guys to know that you're watching this through an actual television player. So that will, if you're going into the live feed, that's why you're seeing how crisp it is, how clear it is. And it's even better than that when you put movies and television shows on it. So you're looking through a live player right now. This is not StreamYard or Zoom or not even Facebook. This is being played through a live player, and then we're transporting it to Facebook for the people who are not registered and to YouTube for the people who are not registered. But if you want to get everything and you want to participate in our giveaway where 2 people are actually going to win tickets to Orlando, Florida, and 25 other people are going to get some amazing VIP gifts, and everyone who shares with 10 people. You share this out with 10 people. You got to tomorrow at 12 noon to do it. Share it with 10 people. Screenshot us those shares. Email that to info@jd3media.com. And you're going to get a free gift for sharing. And you're going to get 1 raffle entry to be able to win those tickets to Orlando and those VIP gifts as well. So we're going to take a short commercial. We're going to come back with Dr. O in our next panel.
So we're going to have some fun, okay?
Now.
Somebody bring Dave some air. He took it all out the room.
What? Prepare yourself.
That excited me.
Oh my gosh, amazing.
This is God speaking straight to me.
I'm glad you're doing it. We get to have fun.
This is going to be exciting.
Bringing the special needs community right to you.
This is about saving lives.
I could not be happier.
Carry on.
So exciting.
The kids are going to love it.
What do you say?
It's worth it.
That's what's up.
Introducing One and Done. Monetize your products, services, training programs, and content. Reach your audiences instantly, anywhere in the world.
Hello, my name is James Ditley. I'm an international speaker, business strategist, and philanthropist. If you're a speaker and you want to expand your business, if you want to increase your reach, if you want to bring your community together, you want to do it through One and Done. With the One and Done application, imagine you could take your live audience and put them in a virtual room where they can communicate with each other on a 90-degree angle. Imagine you can offer the tickets, you can give away the free gifts, you can offer your loyalty program, everything through One and Done. Get your One and Done app and get it today. Let's grow our business together and touch the world.
Head over to the App Store or Google Play and download One and Done today.
Already Always Amazing's mission is to serve as a catalyst to provide education, training, economic development, and to build the capacity of our most vulnerable and underserved communities, children, seniors, and veterans. Dr. Dentley and his wife, Dr. Kara Scott Dentley, co-founder of Already Always Amazing, believe it is our duty to give back and help children achieve sustainable self-sufficiency. Already Always Amazing provides support to organizations that serve our veterans so veterans can continue to make a major impact in this world. Already Always Amazing, providing vital resources and education to individuals and organizations that are committed to doing good.
Write this down. Time, money, knowledge.
What do I teach? Exposure and revenue.
There's so many great speakers, even some that I hope to hear myself.
You don't need a business coach to be nice to you. You need a business coach to be honest with you. You need a business coach to understand that these are the things you've got to do to run that company.
If there was a way that I could say how great you could be, would you listen to me? And if there was a price that you could pay that would give you the life that you seek, would you be willing to pay that price today? And if there was some work that you could do, would you roll up your sleeves, even though the work is on you? And if there was a promise of silver and gold, of pleasures and treasures and fortunes untold, would you do what it takes no matter how tough? Would you dare never quit when the going gets rough? Would you build something great? Would you let it build you? You're focused on your goal, but there's something else you must do. Because while you're building your dream, the dream has to build you. So if there was a way that I could say how great you could be, would you listen to me?
Are you ready for some good information? Well, I'm going to disappoint you. I'm not here to inform you. I'm here to transform you. You have to change the way you act towards your money. Learn new norms and habits for saving, spending, and investing. So how do you do that? You have to transform your financial DNA. Each letter in wealthy represents a principle. It's not that complicated. You just got to do it. Wealth mindset. E, entrepreneurship. A, asset management. L, leave a legacy. T, tithing and philanthropy. H, healthy living. And Y, you are in control. You have to change the way you feel about your money. You have to protect it because it is valuable.
And we're back. Are you ready for our next panel? We're so excited about JD3 TV. I mean, we're creating original movies, television shows, a lot of comedy, a lot of things for children, gospel entertainment as well. We'll have everything for you. But, you know, I really love the fact that we have some thought leaders, people who are subject matter experts that are going to get out there and teach us as we move into a new era in our living, where the entire world has been transformed. Yeah, I knew it was going to be a big change when all the roller coasters in Disneyland stopped moving. At that point, when Mickey Mouse says, wait a minute, I know it's time to pay attention like E.F. Hutton. But right now, I'm going to bring our next talk show host. This moderator is a gem of our team. She also has her own show called The Reveal, and she's a well-known radio and television star here in Chicagoland area and the surrounding Midwest. So, Dr. O, are you with me?
Hello, Dr. Dentley. I'm so excited to be with you this afternoon.
Well, the good thing about being around all these doctors, I always feel well.
Is there a doctor in the house? You always have one.
Amen. Well, I'm going to turn it over to you and your incredible panel. I can't wait to see what happens.
Fantastic. Thank you. I can take it from here because these ladies that I'm going to interview, they are excited and they are ready to go. I am so excited to be a part of day 2 of the Limitless conference. I hope that you have been taking tons of notes because I certainly have, but I want to stop here because we want to show you this important video for our first guest. So check it out and I'll be right back.
Introducing the extraordinary performer, a goddess.
beautiful, soulful, and sensational. These are the makings of a material goddess. Join a goddess as she brings you behind-the-scenes struggles of the entertainment industry, live performances, comedy, mindfulness, and mic-dropping stories. This is Drop the Mic. Drop the Mic.
Come on, mommy.
Amazing. The making of a goddess. We have a goddess in our midst this afternoon. She looks so bright and happy. So I'm super excited to hear from you, a goddess. But I have to just share some things about your bio that I think are amazing, because that video certainly did you justice. But there is so much more to you, to this goddess, a goddess. So she's a singer, a songwriter, a performer, a recording artist. A goddess is known for her melodious voice that transfers through the soul. She honors her island roots by blending her music with modern millennium, R&B, pop, soul with reggae, African acoustic sounds. Now I'm already intrigued by that alone. A goddess is a melting pot of diversity and soul. And throughout her singing career, a goddess is accredited with her work with Sly and Robbie, and performed on stages with Beanie Man and dance hall queen Patra. They took me back, way back. I remember the Patra days, but I wish I could dance like that, but that's another story. And Chicago's own Crucial Conflict. And in 2019, she co-wrote and was featured on the Grammy Award-winning song Enjoy Every Second by Michael Franti, which was released on his album Stay Human. A goddess is also an inspiring actress, a voiceover artist, and a talk show host. And let's add to that one of our TV personalities for JD3 TV. Welcome, a goddess.
Thank you. My God, I want to meet that woman.
Well, I think the folks that are viewing us this afternoon want to meet that person too. So tell us more. So, just listening to you, I've heard your music before. You were part of the last Limitless conference, and you brought down this a goddess. And, it just seems like you just have experience from the industry that shows that music is a part of your soul. Like, sometimes people sing for a hobby or just sing around the house, but it just seems to be embedded in you. So talk to us. What drew you to the music industry?
Music was just in me. That's it. That's all I can say. My uncles, they were one of Chicago's first reggae bands, and they were well known, and music has always been around me, and it's just something that was just in me. So yeah, I've been singing since I can remember, and I started recording when I was about 19, because I went through a little shy phase.
Okay.
And but I was writing from 17. Yeah.
And that's amazing, because that tender age of teenager years is when you're really trying to find yourself. And that's when you, a goddess, found your purpose. Right. And your purpose is now singing, songwriting, paying tribute to your heritage and your roots, and sharing that message abroad. So talk to us about your purpose as a musician. What do you feel is your purpose? What is it about your message that gives you purpose?
I think music is just, it's the language of God. So God encompasses everything. So there's laughter, there's joy, there's reality, there's pain, there's love of all things, there's love. And so my music touches everything. So it's just not in a box. I'm a goddess, and you can't box a goddess. You just can't box a goddess.
So as you're right, when you are a goddess and when you know it, when it's your purpose, how can you? Because you become limitless when you do not put yourself in a box. But talk about your shyness. You mentioned that, and I can relate to that, because when I was growing up, I found myself lost in books. I didn't really talk much to people. I just kind of had my own little world of my books, and I just traveled. I traveled so many places as a child from books and never left home. So talk to us about, how did you come out of that shell? Because obviously I'm no longer in that shy shell myself because I'm talking to you and it's fine for me to do this. So talk to somebody who may be shy and they're thinking, oh my God, it's just a challenge for me to come out of this shell. What did it take for you to come out of that shyness?
You know, I think mine was more so of, I grew up in a family where people's accomplishments was kind of almost looked at as showing off. So I think it wasn't so much shy, but just being kind of taught to dim my own light. And so I did a lot of self-help, reading books, just self-empowerment, and realizing like, no, I shouldn't. This is a gift from God. Everybody can't say that they can sing where they touch people, where people are coming up to me like, oh my God, you made me cry. Oh my God, your song, it was so powerful. The Slow Down song, talking about, the struggles of a young girl and how, they have to be strong and, love themselves. That is just come, a dime a dollar, a dime a dozen, so it's like, it's not something that just happens for everyone. So I had to just realize I have a gift and I have to sit in that, and I can't hold it to myself. I have to share it with the world.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because I have a message. I have something to say. And I have something for you to feel. Something that's you can relate to. Yeah.
And I can relate to that because I cannot sing. I'm going to stay in my lane. And my lane is interviewing and talking to people.
That's fine.
But I enjoy music because music will change your mood. Yes. Have you ever been in a mood where you just listen to a certain song and it just changes the atmosphere?
Yes.
And so, and I've been places where I've heard someone with a beautiful voice or their lyrics spoke to my spirit.
Yes.
And that's deeper than your soul.
Yes.
How do you, a goddess, how do you touch people? Because sometimes you can hear a song, you say, that was nice. I like the lyrics. I like the beat. It sounded good. The lyrics were catchy, but then it doesn't sit on your spirit. You know how sometimes you can't get a song out of your spirit because it just touched you in that way? And you mentioned that people come to you and they're almost in tears because you touched them. How do you cross over to that deep level from not just being a surface singer where you're just singing the words and you're just on stage or you're writing or you're shooting a video? How do you get to the point where you're touching the spirit? What is it you have to do? Is there a routine or is it now just a part of who you are?
You know what I've learned is because there's been times where I just haven't been in tune. It's like you got to get lost into your spirit because that is where your gift, it's live. It's from there. It's something that is so deep that when I perform, sometimes I just get lost.
Yeah.
I just get lost in it and I'm singing to their soul. That's my vision. I'm visualizing that I'm touching them. What I'm saying, even if it just get up and shake your body.
Yeah.
You're gonna shake your body. Even if you're not no dancer, you're gonna be like,
you feel a little bit. Yeah.
Your fingers, because you're gonna be like, I feel her.
Yeah.
My goal is for you to feel me, to really feel me. Whatever I'm singing about. It could be about the grass is green. You're gonna be like, dang. Right. That grass is truly green. I see it.
Well, I must say, a goddess, that I've heard your music and it touched me. So at least you touched one person. I'm sure I'm not the only one that you have touched, but I just have to ask you because I can see it from the surface why you have the name A Goddess. I can just see it all over you. But talk to us more. Where did that name come from, A Goddess?
Yeah, I have changed my name a couple of times as an artist, and this is the one that resonates with me and who I am. And the reason why I chose this name is because I want myself as well as other women to identify themselves as goddesses. Something higher. Tap into your deeper self. It's not boring being a goddess. You encompass everything. So you can travel all waters, all seas, all lands of the earth. And I put the A in front of it and I removed the D because I'm the feminine essence of God. I don't need an extra D. I got the ESS for, the feminine. And the A is so that other women can identify with themselves as a goddess too. I'm not the only goddess. You are a goddess too. And I want you to identify yourself as a goddess. Because I do.
Absolutely.
You can be a goddess too.
Yes, and I appreciate that. And you know what I love about that name and that explanation is that you don't have to, in a sense, knock off another woman's crown for you to shine. We all are goddesses in our own right, and we support each other, love each other, and we give each other the life that we need. When I think of a goddess, I think of someone who helps give life, and we can give life to other people.
Fix each other's crown.
Fix each other's crown instead of knocking it off, right?
Yes.
That's what we should do. And I see that you embody that in your work. And then just in this interview and just talking to you, I can see that you embody that. So you continue to create more goddesses and empowering women through your music, because we certainly need it. Because how often as women do we feel the lack of self-love?
Oh, so often. So often. And I believe it's just, coming from, our upbringing. We come from a lot of brokenness. And, we have to identify that and heal it, with love for ourselves.
Yes.
And I think that once we do that, then, you rise.
Yes. Yeah. Now, this interview, I don't know about the people who are viewing this, but you should be intrigued to learn more about a goddess, because you can tune into her show on JD3 TV network. So you got to tell us, what is this show going to be about? Tell us the name first. Tell us the name.
The show is called Drop the Mic.
Drop the Mic.
That's right. Drop the Mic. So if you don't know what Drop the Mic is, basically everything that needs to be said has been said. The mic is dropped.
Oh, okay.
And that can mean, something really great, or it could be something really like spicy. So that's the name of it. And so on this show, we're going to be highlighting the struggles of trying artists that are trying to break into the music industry, artists that are trying to break into the entertainment industry, bringing them on and hearing their struggles, bringing on artists who have had success and can, give us some of their struggles and how they have overcame their struggles in becoming successful. And the reason why I chose this as, the main objective of this show is I myself, I know what it's like to be a struggling artist and trying to get into an industry that is so hard to get into, with so many talented, gifted people, from photographers to painters to singers to producers that no one knows about because they don't have the platform, they don't have the support. And I'm so honored that JD3 TV and James Dentley and Kara, they just, they're here to just kind of like help give people those opportunities. And I'm so grateful. And so, so that's going to be, that's going to be the gist of the show. However, we're going to have some laughter, because, you got to sprinkle some comedy in, to get a little laughter, because you got to live and laugh.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we'll do like some skits, some play on some skits. We're definitely going to be having music, of course. I'm an artist, so I'll perform. Other artists will get a chance to perform on this show. It's going to be a lot of fun. And we're hoping to do like a drop the mic hot topics type of thing. Where, we share what's going on in the world that's like mic dropping, like, whoa. I heard.
Yeah. Little tea, but you dropping the mic.
No, but I'm dropping the mic. We ain't spilling tea. We dropping mics around here.
Yeah. Yep, I got it. Now, you know, like I said, I knew this was going to be a phenomenal show, and you just sealed the deal to encourage people to watch. And I'm just so excited that I had this opportunity to talk to you. I'm just looking forward to some phenomenal things coming from you, your music, with your show, and then your endeavor. And I like the fact that you're looking to help serve others through this platform by giving them an opportunity to find out that they do have talent. It's just they don't have the right opportunity. You know, I'm sure you've experienced where people may have opportunities, but they don't share them. And it's so wonderful and refreshing that you are. Did I drop the mic?
You dropped the, that was mic dropping right there.
Right. So it's good that you are willing to share your opportunities with other people to give them that chance.
You know, I say this, and there's so many people who they're not willing to share opportunities with other people because they have a belief or a narrative that that person may surpass them.
You just dropped the mic on that one, right? But it's enough for everyone.
Listen, it said it in the Bible. It said it in so many great books that there's abundance of everything. We all can sing. We all can get a piece of the pie. We all can buy property. We all can do everything. Because everything is for everyone. It's just, you know, to get up and go and get it and believe that you deserve it.
Absolutely. And we're going to tune into your show so we can figure out how we can, those who are interested in the music industry. So, Goddess, thank you so much for being with us and chatting with me today. I look forward to, like I said, to viewing your show on JD3 TV, and I'm sure there is so much more to come from you. So thanks again for being with us this afternoon.
Yes, thank you. And if you guys can tune in and check me out on my YouTube channel, A Goddess, and please check out my song on iTunes and on all music streaming platforms, You Mama, and Slow Down.
We got it. Thank you. Thanks again for being with us this afternoon.
All right. Thank you so much for having me.
All right. We're going to keep this discussion going. As you can see, we started off right away dropping the mic. And this has been fantastic. So I hope that you are enjoying the discussion thus far. And I have another video I want you to check out that's going to introduce our next guest. Check it out.
Do you want more out of life? Are you tired of being put down, let down, bullied, and abused? Are you sick of struggling to breathe life into your dreams? Well, here she comes, Crystal Richardson coming at you. Crystal Richardson, aka Style, K the principal. Jump into your greatness, let's go. 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 She's here to help you evaluate your limited beliefs. Thick mind, traffic, mediocrity, elevation, where your confidence, communication, creativity, clarity, commitment, and cash flow. Let's go. Jump into your greatness. Jump into your greatness. Let's go. 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 When you renew your mind, you renew life. When you renew your life, you renew your destiny. Are you ready? Let's go. Jump into your greatness. 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 Let's go. Anybody tell you what you cannot do? Jump right here, right now. Jump into your greatness.
Jump into your greatness. Let's go.
Yes.
If that's not an introduction, I don't know what is. I felt motivated, inspired. I really felt like picking up my journal and looking at some of those goals that I've had for quite some time because I'm ready to jump into my greatness and not just jump into it. I got to go someplace after that. Let's go. So Crystal Richardson, I'm so excited to have you here with us. What a way to jump into the conversation. But I want to tell our viewers just a little bit more about you. Crystal Richardson, you already know from that video, she is powerful. And she believes that she was born with purpose, and that purpose is to help people. Now check this out. Evict mind trash. Now, you know we got to talk about that. And you're going to talk to us about canceling the very desire and the intent to be mediocre. That is powerful. Crystal is an international speaker. She's the Global World Civility Ambassador of Innovation, a leadership and mindset accountability coach, an untapped income coach, an international best-selling author, TV and radio show host, a genetic research engineer, and the CEO of various innovative companies. Listen, if you can't do it, nobody can. Just for that bio alone. And just check this out, you all. Her past media experiences, she's no novice when it comes to media. She has been showcased throughout numerous countries. She's covered almost every continent. That is powerful. And she has also taught and spoken live and in person in over 25 countries. And she is also a part now, drum roll please, of the JD3 TV lineup. So welcome, Crystal Richardson.
Phew. So great to be here. So great to be here.
Wow. So you got to talk to us. We got to start right with that video. Talk to us about some of those experiences that you share with us in that sizzle.
Yeah. So as mentioned, you know, I've been a lot of places and done a lot of things, right? And one thing I just want to say is that what it didn't show is how it all got started. I had loving parents, and they sent me to kindergarten with my little plastic briefcase and told me I can be anything I want to be and do anything I want to do. And I believed them. I actually did. But I was met with bullying. Elementary, junior high, high school, and on through adulthood. And that knocked me down. But God said I needed to get back up and tell my story. I had fibroid tumors, like about 50 of them, tried to knock me down, but I got back up because God said I was supposed to be up and I'm supposed to be doing things and sharing my voice. The same with the big, huge tumor that was on my left kidney that they said, the doctor said, listen to this, Dr. O, that I was 98.5% chance cancerous.
Wow.
But God said, what did he say? That I was in the 1.5. So I got up. And most recently, sometimes I have issues with my breathing and with talking because I had COVID and double pneumonia. And he tried to take me out again, Dr. O, but God said I will live and not die. And so I have to share my voice. I have to share my testimony. I have to share the different things that I've done because a lot of people have been through the same things and they're still down. They haven't got back up yet. So we're starting out with health and we're starting out with Dance, Walk, Live for the show. I know we're not talking about that yet, but we're starting out with Dance, Walk, Live, and then we're going into some other innovative shows.
You know, oh my God, Crystal, this is just, I'm just almost speechless. I just have so many just things that are coming to my mind because you just share so much in such a short period of time, especially when you talk about being knocked down and being bullied and people telling you on one side you can be great, but then we tend to listen to the negative comments when we have people that are telling us that we can. So talk to us more about that because obviously you didn't allow bullies, you didn't allow health, you didn't allow any crises to put you down. You got back up. So talk to us about, is that the mind trash? Am I getting into the mind trash yet? Yeah.
Yes. And you mentioned it earlier just with a goddess, and I just love her name. I love her energy. And I'm going to be tuning into her show as well because I'm into the music too. But you mentioned you went into your books. You were quiet and you went into your books. So yes, in elementary school, it was my studies. It was athletics, sports, and dance and creativity. So I can draw. My dad was he was an artist. He wasn't, but that was what he did around the house was draw. And so doing those things, everything with creativity. My grandmother, my mother, they sewed. So I create things. I'm innovative because of my childhood and because I wanted to do things instead of focusing on the bullying. But I just mentioned that it went from elementary, junior high, high school on to adulthood. And even though I had done a lot of things, spoken in a lot of countries, VP of this company, director, and all of that, I still hadn't really opened my mouth about me. That didn't happen until age 50. I'm about to be 57 this year, and I had to say two words. When I turned 50, I said, no more. No more.
Wow.
So I'm going to be speaking tomorrow, and I'm going to be talking a little bit more about that, how we all can unleash our freedom formula. And it begins with us accepting ourselves. There's so many people out there. I think it's like 264 million people that suffer from and are diagnosed with anxiety and depression.
Wow.
Anxiety and depression. And those are the people diagnosed. So many others are not diagnosed, right? So I need to open my mouth, because even if I just help one person to come out of that and one person not to commit suicide, then I thank God for my life.
And, and that's important, because oftentimes people don't share their story because they're ashamed.
Right.
But it can be a way that can help other people not go down that same obstacle, roadblock, that street. So we gotta share that message. And one of the reasons why I think you're just gonna be so wonderful a part of this network is that you're open about sharing your story. You're gonna help so many people who may have said, I thought I was the only person, and they're suffering in silence. But not only are you sharing that story just to share a story, but you have a way that you can share a way out. So not just this is our story and we have a kindred spirit because of that. Let me give you the roadmap that I use to get out of that funk, to get out of that situation, to get out of that challenge. And now look at me. You don't look, 50, anything is not old these days, but oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Good genes. My grandma had porcelain skin, and my mom, she was itty bitty. I think she still had high school guys hitting on her at the bus stop. Something, she was only like, 4 foot nothing, and this big. So I thank God for my genes.
Got it from your mama. That's awesome. I just want to, I just love your spirit. And I think that it just transcends through computer, tablet, wherever you're watching this. And I think that's what's going to draw people in. So I'm just so excited to learn more about your show. But before we get there, I want to talk about something you mentioned about creating, because as a minister, that's important to me, because I think about in the book of Genesis, the Bible talks about how this world was created. And it also talks about that we, people, humankind, we are created in the image of God. So if he created, we are certainly designed to create.
Yes.
So I think about that when I think about you and all the places you've been and all the people that you've spoken to. So how are you going to create that message to share to the masses on JD3 TV?
That, Dr. O, is what I'm so extremely excited about, because I'm launching, and you probably saw like really quick on the video, it's called Life Innovation. Life Innovation, because we all have various parts of our life. So being creative with our health, which is Dance, Walk, Live. Where's the little logo? Dance, Walk, Live. That's the show that we're going to be doing. It's going to be fun. It's going to not just be creative, but we're going to have challenges and worksheets and ways that you can dance for life, walk for life, live for life your way. And then lose inches and pounds without even really trying. And so our health, that's the first part of Life Innovation. The next part has to do with business. I already have the whole first season packed with my billionaire, millionaire friends that are going to tell you how to unleash your innovation, unleash your creativity. When they all said yes, Dr. O, like 50 of them, I'm like, are you serious?
Yeah.
Every single person said yes. And so I'm really thrilled to help people with that. And then Woke, that's one of the other ones. War ready, on fire, kingdom minded every day. Creativity in our worship. Creativity in our worship. So life innovation has to do with all the different parts of our life and the ways that we can show our expression and creativity and tap into what helps us to be better people, but to show up better in the world.
And that is an amazing and unique message, because, we don't ever take the time for ourselves, right? So who has time to dance and walk? We should make time for ourselves. And hey, and I saw in your video, you're a praise dancer, right? Is that what I saw in the video? So you have the moves, and, dance is so expressive, right? Even if you are not a good dancer, it's your way of expressing yourself. And, you're using your body to do that. And sometimes those emotions that you're feeling, especially like I was talking to a goddess about how her voice and her songs can help minister to people, so to speak. Sometimes that dance can just release some things that are inside of you that you just need to just get out and clear your mind. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, so I've been dancing since I was this big, and my daughter, both of my daughters, one is living with her husband in Okinawa, and the other one is in LA. She's a dancer, very extremely good dancer. She's been on with Beyonce, Pitbull, Ariana Grande, and like the names go on and on of who she's been on with. But dancing can do so much. And while you're doing it, while you're releasing everything and helping your mind with that, we're going to be getting into, some of the neurology, aspects of it too. You're actually burning calories and you're losing inches, you're losing pounds. There's some people that used to tease me every time it was February, Black History Month, African dance, they lost between 5 to 7 pounds because we had to keep doing it over and over again, right? And doing all the moves and all that. And so you lose pounds and you don't even know. So it's a part of me. We've done parades. We've been on TV, Fiesta Bowl parade and Cardinals games, Phoenix Suns games, and danced at the Capitol here in Arizona, a number of places overseas I've taught. I love dance. But my partner, Carmel Jean-Francois, I love saying her name.
Yeah.
She's the martial arts part and the runner and all of that part of Dance Walk Live. Extremely amazing lady. I can't wait for you all to meet her. But because of COVID and some other things, I'm still going to be getting my dance on, but I'll be doing the lower impact part and she'll be doing the higher impact part of what she does. But when it comes to the dance part, I'm going to get it on. I might have to take an inhaler or something after, but I'm going to get my moves on. Okay. And you can too.
And that's what I was going to say. I just know that when I tune into your show, I better have my workout clothes on.
Right.
I'm going to get moving and it's going to be for my goods. I'm just excited because, you think about it, your show is really interactive. And unless you're watching a workout video, when do you have an actual television show that encourages you to get moving? So that makes you unique. And like I said, I think that it's such a great addition to the lineup. And I cannot wait to tune in and lose a few pounds and learn to just have a good time doing it. You got to enjoy life. Life is for us. It looks like you are enjoying every bit of the life that you are living.
Because we don't know when our last day is going to be. I'm not trying to bring down for anybody, but we don't. And so many people have died from the 3 C's: car accidents, cancer, and COVID. Okay. So we need to just take each day, live it. Live out loud. That's what I'm about, is living out loud. You will hear some of my original songs too, like the Jump Into Your Greatness that he was talking about me. That's one of my songs. I have a number of rap songs, anthems, all different things that we will be using during Dance Walk Live. So it's going to be good.
Now I'm just intrigued because, we talk about mind trash. That really caught my attention. So talk to us about that. What is mind trash and how do we get rid of it?
So some people to have in cartoons, they have in movies where there's like, the angel on one side and the devil on the other. That's only 2 people.
Yeah.
I have, and other people have, quite honestly, all these different voices. Oh, this is going to happen. That's going to happen. Are you sure you want to do that? No. And your subconscious, if you read Napoleon Hill and other things, it's there to keep you safe. So you might go too far. You might do too much. You might this and that. And then I have all the people, all my hundreds of moms that want to take care of me. Crystal, make sure you save your energy. Make sure you sit down. Make sure you rest and this and that. But I have to live my life. Yes, I'm going to be careful, but I have to live my life. So you have all these voices that are just voices. Then you have all these people and their opinions. However, you are the only one that can be you. And when your last day comes, it's over. Wow. And so the woulda, shoulda, coulda, you can't say it because you're gone. So I'm going to live my life out loud. And that's actually a song, living out loud. I'm living it. I'm in the game. That's the song we're going to be working on.
Yeah, this is fantastic. So last thing I just want to just have you share with the folks. Okay. Can, tell us just one more time, just tell us about your show. What to expect. I mean, you've given us so much. I think the people are already ready to tune in. They're just waiting to see what day you're going to be on. But just one more time, just give us something to take us out, Crystal, to remind us that we need to watch your show when it becomes available. Tell us.
So it's Dance Walk Live. And there's more information on JD3 TV. So pumped, so excited. And dancewalklive.com. And you're going to dance for life. live for life and walk for life. You're going to do it your way, because we all have different body shapes. We all have different things that we've been through that have knocked us down and we had to get back up. And you're going to be able to develop your own custom plan. So you're going to watch the show, listen to the show, and if you want to join the membership and have that one-on-one coaching related to what's going on with you, we're going to provide that. Now, we're not doctors, so we have that little caveat in there because this is physical, so you can maybe overexert yourself, but it's going to be fun. So much fun, so much fun. I'm ready. I hope everybody else is too. Everybody needs to burn a couple calories, right?
We all need to burn a couple calories. So, we are excited about this. I'm so thankful that you are a part of this. So thank you again for being a part of this, and we will see you soon.
Yes, definitely. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to keep this conversation going. Wow. A goddess. We have Crystal Richardson. This is just showing you all that are viewing this, that the lineup on the JD3 TV network is going to be dynamic, and we're not going to stop there. We have another TV personality that we want to introduce to you, so check out this video.
And if they're truly a partner, my conversion rate's going to be super high. But we all have the potential to be successful, but it doesn't happen because there's this fear of not knowing how to do something. Okay, so we all know what we need to do. The question is, how do we do it? I'm going to provide a very tactical approach to getting more referral partners and how exactly, week by week and day by day, to work with them to create more referral opportunities and stronger relationships to improve and increase your business. So the big thing is, how do you differentiate yourself in the market and how do you become the purple cow?
And now, please stand and give a warm welcome to Jen Duplessis.
The wonderful, the fabulous Jen Duplessis. Welcome to the conversation, Jen.
Hi. I'm always giggling at the end because that voice is my husband.
Right. So that's how this is a team effort, it seems. So he helps with you.
Yeah, absolutely it is. It's such a pleasure to be here today. Thank you so much.
And thank you for just being phenomenal and willing to share your gift. And I just have to, Jen, before we even get into the conversation, the video was phenomenal just to give us a bird's eye view of who you are and what you contribute to the world. But I just want to share a few more things with our viewers. Jen Duplessis believes that you can live your legacy while building it. That's a powerful statement. That when you work on purpose, you can play with passion. Oh, I love to play, and I'm excited to hear more about that. She is recognized as an influencer in her industry as a #1 Amazon bestselling author of Launch, How to Take Your Business to New Heights. She's the host of 2 podcasts, Top Ranked Mortgage Lending Mastery and newly released Success to Significance, Life After Breaking Through Glass Ceilings. Another powerful topic there. She is a highly sought out and charismatic speaker, speaking on stages with such icons as Tony Robbins, Darren Hardy, Les Brown, Barbara Cochran, and Jack Canfield. She has also been seen and heard on Good Morning America. Wow, that's a huge platform there. Sirius XM Radio, Voice America, and Mortgage News Network. Jen was featured in publications such as the Wall Street Journal and the Washington Post, and is a regular contributor to Mortgage Executive Magazine and Mortgage Women Magazine. Jen has been recognized with the Women with Vision Award as one of the top women in the mortgage industry. Wow, we got a lot to talk about today.
It's all over the place, isn't it?
But when you have a gift, it just comes out naturally, and you just have to just share it with the world in as many platforms as possible. And I think you are proof of that, Jen. So I just want to just talk to you a little bit more from your bio. It just seems like you're just enjoying an extraordinary life and you're an extraordinary career. So let's talk about that. How did it all begin from you? What are your beginnings?
Yeah. Well, my beginnings were and continue to be today that, people always were telling me that I couldn't do it. And I was going to show them. And, so when I was little, I had an uncle who told me, and at the time my name was, it's Jen. It's still the same thing, but he called me Jenny. Okay. And I was known as Jenny who ain't got a penny. And, I remember when I think back on that and I think back on how he was looking at me and looking down at me, he said to me, Jenny, you're going to be just like your parents. You're going to be an alcoholic. You're not going to have anything. You're going to be a verbal abuser. You're going to be poor. You're just not going to amount to anything. And, that all started perpetuating me into saying, don't ever tell me that I can't do it, because I can. And that led on to, years and years and years. I always say I spent years proving and not living, proving to everyone that I would be more than that. And I surpassed everything you could possibly think of. I was the best at it. No one could tell me that I couldn't do it. And that really is what my whole life has been about.
You mentioned something that I think strikes a chord with so many people. We're trying to prove ourselves to other people. We want people to see our greatness, and sometimes we become invisible to people. We find the need to try to prove ourselves to them, and we don't enjoy life in the meantime because we're so busy trying to chase what we feel should be the ideal person for other people.
Yeah. And I was doing that. I was doing that for years and years. And as my bio states, etc. I was in the mortgage space for many, many years. Top 200 loan officers in the country out of 785,000, and then to be a woman on top of that. But truly, I wasn't happy. I had several apexes of my life that said, there's more to life than chasing the almighty dollar, and there's more to life than that. And that comes with age, right? I feel like you learn, then you earn, and then you want to return back to the world. And that really was the auspice for starting Success to Significance Life After Breaking Through Glass Ceilings. That podcast I was exploring that, right? I was exploring, what do I do now? And every time I turned around, someone was saying, well, you can't do that. You can't do that, right? I don't know how you're gonna make that happen. And I just said, watch out, get out of my way, because here I go. And so I really feel that if you want it enough, you can get it, and I can help help people do that. And that's really what I've tried to do, and stopped proving and started living.
And that's an important message right there. And I like something you said. It seems there's a common theme with our panelists this afternoon: being told you can't do it, being told you're not good enough, and being able to break through those ceilings, those barriers, those walls, and know that you have it inside of you to be able to do it. So talk to us, Jen, about being told that you can't do it, and how has that inspired you?
Well, it didn't at first, and then later it did. Right? I think everybody has to get to a breaking point where they say, that's enough, I've had enough. And, I know some of our panelists have already said that as well. And I think that was, really the important thing, is that I had to kind of step in my own and say, I have had enough. Stop telling me I can't do it. Get out of my way, because I'm on my way to succeeding and doing what I think is really important. But the key for me, and what I talk about with everyone, is identifying your core values and stop pleasing everybody else. Find what really deep down inside your core values are, and find that and chase that. For example, our previous guest here, right, Crystal, was just saying, right, Crystal, was just saying, she dances. I'm a competitive ballroom Latin and swing dancer. And,
Wow.
that's what makes me happy. And so I take care of me first. And I think so many times in life, people take care, if they could just be as good to themselves as they are to their business, if they could be just as good to themselves as they are to the chase that they have in, trying to be something that they don't even want to be, there would be so much more happiness inside of them. And I've found that now. You cut me open and little happy balls walk out, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm much, much more happy. I get much, much more done because I have my priorities straight. And when I can master those priorities, I can master my life.
And Jen, I like the fact that you started off being truthful. I wasn't inspired at first when I was told I can't do that. And that's real. Who's inspired by someone saying you can't do that? That touches us. But you found a way to use that to fuel you to share a message, right? Would you say you said earn, learn, and return? Did I get that right? Was it somewhere along?
Yeah, you got it right.
You have to, right? So you take that message and then now you share it with the masses so that they can learn that they can do it, even in the midst of a situation where someone is telling them they cannot. So talk to us, Jen, about your message, because Good Morning America, Sirius XM, you have 2 podcasts. And so that means that you're out there, you're sharing already with the masses. So talk to us, what's your message that you're sharing?
Yeah, I mean, the message that I'm sharing on, my daily life is lifestyle business mastery. I really think that people have it backwards. If you think of a car and the steel of a wheel, right? The steel of the wheel, that becomes everybody's business. They're focused in on that. And then the tire gets bumps and bruises and wears out and gets poked and everything because there's just no protection for it, right? And so I just want to invert that and say, what if we focus, if that steel becomes you, right? You're the steel. Because this is an inside job, telling everybody to get out of your way because, don't tell me I can't do it. Get out of my way, right? You have to become steel. And then your business becomes the tire, right? And then you can protect yourself even better. And so my message is really getting your priorities straight and find out, what do you really want? What do you really want? And get that first and then build around it. Whatever it is you're building, whatever you're building in your life, whether it's a big podcast or whether it's business or whether it's impact, it just doesn't matter. We have to be stronger inside. And I think we're a society that just tries to keep up with the Joneses and glorifies busyness. And I just think that it's an inside job, and you're only going to be happy when you can take care of the inside and figure that out. And then watch out, get out of my way, because here we go.
And you keep raising so many wonderful, interesting, thought-provoking points when you talk about really why, the whys behind what do you want? Why do you want it? To make you really think, because oftentimes people have desires and wants because they're still trying to prove themselves. It's not really what touches their heart. It's not really what they want. And if they even had those things, they probably couldn't even handle it or really enjoy it because it's not what they need. But really just kind of honing down to figure out, looking at that man in the mirror. We heard that yesterday from Lee in his interview, looking at that man in the mirror or woman in the mirror and saying, who am I really? And what do I really want?
Yeah, I think, again, and I think social media has really played a role in this too, because everyone, glorifies their lives. They're not telling the real truth, right, of what's happening.
Yeah.
And I'm not against it. It's just that I think that, people think that success is having that fancy car, the big house, but what if that's not for you? And we chase other people's dreams all the time. And I just want to chase my dream. I want to just define what it is I want in my life so that I can chase my dream. And I think that's where, where we have so many problems with so many people not being happy.
Yes. And I'm sure that you're going to give so much good advice is going to help us find that happiness. So last question for you, Jen. Oh, yeah. Last question for you. Tell us why. Tell our viewers now, why should they tune into your show? What are you going to bring us that we're just going to be sitting on the edges of our seat watching your show?
Well, I mean, for anyone that was ever told, you can't do it, I understand. I can help, right? And we have your back. I mean, that's what it's about. So our show is going to be exploring anyone, anyone who's ever been told they can't do it and how they came through it. So whether you're short and they were told you were too short, and whether you're too tall, or whether you're too thin or too skinny, or you were not smart enough, or you weren't pretty enough, anything that someone has been told, you can't do it. We're going to explore that and show how people have come out on the other side due to the resilience of that inner game that they have for themselves. And so every week we're going to be highlighting someone who's come through that. So whatever that case may be, we're going to share those stories to try to inspire and motivate people to take that in themselves and stop the proving and start living and moving through their life for future happiness.
Well, thank you for sharing your message, Jen. Thank you for talking with us today. And thank you for letting us know that's a golden nugget that I'm taking with me. Stop working to prove, but work to live and enjoy life and have a ball doing it, because we all have purpose. So thanks again. We are so looking forward to your show on the JD3 TV network. And I know there's more to come, so we'll be looking out for you, Jen.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me here today. I really appreciate it.
Sure. All right, now we're going to keep this conversation going. I'm just excited just to see new people and learning more about the broadcasting that's going to happen on the JD3 TV network. And I hope that you are just as excited to be a part of this. So we have two more guests that are going to come on together. And this is really a joy for me because we work together internally within the JD3 TV network as a team. And I tell you, these are some phenomenal gentlemen, and I get to see them in their workspaces, so to speak, whether they're virtual or not. But this will be a wonderful opportunity for me, just like I did yesterday with Lee, to actually get a chance to know them just a little better. So I'm just as anxious as you are to talk to our next guest, Brian and Lavelle.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Now, wait a minute. Is your show about fashion? Because I'm seeing it. Lavelle, you brought the beat back, I see. And then Brian, you're not stopping anytime soon, I see. This is phenomenal.
Absolutely. Now, we have to, make appearance on a platform like this. We just have to look our best.
And you won't get anything else but bowing down from me. You all did it. Now, I will have to say this. I'm sure it's taken care of, but you are the two men that are the backbone of the network. So I'm wondering what's happening behind the scenes if you all are on camera.
Just know there's always a ram in the bush. There's absolutely one right now handling everything that needs to be taken care of. And again, it's an honor and a pleasure to just be here with you.
And I know that you all, like I said before, I'm teasing. I know you all have this taken care of, but you all, man, you like I said, it has been such a pleasure working with you all internally with the network. But now to get a chance to get to know you, to find out what exactly are the intricacies of you two. So we're going to start, first of all, by tell us what you do to make this network so phenomenal.
Right.
Oh, well, so many. I mean, we wear so many different hats. We try to make the network just as good as we can make it. I mean, we basically doing everything that we are asked to do, and we're going over and beyond and bending backwards and everything like that, because at the same time, the network is so much bigger than ourselves. The network is basically based around bringing content, bringing different elements of everyone that's actually going to be a part of the show to the world. It's so many different artists. There's so many different people that's making content and things like that needs to be able to get it out to the world, needs to be seen, needs to be heard. And Dr. Denley, he's actually making that a reality for a lot of those people. So, we just want to, again, just make sure that we're doing our parts of making the JD3 TV network a reality.
And for myself, I have to say I wear quite a few hats. But most importantly, I try to make sure that the day-to-day operations are taken care of. And I am known to be like the nucleus of the team. I really serve each and every individual on the team as they begin to serve each and every one of our clients and our viewing audiences as well.
And you know what I think is just phenomenal is that first of all, I'm so honored, really, I'm being serious here, to have this opportunity to interview you all, because I just know that you all work so hard and nobody really knows exactly what you do. As Lavelle, you said that you're the nucleus, and you really are. You keep the team together and you work hard and you do it with a smile and you do it with patience. And then Brian, you're behind the scenes and you're asking all these technical questions, and my head is just swimming because, as I told Lavelle before, I'm not the technical person, I'm the talker, right? But you all make it seem so easy. So just give us, and I like what you said too, Brian, about Dr. Dentley and this opportunity to be able to share with the masses, because I've worked in media for quite some time, and I tell you, I've never experienced an opportunity like this before, ever. It's usually a challenge to be able to have an opportunity like this, and there's so much red tape that you have to go through. But Dr. Dentley and team, you gentlemen, namely, have made it so easy for someone who just has raw content and want to be able to produce that for the world to see. So tell us a little bit about your skill set. How are you able to do this? And you make it look so easy. So talk to us about that.
Oh well, I mean, it's been a long road. It's been a long journey. I started off in the IT field, IT consulting and things like that. So a lot of the times when we're doing that in that particular field, we touch a lot of software. We touch basically every portion of software, whether it's cybersecurity, whether it's just normal platform software and things like that. So just knowing how to navigate throughout these different softwares and everything like that kind of just makes it a lot easier to manage. And of course, I'm still growing, I'm still learning, I'm still trying to get better at and hone into one of my crafts that I have here, which is just being technically sound and having a wide range of ways that I can actually go within the software or the hardware and things like that. So again, I don't know everything. They called me the wizard, but I don't know everything. I'm just being human. But at the same time, I'm just consistently growing. I'm consistently learning. I'm consistently pushing myself to the max, because I have a great mentor in Dr. Dentley. He always challenges us to actually make ourselves better in everything that we do, because the playing field doesn't get any easier. The playing field gets harder. And, in order for us to stay afloat and for us to be able to go to the next level and for us to be able to do the things that we need to do to make this network a reality, then I have to actually push myself to grow, push myself to know what the next best thing is. So, and then from there, I can just actually add that into what we actually doing on a day-to-day basis and, just take off.
Yeah.
For myself, I would have to say one of the biggest things that I practice and I do now is that I practice a lot harder than I play. So then that way, when it comes time to actually get onto the court or get onto the field and play the game, whatever it may be, in whatever industry we are operating in, because we operate in many, but whatever it is, that I'm pretty much prepared and ready to go. The other thing that I do is I make sure that I stay prayed up, and I'm always studying and reading. And as long as that you put God first, and He always has your back. And so for me, just knowing that those angels are being dispatched with me helps me to keep a level head in a lot of situations that normally would be confusing or what we know as turmoil for many others. Allows me to just keep a resignated, calm head and just be able to operate in such a fashion to where we just get it done.
Wow. Now you all are giving out. See, I'm so glad I had a chance to interview you all, because you all are mostly work and I'm learning so much. Keep that spiritual level, right? Because that keeps us calm, knowing that we have protection and that whatever we do is going to work in our favor. Actually work at what we're doing, not just say we're going to do something, but actually put our hands to the grindstone and get it done. Brian, you talked about support. I mean, being able to be a support to the staff, being able to be a support to the TV personalities, and being a support to Dr. Dentley. And then most importantly, you both mentioned always honing your craft, always reading, always researching, even though you are both experts. And I know you said, Brian, that you don't know everything, but you know a lot. Both of you all know a lot. And I think, we know he is the true wizard. We know that. And we give him credit for that. But that's how this network is going to grow, because there are people with a mind to work, and there's people who are always looking to level up, like you two fabulous gentlemen that are saying, we're going to take this to the next level. So this is fantastic. So I just want to ask you, because I know we're probably short on time, but I want to ask you, because I'm so curious, how did you two come to the JD3 TV community? The family, I should say.
Well, I'll take this one. First and foremost, me and Dr. Dentley have been working together for a little over 6 years now. He's been mentoring me. I actually got into one of the introductory of Inspired to Speak. And from there, I began to dedicate and volunteer my time just because I wanted to be around the energy and the environment of what JD3 TV and the other corporations had to offer as far as Inspired to Speak as well. And as I began to do that, I noticed that I personally began to grow. And when I started to notice my personal growth, I literally wanted everybody around me at that point to be able to receive what I was receiving. And so hence now here we are today. And one of my best friends of over 25 years is able to stand by my side and assist me with helping this go forward. So how would you say you actually took it from there?
Well, as far as just coming to JD3 TV, it was just a matter of just again doing everything that I can on the back end side to help out the network is more it was more important to me. And now we're actually getting ready to launch our own show. We're going to have our own show on JD3 TV as well, which is going to be called the Versatile Style Mindset Show. And I'm sorry, Versatile Mindset Show. Let me not, we're doing the show together. And basically the show is going to be surrounded upon just being versatile. And when it comes to being versatile, you have to be able to adapt into different situations when it comes to all type of life hurdles and things that, you deal with throughout life, and just the ways that, life throws us curveballs. Everyone says, you have to play the cards that you dealt, but at the same time, you have to have a mindset in order to play those cards that you dealt. If you go in to play spades and you can just throw some cards out, you're not going to actually be able to be victorious within that game. Right. So life is an actual game that you have to be prepared for. Yeah. So when it comes to just being versatile, being able to have a certain skill set, having a different mindset when you approach things, Dr. Dentley says all the time, if you change the way you look at things, the things that you look at will change. So in order for you to be able to do that, you have to have a different mindset in order to go into different hurdles, go into different obstacles, and being able to, just be adaptable, which is versatile. So you have to be able to do that. So we're just going to be able to, open up this show, launch this show, and just, again, give different viewpoints to the masses. And we're actually gearing our show towards the youth because we do work within the communities and things like that, but I've had an actual chance to do some volunteering with junior achievements and things like that when I was doing some other work in Inglewood. And it's so many different males and females, juveniles, that just looking for some different type of energy. They're looking for a different type of someone to just come and give them the tools and give them different nuggets of everything that they are searching for that they don't have on the streets. They believe that just being on the streets is their only means of making it through life. And now you have so many different youths to just, they're lost. So my main goal, and I believe the reason why God left me here on this earth, is to be able to save souls. So again, I'm just, I'm nobody trying to tell somebody about somebody that can change everybody. Wow. So that's my goal right now.
That's powerful. Lavelle, you want to add something to that?
Well, again, I had pretty much started it out, but for me, when I think of the premise of the show, like he said, it's to really save the lost souls. Yeah. And so even though we gear it towards the youth, this is literally dedicated and open to each and every individual, because one thing that we know, and another one of our favorite sayings that our mentors taught us, is it's not the blowing of the wind, but it's the set of your sail, because the wind, it blows on us all. So we just want everybody to be able to receive from watching our show that no matter what the adversity is that you're going to face, no matter what the circumstance is, that we all have issues, but there's always a solution to it. I'd like to look at life as the same way as I look at a math problem. If there's a problem, then there's always a solution. And we're here to help you rectify that and help find solutions.
You gentlemen are just amazing. And I'm so excited to be able to hear this from you. And I just want to have just one more question for you. But when you talk about a versatile mindset and you correlate that with our youth, you think about all the things that are going on right now with the carjackings in Chicago. You see that we're still sheltered in place with COVID, and our youth are not in school. They're hanging out. They don't have really any direction. And because they're thinking about life one-dimensional. Yeah. They're thinking about what they see and that it's been generational. Their grandfather, didn't probably have anything that they could look forward to as a success story. Their father, and then now them, one track mind. But here you are using your platform to share with other people another way of looking at life, another way of being successful, another way of getting out of what could possibly seem to be a rut. So I appreciate that message that you want to share through your program. But I have one more thing that I want to share on our way out. Tell us, why should people, because I'm already intrigued. You sold me. I'm gonna be watching because I need to continue to have a diverse mindset, right? So I'm looking for that. I'm always looking to grow and level up. So you all got me as a viewer. So just so you know. So I want you to give you an opportunity to talk to other people who are viewing us right now. Why should they watch The Versatile Mindset?
Right. Only thing I can say is it's going to be a show that's going to be full of, raw, natural, live material. We have been, we come from the streets of Chicago, so we relate to, just the things that's going on that's in the world that's actually, and we faced a lot of adversities throughout life, just the things that we actually know, the things that we've been through, the things that we are still going through to this day, the things that we are trying to actually change and be actual change. So these are the things that we're going to be addressing within our show. We're going to have different topics on each time that we have show, of course, but at the same time, we're going to have some additional guests that'll be there as well. But again, these are things that we're going to be addressing, things that we want people to know, things that people are actually out there seeking that they're not actually able getting. So that's good enough reason to come on and watch the show. And then more importantly, that it's going to be a show hosted by us too.
Well,
and we know the technology is going to be phenomenal if you have anything to do with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll just say very quickly as we prepare to close this out, we're just here to literally help you and hope that we can actually, with our show, be able to empower, impact, and inspire someone else to let them know that they have an opportunity to make a change in their life as well.
And there is hope.
And there is hope. In the midst of it all, there is hope. So I'm just so elated to have this opportunity to get to know you gentlemen a little bit better. Thank you so much. And I just want to say, too, most of our panelists have been women, right? And then look at this. We're ending the panel with two phenomenal gentlemen, well-dressed gentlemen who are going to be able to give us some wonderful information that they're sharing with the masses through a versatile mindset. So thank you again, gentlemen, for talking to me this afternoon, rather. And I'm so excited to learn more about your show, and I will be tuning in.
Hit remove.
If there was a way that I could say how great you could be, would you listen to me? And if there was a price that you could pay that would give you the life that you seek, would you be willing to pay that price today? And if there was some work that you could do, would you roll up your sleeves, even though the work is on you? And if there was a promise of silver and gold, of pleasures and treasures and fortunes untold, would you do what it takes no matter how tough? Would you dare never quit when the going gets rough? Would you build something great? Would you let it build you? You're focused on your goal, but there's something else you must do. Because while you're building your dream, the dream has to build you. So if there was a way that I could say how great you could be, would you listen to me?
Hey, and we're back, and let's keep the ball rolling. I have the pleasure to introduce our next speaker. And you know what? He really needs no introduction. I have a introductory bio in front of me. I really don't need him because he's been a friend of mine for over 25 years, and he is my brother. He just says I have the better 10. And I'll tell you, this gentleman is one of my mentors and one of the people that really opened the door for me to really have access to a world that I was never a part of. So I'm eternally thankful to him. He is a family man. He loves his family. If he is your friend, he is indeed your friend. But he is America's top small business coach, and I say in large companies as well. He is the CEO and founder of Power Team International. He is the author of the best-selling book, The Obvious. This gentleman has appeared on television. He's appeared on different movies as well. He's been on the stage with every major thought leader, and not only been on the stage, but they've all been on his stage. If you can name them, he has worked with them. He's been listed as one of the top speakers on the entire planet. And he's going to talk to you about what it takes to build a successful company and a successful path in life in itself. Ladies and gentlemen, help me bring to the forefront my dear friend, my brother, Mr. Bill Walsh.
James Dentley, how are you, buddy?
I'm wonderful, my friend.
I was just listening to those two young guys on there. They were on fire right before I came on. I loved it.
Absolutely. Well, we have so much talent, and there's so much content, and everybody who has something to share should have a show.
Yeah, well, I've been listening. All over the world. It's really amazing what you've done, and it's fun to watch and see the growth when in reality, the difference between you and most other people is that you are the one that will always go the extra mile. And I love you like a brother. There's nothing I wouldn't do for you. You know that, and it's an honor to be on your event today. I only have about 30 minutes to share, but I'm going to give people so much information in 30 minutes that if they're serious about launching, growing, or building a business, this will be one of your best sessions of the day that gives you tools and content and processes to win. And if that's okay, that's what I'll dive into.
All right. Well, I'm going to turn it over to you. I'm going to get out the screen, and it's all yours.
Let's go. So listen, everybody, most of you know I'm a venture capitalist. I like to invest in startups. We have business courses, speaker courses, masterminds we do all over the world. But today I'm going to talk to you about something different. It's called, let's have a conversation about the money. I know that so often people don't want to talk about the money, but I'm telling you today that money is really in the flow for those that are tuned in. And if you provide the most value, you'll be in the flow, and the money will start to flow at you like crazy. So if you really do have a passion to have more money flow at you, if there's a chat box, I'm going to put a 1 in the chat box. If not, just put a big 1 on the page. And what I'd like you to do is, because I want to dive into this quickly, is I want to stay right on time with you, is that I want you to get a blank sheet of paper and put a box up there just like this. Put a box up there just like this. And inside that box, I'd like you to put down how much money do you plan to bring in the next 1 year, in the next 12 months? What exactly does that look like? So whatever the number is, put the number in there. Out of high school and college, I became a trader. I did turnarounds for 10 years. We became a marketing partner for a young company called GoDaddy and a business channel partner for a company called Franklin Covey. We launched a product called Business in a Box, Successfolio. We were about $1 million short for the marketing. So it's not about having the big dreams. We had the big dreams. We're just short on some of the money. And if you can relate to that, I know you know what I'm talking about. But what I did do is I realized the greatest investment of your life will always be to invest in great relationships. And that's one thing about James and Kara. What they've done is they've built great relationships all over the world. And if you want to really make more money, build great relationships. But I also knew that it's a business. So I want you to write this down, that it's a business. And if it's a hobby, then it's a hobby. If it's a business, you're in business for one reason, right? And this is so important, right? To not lose money. Rule number 2, Warren Buffett said, don't forget rule number 1, don't lose money. So let's have a conversation about the money. So in 2005, we launched an incubator course called Rainmaker. The idea was simple. Come spend 3 days with us, work on your life, work on your business plan, your systems, your speaking, work on your messaging, work on how to get the right connections, the right marketing partners, mobile funnels, sales funnels, loyalty programs, really get organized, have KPIs, and then work with our team for a whole year. Group coaching for a year, access to an entrepreneur club for a year, access to the best tools, best vaults. But the idea was really about building a great plan. Come and build a great plan, put the right systems in place, and execute like a rock star. And it was very straightforward, right? Back then there was $5,000 a ticket to attend. And for the first time ever, we now have a program that you can actually attend for. It's like $14.97 for the year. And James will give you the link for that later, but literally for the entire year. And you get to hang out with us 4 times. So imagine 4 weekends out of your life to really fine tune your business. And the idea was, once again, could we create a way that we looked at the money and said, what is the money equation? So I need you to write down your gross revenue goal on this little box right here on the sheet of paper for yourself. This is all for you. And I want you to really tune in with me right now and stay really focused on this, because if you get this equation, I don't care what your business is, you'll have more qualified leads, you'll have more sales, you'll have more fun, and you'll be able to give more back. And if that's something that's passionate for you, that's something you got to start with. Now, when we launched the program back then, our corporate plan was $5,000. You get to bring 4 guests. Our single ticket is $14.97. But our goal was simple, right? What do we have to do to generate $1 million? Whatever your goal is, I don't care if it's 50 grand, 20 grand, 100 grand, put the number in there, but then let's work it backwards. I began to realize that if I knew our customers were going to spend $5,000 to come as a single ticket back then, today you guys can do it with James for $1,497. But I don't want to wait till the end. If what I'm talking about resonates with you, I told James we'll take 5 of his leaders today and help them get started on building the best business ever. But we knew for a fact if it was $5,000 a person, it meant that we had to serve 200 clients. See, this is what people never get to in their business. They never break it down to the mechanics. 200 customers, 5,000 a customer, is roughly $1 million for the year. But what did that really mean, right? Well, that meant that every quarter, and I want you to think this through for a second, right? Every quarter, we had to serve 50 clients. Every month, we had to serve 17 clients. Do you see all of a sudden that once it breaks down to I've got to serve 50 clients a quarter or 17 clients a month, it becomes real. I need you today to understand that your income is a process of serving well. If you serve well, you'll earn well. And the secret for that, once again, is break it down to the ridiculous. Master the mundane. Inspect what you've expect. Things you've heard for years. But the bottom line is that if you don't own the revenue model of your business based on the customers you serve, you're always chasing money. And that's not the magic. The magic is not to chase money. The magic is to serve so well that the money flows at you. So if you're listening today and you felt that money has bypassed you, or you know there's a lot more out there that should be coming your direction, I want you to realize you have the greatest gift in the world. It's called your intellectual property. But I want you to break the business mechanics down so you understand. When we looked at the model, we knew we had to get in front of 170 people per month to generate 17 new clients. So think about your business today, right? What if you could break it down to a science? A rainmaker is an entrepreneur that understands that success is a science. It is not a guesstimate. It is not trying. It is not thinking about it. It is not having a dream without action. It literally is taking the biggest action, the greatest action ever on your biggest goals. So let me break this down for you one step further so you understand how this all comes together. Because if you're serious about this, you're going to get this down and you're going to say, Bill, this is awesome. Here's where it starts. You need qualified leads. Write down qualified leads. You need to have a good presentation. You need to have good marketing materials. Don't use cheap black and white copies. Use really good materials. But you got to get positioned as the expert. And the first thing to do that, please write this down. It's so important. Build a great plan. You get enrolled with our team today, you'll get your success track, your success plan, and your business plan. It is not easy. You will hate our team for 90 days. You will love us for the rest of your life. Because as a rainmaker for the last 16 years, we've helped entrepreneurs all over the world create even more success. But it all starts with you being committed to it. It starts with a vision so big that it scares you. Steve Jobs was laughed at. He was kicked off his job, told he was not the one to run the company. Funny thing, he came back 10 years later with a big vision, turned the whole company around, a little company called Apple. See, your vision's got to be so big that it scares you, but then you've got to match the vision. Your story has to match the vision. Your story has to move you down the path of not being motivated, because I believe you got motivated idiots, you got motivated idiots. That's all you have. But if you got someone that's inspired with a big vision, with a big passion and purpose, they become unstoppable. If you're serious about becoming an unstoppable entrepreneur, you're going to love the Rainmaker program. I'm going to tell you it's tough. I'm going to tell you that 4 times a year, you can meet with us up to 4 times a year to work on your business, live and in person as well as virtual, but it's tough. But the big thing, once you get that started, you make that commitment, let's go down to some of the mechanics. Get a book cover done. Go today to this website called Killer Covers, or go to, if you want, go to Fiverr.com, get a book cover done. Go to Facebook. This is important, everybody. Get a business page set up as an author. Put your new cover of your book on your actual business page and put no sales in there, all content. This is a business page, not a personal page. Then set up a private Facebook group. It costs you nothing. Get a Facebook group as a community for your future members, your future customers. It could be whatever your company name is, club or group or whatever you want to call it. I don't care. Create a place for free that people can come and be a part of your community. You're going to find the greatest wealth is being created, and I want you to get this super clear, in something called active communities. The secret is to build an active community. Now, once you've got that set up, you need to go one step further, get a little influencer website set up. These are free. Go to a website called Mingle, MINGL.no, MINGL.no. My site is /Bill Walsh 360. Not Mingle the dating page, MINGL.no for Norway. You can build a website in 5 minutes. Has all your links to all the things you're talking about, to all your social media channels, makes it super easy for you to get a brand out there that people can find. They can have all your documents in there. They can have links to your book purchase. They can have links to your website, links to your sales calls, and the entire website, the influencer page, is free. Don't wait to do this stuff. Then go to this website called Google, type in the word Haro, H-A-R-O. Get yourself listed as a subject matter expert, dentist, lawyer, doctor, pizza maker, author. I don't care what it is, accountant. Get yourself listed as a subject matter expert because people like to buy from experts. See, this whole thing about getting positioned as the expert, that people don't want someone that's good, they want someone that's great. Commit your 10,000 hours to be great. Don't let somebody tell you what you're worth. You set your own worth. You set your own worth. A friend of mine told me the other night, he said, you know what? The largest room in the world is the room for improvement. Gosh, that is so true. So begin to think today, how do you become so good at what you do, the competition can no longer ignore you? Go set up a free podcast, download an app called Anchor. See, all of a sudden, you're building your own brand about your own story. You might have heard from Ray Perez earlier today, super smart guy on branding, right? You might hear from Eric Swanson later, brilliant guy on being able to tell your story and get the right connections and become awesome in your space. Laurel Langmeyer, new ways to make money. Brilliant. So many great speakers on this platform. Angel Tussey doing such great work to help other people. But you got to get plugged into your story. See, the second piece of this, and this is critically important also, everybody, I want to write this down for you. And I'm just scratching the surface on this stuff. If you know this could help you in terms of getting positioned, getting your book done, getting your message out there, really understanding, how to tell your story and get paid for it. The next piece is called becoming empowered. You got to have the right tools and systems. I believe that teams, tools, and systems win. So let me tell you some of the teams you need. Number one, outsourcing. You've got to outsource and get someone to do research for you, do your email follow-ups, set your schedules. Get someone part-time for 10 hours a week, $50 a week. But start today. Surround yourself with a good core team. Find people that you can trust long-term, that you want to build a business around. And you don't find them, you attract them. The third team you need, this is important, everybody. Please write this one down. You need a good mastermind team. There's always 3 masterminds. One's called a virtual team. So get a virtual team in place. Find 4 people you really look up to. Do a virtual call once a month. The second team, of course, is a team that you help. And the third team are masterminds that challenge you. Please pick up the book today called Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, one of the greatest reads ever. I'll tell you, the chapter on masterminds will change your life if you'll just read it 3 times. Read that one chapter 3 times. It'll absolutely elevate your life and your business. You can't even imagine how powerful this is. But the one frame in there that he talked about is that masterminds provided the economic engine for every other chapter in the book. So just take note to that. Critical to have the right masterminds. Also super important to give back. So you've got to be on a charitable board. You've got to be willing to position yourself on a charitable board to make a difference and give back. And of course, the last one that you've got to belong, and this is critically important too, you got to have the right marketing partners. I will teach you how to connect with the ultra successful, whether it's doing a video with Michael Jordan in the Bahamas for my Ice Bucket Challenge, or connecting with people like Magic Johnson or Richard Branson or any of these people, right? Les Brown, John Asseroff, John Gray, Mark Victor Hansen. I believe that everyone's approachable, and the more successful they are, the more approachable they are. But wouldn't it be great to have that 1-minute talk down where you had no fear? Wouldn't it be great to get your messaging down so you had no question about it, you knew exactly what to say? You've got to put yourself in front of the right marketing partners once a month. You need one good marketing partner a month. Do not fade away from that at all. Find one good marketing partner. Create so much value for them, they think you're crazy. The funnels you need, write these ones down. You got to have a good marketing funnel. You got to know exactly how to generate qualified leads. We'll break down for you all the social media funnels you can think of. This is also important, all the internet funnels you want to use, how to make them generate leads for you every day. The other one you got to have is a good sales funnel. You got to have a good way to take the order. You got to know how to ask for the sale. We'll teach you how to ask for the sale at such a high level. How do you sell high ticket? Why do you offer high ticket? Most people don't even know their own value. They give their stuff away for free. I've coached so many people that give their stuff away so discounted, when I want you to realize you're not Amazon, you're not Walmart, you're a small business. Small business is 0 to 250 million a year. That's a small business in the US, but that's okay. Act like a small business. You compete on value, they compete on price. And we'll teach you how to price yourself right and have all your programs priced so you don't miss any money, because a lot of people leave literally, I believe, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, sometimes millions of dollars on the table because they don't have their stuff priced right. And of course, this is also important, everybody. You got to have a good mobile funnel. You got to have a simple opt-in, give away stuff, give away a copy of your book, give away a copy of a 5-minute audio. Go to freeconferencecall.com, shoot a simple 5-minute audio, and 5 things you have to know before you hire a dentist, a lawyer, a doctor, a coach. I don't care what it is. Create some value through audio. Now, once you've got that recording, you want to have them go to a mobile funnel where they do a text opt-in. I'm not going to do a text opt-in today. I think we've been asked not to give out text opt-ins, so that's fine. This is James' event, but I'm telling you, you want to have your own mobile name going to a short code. Your name to a short code, please write this down. Name to a short code, from the short code to your gift. Super simple to do. From your gift to your community. They can go right to your free mingle page. From your mingle page, one more text that goes out so they can have time with you. There's an app called youcanbook.me. Youcanbook.me does this for you. Once again, guys, if you have that link, I'm going to take 5 people today to work with for the whole year. It's 3 easy payments of $500 or 1 payment of $14.97 for the whole year. We're going to meet 4 times a year to work on your business and your plan and your funnels and your partnerships. If you have all this stuff, awesome. If you don't, let us help you with it. I've helped James. I've helped so many of the people understand that once you price yourself properly and have the right marketing, big things are in your future. So if you know for a fact you need help with any of these areas, please take action. I'm not sure where the link is at. I think it's on the bottom third of the screen. You can actually find the program on there and get the information. But on time, I've only got like about 12 minutes left, so I want to cover some more stuff with you guys because I think this is so critical for your success. If you're doing any kind of online marketing, you want to use an app called InShot. Write down InShot, INSHOT. Critical app, $9 a year. We're going to show you guys how to create these 1-minute videos. You create the video, you put the opt-in inside of it. It's so simple, all content. Push one button, InShot lets it go to all your social channels. Once again, probably the best $9 a year you're ever going to spend. Also, in addition to that, no more business cards, only gift cards. So gift cards have to be an opt-in to your gift. Don't go pass out crappy business cards. No more AOL in your business cards, right? No more social media. Put the images in your / that goes right to your, once again, your influencer page. Make it so easy for people to find all of your stuff. If they've got to search for it, they bought from somebody else. If they've got to search more to find you, they've already bought from somebody else. Your website has to be 3 clicks to buy. If your website's more than 3 clicks to buy, get it fixed. When it comes to search engine optimization, every time you post something cool online or you're mentioned online, there's an app called Pingler. Write down Pingler. Pingler is an amazing, cool app. Makes it so simple to do this. And once again, if there's a website on the screen, you guys can go right now and get one of those 5 tickets, because once they're gone, they're gone. I will tell you this, that these tools are paramount to creating more success. The empowered zone of your business is a big part of that, but you've got to get that running today. And I hope you guys really do understand just how powerful some of this stuff is, because once you put it in motion, you're going to start getting more clients. If you don't like to do graphics, there's a website, once again, called Fiverr or Upwork. Have them do your business cards, your flyers, get postcards made. You want great printing, go to Next Day Flyers. nextdayflyers.com. 5,000 business cards, like $40. 5,000 flyers, like $100. You want to use all these tools in your marketing. You got to build what's called a marketing arsenal. We're going to work with you to make sure that you spend, keep the money spent down, be frugal because it's cool, but get the best marketing. And on top of all that, as we start to get you more empowered, this is another big one, everybody. I want you to write this down, is that you got to get some exposure. You got to figure out ways to get your message out to the marketplace. We're going to show you how to connect with the right people, but I'll tell you more importantly, we're going to show you how to give that 2-minute you or that 5-minute talk anywhere you go that generates qualified leads for your business. If you've ever been thinking about, hey, Bill, I get to speak at these events, I don't know what to say, you will own that conversation. Designed to build great leads, designed to build a big community. The secret in almost all of if you look at every unicorn today, it's about the size of the active community. It applies to your business today. Look at this new place called Clubhouse. Get yourself on Clubhouse now. Begin to tune in. I'm not saying that you become Clubhoused, where you're there 24 hours a day. That's not what I'm talking about. Select certain groups to connect with, get on the panels, get invited, help promote it, begin to share it, because that's a great place to generate new leads. Do not try to sell things on Clubhouse. Just give away good content. But inside your bio, give away a gift. In your bio on Clubhouse, give away a gift. These are little things, but they're big things. Now, Clubhouse is on iPhone only, so get someone to invite you. You can find me on Clubhouse. You can find James on Clubhouse. Working on, we're launching some new Clubhouse rooms to give out content once or twice a week. But it's important you get yourself ahead of the curve. You want to speak to millionaires? Go to a website called Vistage, Vistage. Want to connect with successful entrepreneurs? BNIs, Rotaries, Latips. But I also like Club Corp. Get in front of Club Corp. They have 200 country clubs, 25 business centers. They're always looking for speakers. So get your book cover done, get your story done, right? Spend a little bit of money on maybe a one-page speech about your business or talks about your business, because I'm telling you, the ones that win the most, they get the most exposure. But I also like meetups. I also like Eventbrite. You can begin to launch your own products on Eventbrite in a matter of days. If you're a digital author or if you're thinking about launching something like that, there's so many new things we'll teach you at Rainmaker that you've never seen before. And we're always innovating. We're always adding more value. I'm a huge believer, once again, add more value and understand that digital is 100 times more powerful than live. Digital is 100 times more powerful now than live, because everything, billions, not millions, but billions have gone to digital space. So on exposure side, get yourself a YouTube channel. It's free. Get yourself a Twitch channel. Go to twitch.com, set up a place to put that broadcast on your website. Twitch is the only one that allows you to take your broadcast and literally put it on your own website as your own TV channel. Go to GoDaddy, set up yournametv.com, point it right to your Twitch channel. Your influencer page, go to GoDaddy, get yourname.com or name360.com, point it right to that same exact thing. Get your influencer page set up for free today. Save the money. People will charge you $5 to $50 grand to do your books. Come learn how to get your book done in a weekend if you're okay with that, right? Listen, I did my book. I shot all my videos in LA at a little karaoke machine, and I did 10 videos, 10 minutes each, and within 30 days, I was an Amazon bestseller. We'll teach you to do that exact process. You've seen the movie, The Secret. I wrote the book, The Obvious. I was just featured in the movie called Beyond the Secret, The Awakening. So I understand what it's about to get yourself ahead of the curve and work on the exposure. One thing I love about James, always innovating. He's always innovating. You want to create more success? Innovate every day. Be consistent with your innovating. Never stop. And I know during these tough times, things are going on. You got to adapt. You got to innovate to overcome. We're now running live events 8 to 10 times a month again, right? We were doing 400 live events a year. Now we're doing 300 digital and almost 100 live events, because I believe you got to step outside your comfort zone to win. But it's the exposure side that makes a difference. In addition to that, once you're starting to get all this stuff set up, don't be afraid to get your story out there. Don't be afraid to share your message. You can literally set up some of these things on your own and get them where they're doing recurring broadcasts. But the exposure side is learn to get in front of rotaries, learn to get in front of business people, sharp people, and it could be one-on-one or one-on-many presentations. But once you have this down and you start generating more qualified leads, you'll start to realize the secret to achieve your big numbers is going to be found in the number of exposures you're getting per day for your business. So think about mobile funnels, sales funnels, loyalty programs, referral programs, getting the right exposure, getting the right things set up so you have the best chance to win. These are non-negotiable. And the last piece that I'll share with you, and I hope this has been helpful so far, I know James is going to come in a minute, is you got to learn the execution side of the business. This is what people don't like. We're going to teach you a process called profit drivers. We're going to teach you about KPIs, or key performance indicators, so you know every day what has to be done to make today one of your best days ever. You'll understand the process every day of how to drive that revenue by helping other people create success. You'll understand, and this is important, everybody, how to build those $1 million habits. I believe broke people have broke habits. I believe success people have the most successful habits. You know, and many times as an entrepreneur, it gets tough because we're by ourselves. One of the gifts we give you guys as part of the program, imagine having access to more than 1,000 entrepreneurs you can talk to every day. See, the execution side is really owning your numbers. We're going to have you own these numbers like you've never seen before in your life and put this into a system. Because once you have that system down, you know, do I just ramp up marketing or slow marketing down based on how many customers you want to generate and serve per week? See, once you start to know the numbers, it becomes a science. If you'd like to learn how to turn success into a science, and I'm not going to make you feel good. If you want a life coach or someone's going to make you feel good, I can't cook it all. I'm not a relationship coach. I'm not a fitness coach, but I'm a damn good business coach. I've been ranked top 30 in the world 5 years in a row by Guru Magazine. You can't pay to be in there. People say about all these rankings, they pay to be in there. You can't pay to be in this one. This year, Tony Robbins was 17 and Jack Canfield was 25. I was number 20. And I was honored to be there for serving so many small businesses worldwide. You know, you go online and just check the SEO, Google America's Small Business Expert. On page 1, I come up 7 times out of 10. And I want to share this with you that it's important because understanding that positioning is important as you begin to learn the process of execution. So if you want a better plan, better systems, better teams, you want to become wildly organized, laser focused, you're going to love the Rainmaker Summit. But it's about you to take action. Right on the bottom of the page, I think it's getthetraining.shop. Go to James's website and get the information today. You don't got to wait. Hopefully they got the payment plan on there. If not, I'm sure James can follow and get the information. But I just want to come out and give you a lot of great tools and processes to win. In our Rainmaker program, once again, we make 3 days, 4 times a year. You come as many times as you want. In addition, you get access to our Entrepreneur Club, more than 1,000 success track and business plan. This is non-negotiable. The work is non-negotiable. It's tough. You get group coaching for a whole year. You get access to all the software. Some of the sums I've gave you, I'll give you more than 50 cool softwares you can use. And believe it or not, many of them are free or next to free. See, I truly do believe that tomorrow's entrepreneur has the best potential ever to do global business. When I tell you that Africa is one of the hottest spots for business, you might think I'm crazy, but I'm telling you, digital buying there is going to go through the roof. When you start to think about how big the global economy is, how many people live in India, how many people live in different places, that now all of a sudden it'll be opened up to your ability to serve with some of your intellectual property. Let us help you bring your story to market. I look forward to working with you. The classes are every 3 months in different cities. You'll also get access to some extra bonuses. I always like to give away crazy bonuses over today. If anyone takes action today, I'm going to give you $3,000 in bonus gifts, valued in bonus gifts for those first 5 that take action. You probably got a few that have already taken action. I think you've got people on from all over the country. So if what I've talked about resonates with you, I know it's fast, but I had a lot of information to share. James, I love you, brother. If you want to come back on, and Kara, I know you had a couple of questions for me. That's fine. I just want to say thanks for having me.
Wow. You know, you always bring
and this is live. This is not a recording. This is actually me live. Sorry I talk fast, but I had a lot to cover.
Yeah, well, you always bring a lot of content so quickly. That's why we have to have you back over and over again, because we can get some of it down on paper. But
there's always new stuff.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, I want to just thank you personally for just for our friendship, for the time I spent with Power Team International, and even 25 years ago with our radio show Success Express, where it all began. It's been a lot of fun, my friend, a lot of fun. So everybody go to getthetraining.shop. Yes, the payment plan is there. I highly recommend the Rainmaker Summit. I was there. I've been to about 25 of them and can never, ever get enough of them. So, Bill, I want to thank you. I know you're
a big part of our success too, James. Always love having you around. Anytime you want to speak at our events, you're always welcome. You are 100% family. We've got multiple other business deals and partnerships, and I'm always honored to work with you and your wife. You're just absolutely 100% first class. And it's funny, I see so many folks that are in here that are also rock stars. Pretty cool.
Outstanding. Well, thank you a lot, brother. We're about to bring on Mr. Eric Swanson to close out the show, man. Mr. Awesome.
He is always on fire. You guys are going to love Eric Swanson. Pay close attention. I've been honored to be at his events, and he brings so much positive energy. You're just going to love it. So that's why they call him Mr. Awesome.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bill Walsh, the founder and the brain trust of Power Team International, venture capitalist, movie star, but just one of the top thought leaders and one of the top speakers and trainers on the entire planet. And my dear friend, but also a mentor to me as well. Bill, I thank you.
All right, buddy. I love you. I'll talk to you soon.
You got it, brother. Love you too.
Hey, if I'm
Use
out,
the
bye-bye.
word imagine.
When you say imagine, the brain will trail to whatever comes next. The very first thing you want to do is visualize your audience, and you want to practice your F30 or your F45. The speaker is never the star. The speaker is the director, and the audience is the star. Your responsibility as the director is to help the audience shine. Your voice is the soundtrack of your movie from this stage. You want to seek the opportunity to get on the stage ahead of time and visualize your audience. Stagecraft is extremely important, but it can be a lot of fun because when you get to be fully self-expressed, when you can be natural, and you can be one with your audience and have a ton of fun, you can do anything in that audience.
All right, welcome back. We're going to keep this ball rolling because we have next up Mr. Awesome. Some call him the Habitude Warrior. Mr. Eric Swanson is an award-winning international keynote speaker. He's a #1 national best-selling author in 5 different categories. And matter of fact, he really specializes in teaching people the habits and the behaviors needed to become success. He's one of the top habit and behavioral coaches on the face of the planet. Always high energy. Speaking to more than 1 million people every single year, and honored to be invited to business and entrepreneurial schools of Harvard, as well as joining the TED Talk family as well. His latest TED Talk is A Dose of Awesome. He's very versatile in his approach and effective in a wide array of training topics. Now, you can easily find Eric sharing the stage with some of the top and most famous speakers on the face of the planet. Everyone from Dr. Dennis Waitley, who's NASA's performance advisor, Bob Proctor from The Secret. It goes on and on. Jack Canfield and Mark Victor Hansen were the authors of Chicken Soup for the Soul. Les Brown, my dear friend and brother. Laurel Langmeyer, who also was a big part of Rich Dad, Poor Dad, that entire family, and the Cash Flow family as well. And it goes on and on and on. And you know what? He created and developed the Super Habitude Warrior Conference. It has a 2-year waiting list just to be a part of this conference with the top 33 speakers and all the TED Talk styles as well. His events right now, one of the top 10 events, not just in the United States, but in the world. And his motto is really clear: NDSO, no drama, serve others. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have an interview with my dear friend and the Habitude Warrior, Mr. Awesome, Eric Swanson.
Hey, what's happening, James? Good to see you. What's up?
What's up, my friend? How you doing?
Oh man, I'm so amazing. You should see the amount of notebooks. I just went through 2 notebooks because of Bill Walsh. I mean, he brings it, man. He brings it. Like literally, like I could hear fire engines over here, and I'm like, why? Because Bill's on fire, man. Yeah. The guy was amazing. So I just want to hats off to Bill, Laurel, and all of you, man. You're changing lives. So I'm so glad to be here.
Well, everybody in these, let's say everybody just loves you, man. You know what? Every time that you're around, and I always have to leave early for some reason. I'm always flying out of California, and you guys have the most incredible dinners and have a great time. And so not only are you working alongside of some of the greatest people in the world, many of them were your mentors, but now they're all your friends, and you guys just hang out and have a good time.
Yeah. We do. Yeah, absolutely. And you're one of them, man. I love going to events. Like I just want to make up events so that we can just show up and be there together.
Yeah. I love we always have a lot of fun. Chicago. You always bring the life.
Where were we last? Chicago maybe, or something? I can't remember.
Was it Chicago or was it I don't know if it was in California. Maybe the gala. You know, because of COVID, last thing I went to was the gala, and had my event here, and everything else kind of shut down.
You know, Laurel and I were just talking earlier yesterday morning about that a lot of people's last event was either that one, Ryan's, or mine over in Houston. We did our event on March 6th and 7th. And then March 8th, we all flew back. And then March 9th, all of us were unemployed, right? I mean, if you think about it, right? For a couple days, of course.
Yeah.
Right? And then we're like, you know what? Let's build more business.
So, there you go. You just innovate and keep moving because the world needs a message of hope, inspiration, of awesomeness. And you definitely bring that. You know, before we're going to have an interview. And before we go into the questions that that I want to talk to you about your business. A week ago, we had a memorial for a dear friend of all of ours, Mr. Frank Shankwitz, the founder of Make-A-Wish Foundation. Our next event in April will be honoring Frank and four other people that were very, very close to all of us and still live on in our hearts. Yeah, in the movie The Wish Man, absolutely. And Frank was scheduled to be here in Chicago last June, but COVID stopped it, and we were going to play the movie The Wish Man because we certainly enjoyed it at the world premiere. I know you were at the world premiere as well of The Wish Man. So for our audience, before we get into our topic, it's a life worth living is worth recording and worth remembering. And Frank is such a special person, and his wife Kitty as well. Can you share with us a little bit about who Frank Shankwitz was, who he was in general, who he was to you, and just the legacy and the lessons that we've learned from his life?
Yeah, what a great question. Thank you for asking. I had the pleasure of meeting Frank through our friend Greg Reed introduced us, and I shared a lot of stages with Frank, and he shared a lot of my stages with Habitude Warrior. And what I've noticed about Frank is anytime he showed up, he was always present. And what I mean by that is he was always there with you. He rarely faced a different way when he was speaking to you. He would square you off. Reminded me a little bit like Brian Tracy, because Brian and I grew up working with Brian for years, and Brian would do the same thing. He'd square off and look right at you when you were speaking, and Frank did the same thing where he would just wait on every word that you were saying. You were the most important person in the room when Frank was there. And that's amazing, and I'll tell you another quick story about this. I was invited to go to the Wishman, not only the premiere, but the actual filming, right? Yeah. So up in Prescott, Arizona, just north of Phoenix. So Frank texts me, he's like, "Hey, swing up here. Are you in town?" He asked me if I'm in town. My answer was, of course. I was in the United States, so I was in town. So I cruised over, and Frank's like filming. He's the guy, right? He's one of the executive producers. It's his life story that they're filming, and yet he still welcomed me in, said, "Hey, come on over, let's go grab lunch." I'm like, "Frank, I think a lot of people are waiting for you." He goes, "No problem, let's go to the lunch, the mess, whatever they call it, the tent, right, the lunch tent." And he sat me down. He goes, "You're here. I want to be here with you, present." And I just think that was beautiful. So,
yeah, I always love when we would get together and we would have dinner, and he was always, you're right, always present with you, and always say, "Hey, come take a picture." Or he would always take his hat off and put it on my head. And I felt so honored to wear that Stetson, to put that on my head. I said, "Oh my goodness, man, I'm here. I've arrived."
yeah. You've arrived when you can wear his hat. And I want to flip it back to you, James. You're very similar in the fact that when someone's in the room, you are really into that conversation with that individual. And I love that about you. So I just wanted to thank you for that too.
Well, I thank you so much for being here with this Limitless 2021 conference and a pre-launch, the soft launch of JD3 TV and our new app, One and Done. And I'll tell you, I'm glad that we're able to have.
I'm dancing over here, by the way. I'm jumping in my seats, man. Hey. I can't wait. This JD3 TV is gonna rock.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
I'm a little pumped up over here. I got my microphone. Look, there's my mic. I'm going to drop it. Boom.
I love it. I got to get me one of those. Okay, I'm with it.
It's coming over. Here you go.
Last time I dropped the mic, it cost me $500.
I hear you. I'm telling you, I'm not. I got to tell you this. I am not an addict of my Yeti mics. I have 3 of them right here.
Yeah, there you go.
One over there, one over there. I love these things.
Absolutely. Well, you know what? Let's go into this because, people call you the Habitude Warrior. You wrote several books about habits and attitudes, but I think it starts really when we're talking about Frank, about the attitude that you bring towards life in itself. So tell us a little bit about you. Were you always this person, Mr. Awesome, always upbeat and always happy? Or what's the backstory to you?
Yeah, so when I was born, they brought me over in this little wrap, and gave me to my parents, and they said, "Here you go, Mr. Awesome. Here you go." It's interesting. I was always like this, yet I didn't realize I was always like this, and I'll explain what I mean. internally, in my own house, when I'm taking a shower and I'm singing to myself, I'm awesome, right? But yet then I went to school, then I went to junior high school, then I went to high school, and people would bring you down, or I allowed other people to bring me down, right? Have you ever encountered people they like to bully individuals, right? Why? Because they're probably jealous of your happiness, right? Mm-hmm. So I was always really happy. I just didn't show it back then. Then I'll tell you, there was a pivot point, which what we call satorai. And it's a Japanese term that means instant awakening or instant enlightenment. It's like the time that you knew, right? So that happened to me in between my sophomore year and my junior year of high school. Because here's what happened. James, I tell you, I was taller, wider than I was height-wise, okay? Until that transition in that summer, I ended up shooting up, right? Now I'm 6'3" or 6'2", something like that, and I'm a junior in high school, and people are trying to still bully me, and I'm like, you know what? This isn't going to work for me anymore. So I literally made that decision. And that was my Satorai moment of being awesome, right? And deciding that no more. I'm not going to let other people do this to me, or allow myself to allow them to affect my mindset, right? Deepak Chopra talks about this, that how many of us are allowing other people to rent space in our mind, yet we don't even charge them rent for it. And it's funny because I have a dog tag right here. I have another one, the main one's over here, hanging over here. And I just lost my father recently, about 4 years ago. Yeah. And he has the same dog tag. Okay, I got one for me and one for him. And it says NDSO, which stands for No Drama, Serve Others. So it's all a commitment level to make sure that you're not allowing all this negativity and change it into a positive format. So I'll tell you, to fast forward to that, I was coming off a stage one time I think it was in California, and this guy comes up. I had there were 30, 40 people in front of me. They wanted to high five me, apparently, because I'm cool, right? So here's this gentleman in the group, and he's pointing at me, James. He's pointing at me. He's going like this, and I see him, and I recognize him right away. I knew who he was, and he goes, "You're Mr. Awesome." Now, when Les Brown calls you Mr. Awesome like that, you know what you do? You market the heck out of that. So that's my nickname, Mr. Awesome now. So that's how that came around.
I love it. I love it. That's a great, great story. Now, we talk about success, and people define success in their way, but we all want to have success in our life. We want to be able to make that statement, make that claim, and live that quality life. Now, but successful people, do you find that successful people have habits, that all successful people have similar habits that creates that success? And if that's true, wouldn't that be a science or a formula for everyone to achieve that? What would be your thoughts?
It totally is. And I'm so glad you brought that up. Yeah, absolutely. The thing is, all of us, successful people, what's the difference between successful people and people who are not as successful? It's simply their action taking. They're literally taking their action, and it's a habit to be able to take action, by the way. Mm-hmm. So a lot of people, we were talking to Bill Walsh just a second ago, you had Bill on, and you can tell he's an action taker, right? If you say something, boom, you're already, I have notes and notes of pages right here from Bill's talk a second ago, and I've already ordered 9 more websites. I don't know, just because of what he talked about. It's taking these actions. And that's okay if you're going to have more failure because this didn't work or that didn't work, but at least you're honing in. It's like a funnel system. Yeah. The more action I take, let's say you have a funnel system and there's 20 things that I'm going to take up here. Well, 5 of them will actually come through the funnel in a good way, and 1 of them will be the solution. Well, that's what I do. I mean, I just take more shots. Right? That's it. You just take more shots, and it's a habit that you can actually harness or develop. It's like working out, right? Like all of us want to be in better shape, but we still want to sleep till noon, right? or we still want that pizza, right? I used to have what are those things called, the bicycle, the stationary bikes, and it worked really well to hang my suit on, right? But then if you make that decision, what are you going to give up to be able to attain this particular goal or strategy or new habit? and that's what you have to do is replace it. A lot of us in regard to habits, we say like we'll tell our children, we say, don't hang out with that bad crowd, but then we don't give them a good crowd to hang out with. Right. So what do is they resort back to that comfortableness, their comfort zone. Right. And that's the key, is getting out of your comfort zone and looking at success leaves clues. So I'll give all of your audience a hint. Here it is. Ready? Just look at what James is doing. Follow James and his strategies. Follow Bill Walsh. Follow Ray Perez. Follow Laura Langmeyer. Follow myself if you like my attitude of awesomeness. Follow these and put it into your own personality and get to work. All right. And then what happens is you work. I love it what Bill said. You'll hate him for 90 days, but you'll love him for the rest of your life. I love that. Just work really diligently for the next 90 days or the next 12 months, and then take off the rest of your life, because you're golden at that point.
Yeah. Well, Bill well, it's hard to get mad at him for 90. You don't get mad at maybe for 9 seconds, maybe even for a tenth of a second, and then you come right back. It's Bill.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
You know what you said? You're very intentional, and I know that about you. And you said something. I'm not going to let it slide by. Now, I want to talk about what are some of the habits you would suggest we take upon, and how can you help people develop those habits and some of those stories. But this is what you said. You said whether you're successful or not as successful. You did not say successful or unsuccessful, because, and for everyone who's listening, please hear that, because you're not unsuccessful. You're learning, you're growing. If you wake up every single day, you're successful, man. If you can put a smile on your face, no matter what the circumstances is, that is success. So I want to thank you for saying that, but you can trail on top of that if you like, but also I'd like you to really kind of talk about some of those habits as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So you bring, I'll add to what you just said a second ago. It's all about looking at things as either a lesson or they're all lessons, right? It's either going to be a successful entrepreneurial lesson, or it's going to be a lesson to learn, okay, that's not the right route to take. And all of us have made those mistakes and different things, but it's really harnessing the habit of getting through and moving to the next level, and constantly not trying, but striving to learn a different habit or a different technique. And a lot of us do this. We shut down, we quit. We say, well, that didn't work, so I'm done with that idea, right? Instead of actually saying to yourself, okay, I'm going to harness a great technique, and I'm going to master this section or this session or this platform or this idea. And if that doesn't work, then I'll figure out, at least it's not going to be me that didn't work. It's going to be the technique. Do you get the point? There's a difference there. I'm still going to work really diligently and awesome and have a smile on my face no matter what. And I will deduce if it was me that didn't work or the technique that didn't work. But you don't take it personally. Like my main mentor is Brian Tracy. I started with him 24 years ago, and he's just amazing, And one of the things he said was to let things slide off you like water off a duck's back, is what he used to say. Okay. And it was, I didn't really get it until I finally saw, okay, water doesn't really stay on a duck apparently on their back. So just let it go. They're not saying no to you. They're saying no to themselves with you giving them the opportunity, which is huge.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? Do you think most people confuse a perceive failure and make it, I am a failure, instead of that just didn't work?
Yeah, without a doubt. A lot of people. Yeah, I think it's like an 80-20 rule right there, where about 80% of the people actually internalize it instead of saying to themselves, well, that didn't work. It's okay. It's all right, and move on. Yeah.
Yes. Not to confuse the activity and don't make it an identity. So
it's so true.
What would you say about when a person says, I'm frustrated? Frustration.
I got it. Oh, you got me fired up now. Check this out. There's something called this. I love your laugh, by the way. I love it. Okay. So there's something called FOMO. Have you ever heard of FOMO before?
Yes.
And it just stands for fear of missing out. Okay. I want you guys, if you have a piece, all of you, I can see all of you in this box here. All right. If you could take a piece of paper and write down FOMO and then cross it out and put down JOMO. Okay. This is what I use. I use the joy of missing out. Okay. And it's awesome because it's giving my life back. Yeah. Because I tell you what, how many of us, James, you and I can go on any platform right now, any of the 6 major platforms we should be on, right? From LinkedIn to Facebook, Instagram, Clubhouse, YouTube, you name it, right? Obviously JD3 TV. All right. So all these different platforms. And if we go on these platforms, we'll see people that we could conceive in our mind, that saying to ourselves, oh, that person's passing me by. That person's driving faster on the road of success in their beautiful car or their beautiful platform they're using. But instead of saying that, because if you look for it, you're always going to find it. Yeah. So now I say to myself, well, Jomo, I'm excited. Go, do it. Go. Yeah. I have a joy of missing out on that because I'm doing something else over here. I've written, I'm a 5-time #1 best-selling author now, and some of my books, they're back here, by the way. This is just a green screen, by the way. No, I'm just kidding. So one of my books talks about, I love making you laugh. So one of my books talks about the joy of missing out, and actually harnessing that technique of really, of giving yourself that permission to slow down, regroup, and then do it in a different format, a different strategy, a different way, a better habit for yourself so that you will succeed. It's awesome.
Yeah. I always tell people, don't get frustrated, get fascinated.
That's great.
I wonder why that crazy thing happened.
Yeah. Dr. Dennis Waitley, we're good friends with Dr. Waitley. He's actually one of our speakers on our bonus session of the Global Speakers Mastermind. I'll talk to you guys about that afterwards if you like. But Dr. Dennis Waitley, he talks about, just all the fact that of being fascinated and learning and growing, and there's a saying that's, what's the biggest room in the world? The room for improvement. Kind of a funny saying, right? Yeah. It's so true. Are you learning and growing, or are you just coasting? There's another example. Eckhart Tolle used to say this. If you read any of his books and New Earth and all the rest of the books that he's written, great individual. He talks about the fact that the Earth, if you think about it, this beautiful round Earth that we're on right now, it's spinning, right? It's spinning ever so slowly, or whatever it is, and that's why we have 365 days a year, right? And a leap year every 4 years, so that it's spinning on its axis. Now, if you're staying constant and you're not growing, then are you still going with the world, or are you going backwards? That's my question.
Too deep for me. Okay.
Isn't that interesting?
I have a PhD, which is a public high school degree, sir. An honorary doctorate.
That's awesome. I used to joke about my R&Ds. You know what R&D is, right? Research and development. It's normally research and development. For me, R&D was my ramen noodle days.
There you go.
I used to live on those things because I was a broke entrepreneur back then. And I used to know, like, there were 6 flavors or 5 flavors, right? Beef, chicken, pork, shrimp, oriental. I used to know about 101 different ways to make these noodles, okay? I was going to write a book about it. And then I realized the book would cost about $20, and the people eating the noodles could not afford the book in the first place. Then I got fired from my job. Has anyone gotten fired from their commission-only job? They're like, look, we need the space. You're out of here.
Oh, my goodness. No.
Caused pain in my life. I had to change some things around. So you got to change your habits.
It's always fun talking to you now, but I want to now get into some meat, because you've trained people all over the world, respected all over the world.
Thanks.
You've had some great mentors, and now you're mentoring others, coaching others as well. Before we go into it, how important is to have a coach and a mentor, and what is the difference?
Wow, great question. I think they're very similar, by the way. Here's what I've noticed. The mentors are free, the coaches you pay for. That's what I've noticed. Okay? If you think about it, like, you could have a mentor. Anyone could be a mentor, right? And like, I've got a lot of mentors in my life that have taught me lessons, yet I didn't actually pay them to coach me for the year. So that's the only difference in my mind. I think they're both very similar. Having a mentor and having a coach. Here's another difference. The mentors I typically look up to even more, because I'm like, oh my God, they've really changed my life. A coach might change one strategy or a certain strategy. That's the logistically the difference for in my mind. What's your? I'm curious what your.
I didn't think about it until I asked the question, but I think a mentor, you can be mentored by a book. You can be mentored on YouTube. You have to be, to be a coach is more hands-on because someone's vested in your blind spots and vested in measuring the things that we cannot see. Because as we say, we can't see the picture when you're in the frame or the label if you're in the jar.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I love that. And if you think about it, like for instance, like take basketball, you could be coached by your team coach, yet you're mentored by another person on the other team. Right? Like, let's say Kobe was one of your mentors, growing up, and he's a mentor for many, obviously. Yeah. So excellent. I love that.
Yeah, Michael was going to mentor Kobe Bryant when he was younger before they played against each other, but he wasn't going to coach him to beat him.
I heard a story. What was Kobe? Michael's number was 23, was it? Yeah. And Kobe's was 24, right?
Was it 24 or 32? Yeah. 24. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know why?
Why?
I heard Kobe say this one time because he wanted to be one better than Michael.
There it is.
True story. That's what I heard.
There it is. But Shaq once said to Kobe, "There's no I in team," but Kobe said, "But there's a me in it."
There's a me in it. That's right. I don't know.
Pass the ball. It's no I in team. But yeah, but there's a me in it.
That's awesome.
All right, let's get to you, sir. Let's get to you and the great work that you're doing. Let's talk about some of the success stories that you've had, and just share some of the stories of people you work with and the success they've had and the impact in their life and how they're paying it forward as well. Because I know when they work with you, then they take that and they trail on to help other people because you keep that by serving.
Well, I'll tell you, I love this question. In fact, I'm gonna spin the answer. So here's the deal. I'm gonna share with you a story of someone who is from one of our techniques. She went ahead and changed a lot of lives as well. And I'll share the story. And here it is. It's what I talk about is look for opportunities to allow other people to shine. So when you're coaching and mentoring individuals, look for those opportunities. Always look to see what you can help them to shine their greatest awesomeness that they already have. Right? We always say for my coaching clients and students in my masterminds, we always talk about the fact that you want to really harness your strengths and hire your weaknesses. Okay. Yeah. But I'll share a story. I like cars. I like collecting cars. And one of my vehicles, I have a custom plate, right? A custom plate, whatever they call it, vanity plate, I think it's called. Mm-hmm. And so my plate, one of my cars says Mr. Awesome on it. The other one says Dr. Awesome. And the other one says NDSO, which I think I mentioned earlier, which stands for No Drama, Serve Others. So I have one of these cars and the plates, and I went to motor vehicles to go get my license plate. Okay. And I couldn't send, I actually tried to send one of my assistants and my team to go pick it up, but they're like, no, you actually need to go and show your driver's license. So I had to go downtown to motor vehicles to go grab it. Now, let me ask you a question, James. Do you like motor vehicles?
I like, they take me places.
Common answer is no. If I said, James, you're going to go down to motor vehicles in downtown Chicago for all day Monday to go get something, you'd be like, no, thank you. All right. So that's what most people would say. So I'm thinking, well, I want to make the best out of this. So I went down there and I walk into motor vehicles and I see this table to my right, and there are a couple people, and I'm like pointing like, where should I go? And they're pointing this way. So I look to my left, and all of a sudden, James, I saw about 50 or 100 people right here in line to get to another line. Have you ever seen a line?
Yes, I have. Yes.
Waiting for another line that was waiting for another line. That's what I was involved in. Okay. Wow. So I was like, oh no, and I have two choices. Either number one is I could leave, or number two is I could, get in line and, stay there and we'll see what happens. So Brian Tracy taught me this years ago. By the way, Brian's one of my main mentors. I mentioned that earlier. He taught me the success quotient is to get in line, stay in line, and get to the front of the line. Okay. So here's what I did. I stayed in line And I'm a little bored at this point because I'm just standing there for about 5 minutes. And I thought, okay, well, I'll check my phone and I'll see if the phone works, and I'll check some social media. And apparently my phone wasn't really working in the building that I was in, motor vehicles. So I'm like, oh man, so I'm bored now. But then I had an idea. Now, James, this is me having an idea. Ready? This is me. Ready? I was like this. I was like, so I went like this. I took my finger and I tapped on the gentleman in front of me. I went like this on his shoulder. And he goes and looks at me and goes, what? And I said this. I didn't even say anything out loud. I just went like this. I went, high five. So I held my hand up to high five him. This is before COVID, okay? Oh, yeah. And he boom, he high fived me. I was like, this is awesome. It made me feel good. It kind of made him chuckle and smile for a second. And, I'm like, all right, this is cool. And then at that point, I was about a minute later, I was bored again. So here's what I did. I had another idea. Ready? I tap him on the shoulder again. He goes, what? I said, high five again, but this time, pass it on. So he does. Yeah, James, it's a high five line. It went all the way down the wow. I couldn't see it anymore. It was I could hear it. I couldn't see it, right? And it's going all the way around like a Shrek line. You remember that movie? It was like going all the way and so forth. And I'm waiting for it to get back to me. So I really wanted to get my high five back. So I'm waiting for it. And all of a sudden, I feel this shrug on my shoulder behind me over here. And I look to my right, and there's this woman. Have you ever met somebody who just looks completely mean? Like she's like crossed arms. She's looking up at me like this. And I was like, oh no, I think I'm in trouble. She says, was that you who started that high five line? And I'm like I don't know. The guy next to me is pushing back. He's like, come on, push back. We're getting in trouble. And I was like, yeah, I think that was. Is that okay? And she said to me, no, this is motor vehicles. It's supposed to be negative. That's what she told me. I was like, no way. I couldn't believe it. And I literally asked her, I said, are you serious? Yeah. And she said, actually. And she looked to her right and left, like a little higher, like towards the ceiling. Apparently she was looking for like a video camera or something, right? Yeah. And she says, actually, I am kidding. I saw you do the high five line, and I'm having somewhat of a bad day, and I really wanted a high five as well. Can I get one from you? Okay. And I said, of course. We hugged it out and gave her a high five. And she says, what are you here for? And I said, well, I'm an inspirational speaker, and I speak on habits and awesomeness, and I'm here to pick up one of my plates. And she said, wait a minute, are you Mr. Awesome? I said, yeah, that's me. How do you know my nickname? She goes, we've been waiting for who ordered Mr. Awesome plates. We've got them in the back. She says, just let me have your license, and I'll be right back. I'll just stand over here, pretend you're like going to the restroom or something, and I'll be right back. I was in and out of motor vehicles in like 8 minutes. Which is awesome. Now, why am I telling you this story? First of all, true story, 100%. The reason why I'm telling you this story is we never know who we're going to change, whose lives we're going to affect, and whose ripple effect we're going to help, right? And if you think about the ripple effect theory and the Habitude Warrior, Habitude, by the way, I can explain that afterwards if you want. It's a great story of how we designed our name Habitude. But it's all about habits and attitude and helping this young lady here who's having a bad day at motor vehicles to go and take whatever I can give her, which was simply a high five. Mm-hmm. It could be a simple smile. It could be a simple, DoorDash, right? And giving somebody I don't know. I like Cheesecake Factory. Do you eat those cheesecakes from Cheesecake Factory? Oh my God.
Little pieces my wife takes away from me. Little bit.
Oh my God, they're amazing. So, like ordering somebody just a quick DoorDash and sending it across country, to somebody. It's like just doing these little things, because guess what? That woman went back, got my license plate. I was in and out of motor vehicles in like 10 minutes, which is perfect. So I didn't have to wait through this whole line. But she's going to take that and she's going to go into her office. And now she's going to spread that amazing awesomeness with her team. And that's going to go home to their teams. Their teams is their home team. All right. So it's this ripple effect of amazingness. And that's what happens within our masterminds and our coaching and so forth. Obviously, we do a lot of different coaching, but this is just one example of how to go out there and be the amazingness that you can be, because all of us can look for these opportunities, yet we're sort of wearing blinders. Have you noticed that? We're like, what's that person doing? What's that person doing? And the FOMO happens instead of JOMO, and say, okay, you know what? The grass, I was going to tell you earlier, I wrote a bunch of books. One of my next books, what I want to write is maybe I'll title it something like My Grass is Greener. You know how they're always saying the grass is greener on the other side? Well, my grass is already green, right? That sounds like a little bit of a marijuana. That's not what I meant. But does that make sense? I mean, it's all about changing people's lives from actions that you're taking through your habits and your attitude.
Yeah, the grass is always greener where you water it.
That's
always greener.
Yeah.
You know, I was we were in Orlando. We were there for 5 days. The 5 turned into 24. And just the other day, we were going through a toll road, and I went to pay the guy the toll. We're in a rental car. I didn't have a easy pass, and got to the window, and the young lady said, "No, the guy in front of you paid for you." Well, I said, "Okay, well, here, pay for the guy behind me."
Yeah,
it was so cool. And I was driving. I said, "I wonder if they passed it back and kept going."
Yeah,
with that. Yeah, because that's so cool. So that's so much fun. Have you ever been to a restaurant and tip your waiter or waitress, but then give them a handwritten note to say thank you? Ever done that?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Man, they go tell everybody, tell the manager. It makes them better the entire day.
Absolutely. You know what I do is so I decided to get into shape, right? Because last year the shape that I picked was a triangle, and now I'm deciding a different one. So you can write that one down. That was a good one. So what I decide now is whenever I go to, like, you know, convenience foods, I call it convenient food, not fast food. Anyway, whenever I'm going to Taco Hell or something like that, and I have to order something because I need to be fast and get something and then get going. Here's my rule with myself. My rule is anytime I go to anywhere that's like a fast food place, I have to buy one for me and one for somebody else. And that somebody else is a homeless individual that's just right around the corner. Because trust me, any fast food place, you got a homeless person sitting right around the corner. So I always have 2 bags when I walk out, you know, or they hand it to me in my car, and I hand one right away. So it's a hot meal right there. So it's just a way of thinking. It's just a thought pattern, a habit that you can possess. Right?
You know, I got it. It got it. I know why you're so successful. I know why so many people love you, and you're creating this major movement and difference around the world, because
keep going.
Make people feel good before they get to you. You make them feel good while they're with you, and you make them feel good when they leave you.
That's right. That's it. It.
Got it.
You know, you know, it's true. Let's write that stuff down. That was awesome. Because I tell you what, I have little note cards for myself here that sit on my desks. One of them is this: boom, decide to be awesome. And this is a note for myself. Like literally. And then once I believed in myself, guess what? This happened. Suddenly I made sense to myself.
Wow.
And when you do that, things start coming into, people start calling you. People from JD3 TV start saying, I need you on my TV show. You know, it enhances your life by enhancing other people's lives. And that's the key. I'll tell you another quick story, or, you know, a subset of a story on what you just mentioned. It reminds me of when I was growing up, and I lived in California, San Francisco. Today I live in where am I? I got to look outside to see where I'm at, San Diego. But when I lived in San Francisco, and I was in my 20s, and you know, I'm going on a date with a young lady, and I had a thought. Like everyone else, all my friends are like, you know, they go on dates for whatever their reasons are. My reason, if I'm going to go on a date with a young lady, my whole goal in that during that first date is so that she goes home and says, wow, I had such a great time. I felt amazing. It was not about him. It was about her, right? It was about me. Right. And I went home and then subconsciously she's thinking, I want to go out with him again. Right. And think about this. This is like Bill Walsh. You just had the amazing great Bill Walsh, a great friend of ours. what's the purpose of a business? Well, to gain customers and clients. What do you need to do? Don't screw it up. Right. So it's just like dating, right? It's literally to gain another date with that young lady. Right? And then another one, and then you're married. And so it's all about business growth and habits growth and relationship growth is all about building these relationships with amazing individuals, right? And I want to definitely share information in regard to connecting with the right people too. But go ahead, I'll pass it back to you.
Well, let's talk about that. Let's go right into it. Let's talk about, because that's so important. Even the Bible says that he who keeps company with the wise shall be wise, but he or she who keeps company with fools shall be destroyed. So why is it important to connect with the right people? How do you do it? And who are the right people?
Oh, wow. Well, that's awesome. So write this down. Success leaves clues. Yeah. So if you look at all the successful people here's a great book. Bam. Think and Grow Rich, Napoleon Hill, written in 1937. You and I know this book extremely well. Yeah. And I'm really good friends with the president of Napoleon Hill Foundation. So what I wanted to do was I wanted to strive to meet these individuals who are changing people's lives, who have already changed people's lives. I'll tell you a quick story. I was talking to a gentleman named Jim. This guy was at one of our events. He was one of the keynote speakers. Brian Tracy was there, myself. This is years ago in Houston, Texas. And Brian's on stage, and I'm in the back of the room with Jim's right here. Jim calls me over. He goes, son, come here. And I said, yes, sir. I said, what's going on? He says, Eric, what do you do with Brian over here? What do you do with him? Because I was one of the senior trainers with Brian. And he goes, what do you do with him? I said, well, Jim, I'm the best salesperson ever for Brian Tracy. I'm the man. I'm it. If you've got to go through to get to Brian, you got to go through me first. I'm the motivational arm for Brian Tracy International. He's like, and I said, I'm awesome at sales. He goes, really? He goes, what do you really want to do? That's what he asked me. And I went away and I came back and I finally, I went away a couple more times because I was nervous, because it was Jim Rohn, by the way, I'm talking to. Yeah. And I came back to Jim Rohn and I said, Mr. Rohn, I figured it out. He said, what's that? And I said, I want to help people with their habits and their attitude, and I want to help myself at the same time. And he said, that's brilliant. You should put that together. So I literally put the word habitude together right there because of Jim and I and our conversation.
Wow. That is so cool. Thank you for sharing that story. So in connecting with the right people, so you have programs that you offer. And I tell you, we're looking for instant gratification, and we've got to do the work. Sometimes people come and they want to be mean and say, okay, fix me, make me happy. And, and I don't know what you would say to that. Don't even try to answer.
I will. Here, let me jump in and I'll say it. Yeah, what we teach in we run a lot of masterminds throughout the world. They're international masterminds. They're amazing. I'll tell you about it in a second if you want. But what we do is we always remind people, we are here for counsel, not for therapy sessions. We're here for counsel, not advice and not therapy sessions. It's counsel. What's the difference? Well, advice is something like if I could give you my advice, but I don't have experience based on what you're asking. That's just giving my opinion, my advice. And I may be wrong. I may be right. Who knows? It's 50-50 chance. Right. If I give you a therapy session, or if I'm asking you for therapy session, then, go down to your local bar and talk to your bartender. That's not me. I don't want to give you your answers to fix your therapy problems. Okay. Yeah. Come with sound questions that we can clarify to give you the best sound counsel. And the counsel is based on live, real experiences that we've experienced through our life, through our council members. So,
yeah. So do you find when people come in, even though they may feel like they're clear about what they want, that when they're with you and they're in these programs, they find clarity?
Oh, without a doubt. Yeah. We have so many emails and messages and video, testimonials, I guess they're called, saying that we're healthier, wealthier, and happier than ever before because of our programs. And when I say programs, I'm talking about my masterminds. Our masterminds are like second to none. They're amazing. In fact, do you mind if I share? Do you want me to share?
Yeah, absolutely, man. But let me say this first of all, that the one thing about the people that we invite to be a part of our world and our platform is that the consistency that they live what they talk about.
Yeah.
And I will tell you that out of everyone that I've ever met in the industry of speaking, and everybody's wonderful, but you are the same awesome, high energy person every time I've seen you. And I've been seeing you for about a decade, man. So I want to just say, look, that's just such an honor. And I want to let everyone out there know that this is the real deal. So please share with them about your mastermind, what you're doing, and how people can play with you, man, because I want to play.
Absolutely, man. I appreciate you saying what you just said. That's amazing. You know, you and I share a lot of greatness in different parts of the country when we travel, and we always, you know, what you and I do always, and I love this about us, is that we always seek each other out. You know, we always want to, whenever I'll tell you another thing that happens to me. I don't know if you know this, but this is so cool. Whenever I walk in, and I met you through Bill Walsh, by the way. So cute, you know, hats off to Bill Walsh, because you know, Bill's introduced me to a lot of great individuals, and you're one of the top ones that I love. Because whenever I walk into a room, I scan the room. All of us scan the room. We see what's happening. You know, we see some people who are, you know, the vendors, we see the speakers, we see this. And let's face it, there's a lot of speakers that we know, right? For numerous speakers. And some of them are there. Most of them are there for, you know, giving greatness. And some of them are there for maybe for their own self-serving reasons, right? What I like to do is I like to scan the room. And then what I do is I go to the people that I trust and I believe and I love, and I go and give them a high five or a nice hug, you know, and that's Kara and you, Dr. James Dentley. So it's always and you calm me down whenever I'm in a room. I don't know if you realize that. You do. You calm me down. Like, have you ever walked into a room and people are like, they don't calm you down. They actually make you really like frazzled. Well, right. I always like to keep my pivot points. And even if I'm on stage, I look out and I see you sharing a smile towards me on stage. That helps me. And I think I know that's a habit that you do, that's internal. That's a gracious thing that you already know and love and do. And that shows, that shines. And I don't know if that many people notice it, but I notice it. So I wanted to thank you for that.
Well, let me just add this to it then. You know, I'm making it up, but I think it's funny. When I was young, my heartbeat, I was so busy. I was running, always moving. Boom, 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 boom. Heart just beating. When you get older, you can almost count your heartbeats. Boom, 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 boom. So I always monitor to make sure I don't get too frazzled and you know, get too excited, because I don't want to say boom and then wait about 10 seconds for it booms again.
You need to keep it going.
Yeah, absolutely. So we got to boom, boom. As long as I can count it, boom, boom. So I'm not trying to calm you down. I'm trying to make sure I stay calm so I can live.
Well, we're there to help each other, man. I'll give you one of my boom booms if you want.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Keep moving forward.
Brings me to the conversation we were having a second ago. Who are, you know, I'll just ask the viewers here, who are you really surrounding yourself with? You know, for me, you know, growing up, I was bullied. I mean, I was hanging around people who were bullying me, and you know, I was it's funny because I was always been an entrepreneur, but I wasn't making any money. I was giving all my lunch money to these kids bullying me. So I was literally paying to go to school. I was like 12. I don't know how did I sign up on this. So I changed that whole mindset, and I said, okay, when I'm older, I'm going to be hanging around the individuals who really are making a difference in the world. And I'm not going to waste any time. This time's too precious to waste. This life's too precious to waste. You know, how many of us know people who just, all they want to do is complain? So I decided, I wrote a list. I actually call it the elephant list. I'll just tell you straight out, an elephant list. And it's ironic because I have another list here that's right in front of me. And you want to see it? Boom, there it is. So I'll share this with you in a second. This is not the elephant list, but it really is. So the elephant list means this. You write down, you take a blank piece of paper, or if you're smart, you get one of these Remarkables and you write on there. It's so cool. So you take a blank piece of paper and you write down 10 names of people you want to start surrounding yourself with. Okay, this is the elephant list, 10 names. James, you were on that list. Kevin Carrington was on the list. Sharon Lecter, you know, Frank Shankwitz, a Make-A-Wish Foundation founder, great late Frank, as well as Jim Rohn was on that list. All these different, Brian Tracy was on my list. All these individuals, right, were on my list. And I said, okay, I'm going to write it down on a piece of paper. And you know what? I'm going to meet all these people. And not only will I meet them, I will learn from them and they'll learn from me as well. See, that's the component that a lot of people don't get. They don't get that part. They say, well, you know, oh, I'm not worthy. I just want to be in the room with that person. That's cool. That's fine. Why? I mean, that's cool, I guess. But I don't want to just be in a room with that person. I want to change their lives, and I want them to change mine and me to change their life as well, because I bring so much value and I'm confident about that. And if you're not confident about that, go through our program. We'll teach you what's called the passion test. And it's awesome. We teach you how to do this. But my point is this. Write down that elephant list. And then on the flip side of that piece of paper, write down what I call the donkey list. Okay, the donkey list is literally people who are taking up way too much time of your lives. You know, they keep on calling you. How many of y'all know people who just, they call you and they're like, yeah, I just want to pick your brain. You know, when you go to pickyourbrain.com, it goes to one of my invoices on one of my websites now. Seriously, like be careful of allowing people to pick your brain, because I'm sick of that. Like every now and then, fine, once, twice, 3 times a charm. But at that point, look, how is this relationship going? Am I just here to serve you, or is it going to be a symbiotic relationship, right? So that's my elephant list. And ironically, that elephant list has turned into the list of all of my speakers that speak on my Global Speakers Mastermind. Yeah. So surround yourself with these amazing individuals, build friendships if that's appropriate, yeah. and just serve them. You know, so that's the key is surrounding yourself with greatness, yeah. And then sharing it with kids as well. So we have a component that's called the Junior Habitude Warrior, where we teach kids. In fact, there's one of the books. Oh, I went the wrong way. There's one of the books right there called Junior Habitude Warrior, where we teach kids confidence, leadership, and personal development for success, age group 7 to 17. So that's pretty cool too. But our mastermind, let me talk about that real quick. Yeah. How about that? So I know we're coming to the end of the session here. So man, I'm fired up. I'm just getting started. Let's start. Was that my intro? Are we live yet? No, I'm just kidding. So here's the deal. I have a mastermind. I decided, James, early on, I said to myself, look, I've been involved with many millionaire masterminds and they're great. But you know what they are? It's interesting. These millionaire masterminds are a bunch of millionaires, a bunch of really cool cats. I know them all. They're really cool friends of mine. Mm-hmm. But they're teaching you the millionaires how to be more millionaires. Okay, cool stuff, great stuff. But I vowed that I would not only I didn't want to market towards the millionaires that already exist. I wanted to market to the millions of people that want to become millionaires or want to have this in their lives, because that was like me when I was growing up. You know, I had to really harness down on my habits and attitude to get where I am now. So I want to help other people do the same thing. Does that make sense? Yeah, absolutely. So what I decided to do is I built the Habitude Warrior, which is habits and attitude put together, the Habitude Warrior Mastermind. And I have a different mastermind that's called the Global Speakers Mastermind, which is amazing. Now, it's not just for speakers, okay? So I want to be clear on this. It is a mastermind that we meet virtually. We meet twice a month, and it's 90-minute sessions. We meet on the 2nd and 4th Wednesday of the month, okay, at 5 p.m. Pacific. So you figure it out wherever you guys are. So we have people from Australia, we have people from London, we have people from the US and in different area codes and so forth. And we all come in to learn and grow. Now, the cool format of this is, it's really cool. It's called the Global Speakers Mastermind, where we bring in speakers, leaders, and mentors that I know that are super great friends of mine. That's why I have a list right here of a lot of our speakers. I mean, we have one per month, by the way. And what we do is this. We meet twice a month, but the first session of the month, which is the 2nd Wednesday of the month, if that makes sense, that session is called the Master Class portion. So I bring in one of my speakers and they do a master class, literally with you, with us on a private Zoom. It's hands-on. It's awesome. It's like having your own personal seminar or program or event in your computer right here, where you get to raise your hand, say, hey, Laurel, I got a question, or Sharon, I got a question, or James, I got a question. So it's really interactive. And the list, I just wrote it down just to share with you guys. These are some of our speakers that are lined up for our mastermind already, or masterclass. Sharon Lecter. Okay, Sharon Lecter has written Rich Dad, Poor Dad by Robert Kiyosaki and Sharon Lecter. She's written Exit Rich and Think and Grow Rich for Women. She's amazing, great friend of mine. Sharon's on the stage. Laura Langemeyer from The Secret, of course, you had her a little bit ago. Alex Stern, great friend of mine. That's a Constant Contact, a founder. Cynthia Kersey's on the from the Unstoppable Foundation. Wow, the things that she's doing, and that's coming up in March, so you don't want to miss that one. Don Green, who's the president of Napoleon Hill Foundation. You get to rub shoulders with these people. It's awesome. We got Scott McCain, who's a teacher who teaches how to speak and grow through your career of speaking and acting as well. He teaches tons of different actors, and the list goes on. Lee Steinberg from The Real Jerry Maguire. Bob Berg is in here. Dr. Jeffrey Fannin for brain mapping. We've got DC Cordova. We've got Marie Diamond from The Secret. We got Kevin Harrington from the Shark Tank. Bonus sessions. We got Brian Tracy, Dr. Dennis Waitley, and Frank Shankwitz is in there. We literally have one of Frank's last speeches he's ever delivered. We have that in the whole thing, and all of them are live except obviously Frank's is a bonus. But what's cool is this. So just the bottom line is we meet twice a month. And it's on Wednesdays, the second and fourth Wednesdays. Mm-hmm. The first session is the master class, which is these individuals just there with you, giving you such great brilliance, and take great notes and utilize those. Then you have a 2-week break. And then you come back on the fourth Wednesday, and we do what's called a mastermind. And the mastermind is we take the topic from the 2 weeks prior, a masterclass, and we expand on that and give counsel to grow even further. It's awesome, guys. It's so awesome.
Very good. Awesome. Also, how can they get enrolled in this class? Because I learned a long time ago from one of my early mentors in 1994, Michael Kupis. But before I was even a part of this world at all, he said, you have to invest in yourself. And I remember when he said it, 6 months later, I was homeless. Well, 4 months later, I was homeless for about 5 or 6 months. But the moment I started earning income, I began to invest in myself, and I still do to this day. You have to do it, or your environment doesn't really change. You have to make that investment of time and money, service, all of those things to really grow. So how can people get into your organization?
Yeah, it's really easy. And it's just the master. We have tons of different programs, but the first step is join our Global Speakers Mastermind. That's the first step. Just to surround yourself with the individuals that you need to be surrounding yourself with. So what I would suggest, and by the way, Microsoft came out with a study years ago, and they said for every $1 they spent on training their employees, they received $30 back in revenue. So it's 30 to 1, which is pretty darn amazing.
Yeah.
So what we've done is this. I'll make it real simple. It's normally $5,000 for a 6-month period. So if you space it out for the whole year, 12-month period, it's a $10,000 mastermind that we normally charge. You're welcome to do that. Just go to Global Speakers Mastermind and get the $10,000. No problem. Or because I have something called James Dentley beat me up on a good price.com. No, I'm just kidding. It's not that .com. But here's what I did. I went ahead.
You said you want to talk about that beating.
Yeah, that's right. So here's what I did. Instead of doing the regular price of the $10,000 for the whole 12 months, what we did was we bite-sized it to make it real simple for you guys. And thank Dr. James Dentley and Kara for really setting this up, and Limitless 2021 for doing this. What we did is we brought it down for all of your team, okay, the people watching this. We brought it down to $1,200 for the whole year. That's it. So it's beautiful. And if you need to space it out, if you really have to space it out, if some of you guys are, and you can probably feel the butterflies in your stomach right now going, I want to be part of this. I want to be part of a mastermind. How do I do it? And if you really need to space it out, just do it. I mean, there's an option in there. Just pay one time $1,200, or just space it over monthly, which is like $100 a month, I guess it is. Yeah, I did my math right. and here's the way to do it. Go to decidetobeawesome.com. In fact, you just put it on the lower thirds. This is awesome. Yeah, just click on that, or type it in decidetobeawesome.com. And if you go there, you'll see right at the top of the screen, it'll say Limitless 2021 special referred by James Dentley. And you get the $1,200 rate right now. Do it right now. You owe it to yourself.
Amen, brother. Well, look, I want to thank you so much, man. You are awesome. Thank you, because I know when we learn the habits of what it takes to be successful in our relationships, in our spiritual life, in every aspect of our living, it just makes us better, and we're better. Everything around us becomes better, because I'd like to tell our audience that your success is someone else's miracle. And every time you decide not to win, someone else loses. So I highly endorse and recommend and insist that you work with my incredibly awesome friend, the Habitude Warrior, Mr. Eric Swanson. Thank you so much for being with us. It's been my honor.
Awesome, man. Appreciate you. I love it. We're only going to go for 3 more hours right now, right? Is that right? Yeah. Okay. I'm ready. I'm fired up, man.
I've got to interview the new president that we brought in of JD3 Media and Entertainment Company.
Yeah.
This is going to come up in just a moment. So he's on deck. And then we're going to go home for the night and come right back tomorrow morning roaring with marketing and branding.
Well, I really appreciate you, James, and Kara. Please give my love to her and all of your team. You guys are amazing. You're doing some amazing things, and I'm here to serve. No drama, serve others. Decide to be awesome. We'll see you guys soon. Thank you so much.
Each and every one of you guys, go to decidetobeawesome.com. Decidetobeawesome.com. Thanks a lot, Eric.
Thanks, buddy.
You got it. Well, let's take a short commercial break, and we'll be right back with our final interview with Lee Simons, the president of JD3 Media and Entertainment Company. We'll be right back on the other side. Welcome to JD3 TV. Welcome, and now we're offering you a backstage pass into our world, where you're going to get the most extraordinary programming that will inspire and enlighten. You'll get a chance to get up close and personal with some of your favorite stars, your entertainers, your movie icons, and some talk show hosts that will rock your world and change your life. Imagine you being inspired every single day to stretch your imagination. Imagine you on the big screen. Your life, your story, one reel at a time. Go to your Google Play Store or your App Store and download JD3 TV today.
We are beautiful in our own broken way.
The stories I have encountered, the stories that I have lived are remarkable, are amazing.
You take all of that stuff and you use it as ammunition to make yourself better.
This is my life. This is my story. When I look back at it, I don't regret anything because I know he was setting it all up for the good.
Okay, stand by.
Roll sound, roll camera.
I'm in Microsoft Sticks.
And action.
Lee Simons brings 35 years of professional excellence in television, movies, and in sports to JD3 TV. We are honored to have him as the new president of JD3 Media and Entertainment Company.
Hello, Lee. How are you doing? You're muted.
Take 2. I'm doing great. Congratulations on an extraordinary day 2. Wow. Just jam-packed, rocking, wonderful, inspiring. And how are you doing? You've been at it for 7 hours and 13 minutes and 44 seconds.
The last 2 days, I've been up at 5 in the morning. I've been in the gym working out. I've been in the steam room. I've been on the bike. I've been on the weights. I've been on the crunches. I say the crunchies. I have to break them down so I can chew them.
I feel like I need to do an infomercial for whatever you're eating, drinking, and doing with your life, because your energy, there's a big word. I don't know too many, but I'm going to go with a very big word. It's called indefatigable. You never get tired. How do you do it?
A bigger word, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. It's just a mental thing. It's just a mental thing. And when you set your sights on achieving anything, then all the energy and all the frequency you need to accomplish that will be at your disposal. I always tell people say, well, I don't have the energy. And I say, you don't need to get energy. You are energy. You just need to know how to release it. And I think that's the key. Well, Lee, we're just finishing up day 2. And for those of you who weren't part of this yesterday, Lee Simons is the new president of JD3 TV Media and Entertainment Company. 35 years of incredible, impactful experience. And I want you to just, if you would, let's start off by talking about One and Done. You got a chance to meet Sesh from the very, very beginning. And as a matter of fact, after they talked to you, the whole brand just went to another level. What are your thoughts about the One and Done app and how it would impact millions of people around the world? What do you think about that?
Well, the thing that's very inspiring about it is it's the name of the app stands for literally what it is. So it's the app that will sell itself, because it's a one-stop, one destination hub for everything. And it's a community experience. And it's not only will you be able to find the JD3 app in there, but it's basically a comprehensive realm that really eliminates all of the need to go to multiple different realms to connect with what you want. And I think that is extraordinary. I learned a long time ago, there's 2 important things with anything that's going to be cutting edge, disruptive, and successful. Is it a sociological change and a technological fix? And One and Done represents both. It's going to be disruptive, it'll be magnetic, but it's meeting a need, it's filling a need for what people need to minimize the engagement they need to all this stuff on here. One and Done.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to remind everyone that JD3 TV, we're going to actually launch with our soft launch on March 15th. If we're ready before that, we'll let you know. But we want to make sure we test it and test it and test it. But March 15th, we're definitely going to have our soft launch, and we're going to have our grand launch April 23rd, 24th, and 25th. Now, with the One and Done, I like to say this. The thing I'm so excited about, and the thing I'm like, I have a non-disclosure, I can't talk about everything. But it's not only going to be a service to everything you want to do with technology, but it's also set for everything that you're going to need to do that you don't even know about yet. Because it's about being in front of the technology and find out where the world is going and being in front of that. And we're parked in front of that. So I can't wait to launch it, because we're going to pick 10 key people, then 25, then 100. And then we're going to blow it out. We're going to get 500 influencers that are behind it and teach everyone else how to become an influencer in your own life. And for those people who want TV shows, you're going to have a show and you can drive everything right through the app and build your database there as well. So it's going to be really, really cool. So Lee, let's talk about the hit making business. And we say we're in the hit making business. What does that really mean to the viewer?
Well, what that means is everybody likes to talk about a hit television show, a hit TV series, a movie that went into sequels. And there was a time not too long ago where that access to being in the hit making business was much more, there were many more barriers. It was exclusive to a certain group of people. And we've seen that technology has changed that. And now you can go viral on YouTube, and one day nobody knows who you are, and the next day you're an overnight sensation. Yeah. So what that means to me is there's those random things that go viral, and then there's the idea to be proactive and see it and then believe it. And so for JD3 being in the hit making business, to me, and what I've talked to about with you and all of our new clients, is it's about coming forward with your vision, your creation that serves you in your business. It serves your bucket list. It serves everything that you want to stand for, taking advantage of what's happening now in the world, where everybody, whether you want to or not, is on television. They're on their iPhone. You're on TikTok. You're on Instagram. You're FaceTiming people. The pandemic brought us even more in relationship with a camera and a viewing audience. So we want to be in the hit making business. It means two things. We want to make your life a hit. We want to make what you believe in and what you aspire to be in a television program a success. And we also want to create programs that fill a need where people tune in. And I said this yesterday, I'd like to say it again. It's the best time in the history of the world to be in the business. May the best idea win. If you have an idea and you believe in it, come with it. Let us develop it with you. Let us guide you. Let us help bring out the best in you, and let's find an audience. And I believe that will be the legacy of JD3. And as you know, from how things trend in the world and how the number one thing that sells tickets in box office and TV shows and everything else, it's word of mouth. Yeah. Well, we live in a world now where word of mouth is instantaneous. It can literally skyrocket around the globe in a matter of seconds and minutes. So being in the hit business for JD3 means understanding that we are now in a world that if you bring something special to the table, you can find an audience, and it can happen fast.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, for those who are watching, you know, when you look at JD3 TV, we do many things in this house. The commercials you've seen, we create all of those things, all those assets in-house. Lee's going to talk about documentary and his expertise and why that's so important, but it's really about marketing and branding yourself and creating a platform that the world can see who you are, because people are looking for you. You're looking for more customers, more clients. You're looking for that avatar, but you're missing each other in the dark. You don't know how to find it. In the meantime, they're getting with someone else. And we really vet and we really built relationships with our show hosts to make sure not only do they have quality content, and we help work and help nourish that as well, but they're people of integrity. They're just really, really good people. And I'm so thankful to be in business with them. But we've got 2 calls today for people who want to sponsor our next event. They want to sponsor on JD3 TV and do their own commercials there. So just imagine you have a commercial branding your business, your book on television, not just JD3 TV, but Roku, Amazon, Apple as well. Then you're on all of our events, which we're doing 8 of them a year. We have 2 more Limitless. We have 3 Business Accelerator and 2 influencer events to do this year. And then we have our Entrepreneur Forum and our Inspired to Speak conferences and all of our action think tanks as well. So we have an opportunity to reach people and help get the message out, and always innovating new ways to help the people win that entrust us with their dreams and their goals and to accomplish the mission. And that's one of the things I'm so excited about, because it's not even a challenge. It's just figuring out, okay, if it's a way to do it, let's figure out how to do it and get it done. And I love that. So the reason why One and Done is such a great fit for us is that one and done for us is WON, done. Because we take it, we already won. And we get on that field, it's done. So we're done and won. So let's talk about documentaries. You know, we started, you're doing a documentary for me, and you've done it for other folks. And when I was at the Board of Advisors, there was a young man, and he was doing documentaries for some people. And yeah, when I talked to you, I didn't know a lot of people that were really doing it, but it came across my my desk about 10 years ago. And I didn't jump out there and do it. But I'm glad that I waited, because you have such a mastery and a vision for being able to take a story and make that story, as you like to say, turn it down. So why is it important for people to have a documentary? And when they work with you in certain divisions of the higher echelon of One and Done, because everybody works with you, but when they work with you on a higher level, what benefit and value do you bring to people through sharing their story and telling it well?
Well, everybody deserves to be celebrated, and everyone's hero's journey, James, is meaningful, and there's lessons to be learned. And we live in a world now where those documentaries are no longer exclusive to the rich and famous. And And I think it's really important. I have had the privilege to work with some of the biggest stars in the world in sports and entertainment and tell their story on a global platform. But I think in this time in history, it's really important for everyone's story to be told. And I love being a storyteller. You're a storyteller. That's one of the ways we really connect. I love to tell stories, and I love to find everything, discover with an audience everything about a person's life, where they come from, what they've overcome, their winning moments, their losing moments. We all can identify with that. And it's also very important not just to stand for yourself and want to have a documentary, but especially if you're at a different stage in business. The documentary brings people up close and personal with who you are. They get to see a behind the scenes look at your life story, but from the point of view that you want to share it with them and the messages you want to do. And my particular background, at least in the last 15 years in combat sports and in the pay-per-view business, was we found when we had to promote some of the biggest fights in the world with the biggest stars in the world, from Oscar De La Hoya, the Floyd Mayweather, to somebody who I'm close with and worked with for 7 years since he started, that's actually fighting tonight, Canelo Alvarez. He's the biggest star in boxing right now. When we started with him, nobody heard of him. He was a sensation. He didn't even speak English. But when we produced the story of his background and who he was and the hardship he overcame, people started to fall in love with him. And we want to create raving fans in our business world. So the documentary format is the most marvelous way to give people a true understanding of who you are, what makes you tick, what your passions are, what you've overcome. I love celebrating people's lives, and I think that this format is a beautiful opportunity for anyone, even anyone who has a show already. You should be thinking about the documentary of your life. A life not worth examining is a life not worth living, and sharing your life with others is giving a gift of your experiences to educate them, inform them, empower them, entertain them, right? Yeah. So don't get me started on talking about documentaries, because we can just make that the rest of this thing. And of course, I must say, I am producing the documentary on your life, and it's very exciting. And I thank you for letting us go to those places that cameras haven't been before and tell those stories that maybe haven't been heard. That's right. You heard it right here. The exclusive look, the story of Dr. James Dentley and his extraordinary life, is my honor to create. And we'll have some fun, and there will definitely be some laughs. I mean, there will be some laughs. So, and you can grab popcorn. It's not going to be serious. You can grab some popcorn, break out the chicken wings, treat it like a Super Bowl, because James is behind it, so we're going to have a lot of fun, right? It's not going to be this hardship journey. No, this is going to be entertaining. It's going to be engaging. And I want to say one more thing. We were shooting with James a couple of weeks ago in Sarasota, and I just can't. We shot for 9 hours, and he was ready to keep going. I was tired. I said, I think we got it for the day. He's like, you sure? So the man never runs out of energy. And I think everyone who's watching, who knows him, knows that's true. But documentaries, I can talk about them all day long.
Right. Well, you're the best at it, that's for sure. I'm going to ask Brian to pull up the JD3 TV site. I don't know if you can keep us in it. If I can't be in it, leave Lee in there and I'll just talk. You got it? Okay, very good. And if you're out there and you're already creating some content, you may have it on YouTube, you may have it on Facebook. We're looking for you. We want to create shows around you. If you have a church or you have an organization or nonprofit, you're doing really, really cool work, we want to create that show around you and show you how to build that. That's going to build up your brand. It's going to build up your revenue. We have classes on teaching you how to get your sponsorship to do that, and how to do your commercials as well. But it really is about, as Les Brown used to say, it's not about who you know. He said it's about who wants to know you. And we want to pull the curtain back of the untapped secrets, the untapped talents, the untapped gifts of the world. There's so many children out there today that are doing some incredible things. Hit that button down there. Hit the other in the little box there. Hit that one. Right next to where it says Jane, down a little bit. There's a little box right there. Nope, nope. Right there in the middle of my arm, under my arm, you see a little box with my name in it, with my picture in it. And next to it is another one. Ludi, that's Ludi's plan. I hit that. See if that clicks in. There you go. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, and we're going to be able to showcase a lot of exciting shows, a lot of, we're bringing out some movies, we're bringing out our own content. We're already going to be part of the Orlando Film Festival as well. And we love to celebrate you. We have the Cannabis Comedy, in which we own a third of that production company, and the executive producers of the Cannabis Comedy series is coming out as well. That's going to be a blast. And then we're moving on to other content as well. We have something coming up called Back Porch Legends. We won't be talking about, but we're in the hit making business, and that's one of our upcoming hits. That is going to be a tremendous amount of fun. But we're going to have a lot of fun empowering kids as well, because in our platform, we want to be able to bring children in and teach them how to be behind the camera, in front of the camera. We have people that we can get them in the stunt world to do safe stunts, but yet and still do stunts, and get into the world where they can write and produce. We have all of these assets, all of these wonderful people around us that are serving, that are believing in our vision. And don't worry about that big old box to be off my face by tomorrow. But the bottom line is that we're looking for you. We're looking for you. Someone chased me for 10 years just to do this, because I didn't think it was for me. I didn't think I wanted it. Why? I wasn't a TV person. No way. But here we are today. And I don't look at it as being a TV person. I look at it as being someone who's honored to be in a position, you can go back up, to bring hope, opportunity, bring real stories from real people, and bring them one reel at a time. And that's you, each and every one of you. So on the March 15th, this is going to open up. In about 3 weeks, we're going to launch One and Done as well, right around the same time factor. And we've got a lot of other exciting things to do. But this is just day 2. Tomorrow, we're going to have day 3. And Lee, how excited are you about interviewing some of the phenomenal guests? You got a TV producer. You have a world-class entertainer that's going to be a part of the new BET Awards show. You've got one of the top NBA basketball player, 2 championships in the NBA, with a top basketball player in the history of Illinois. I mean, you got some incredible people that you're going to be talking to you today. I know you're ready for it, because look, this man he's interviewed Kim Basinger, James Woods, Sandra Bullock. I can go on and on and on and on. And even 2 weeks after you met Wesley Snipes, you were off to another country on location. That's how serious it is. So we're honored to have you here. But are you ready for tomorrow, man? Because tomorrow's going to be you up in personal, pulling out the good, juicy stuff from these great people who have shows on the network.
Yes, we have an incredible lineup of people tomorrow. Scan the Goddess is in the house. An extraordinary emerging young actress and rap artist and performer who's all about the spiritual world and giving back, but she can rock the house. We have Vonzel Scott. The man's a genius. He's one of the producers and creators of Cannabis Comedy, and he's had an extraordinary career in all aspects of the movie business. We have our very own extraordinary production team, Road to Eternity, Michael and Sheila. Many of the incredible TV commercials you have seen, some that have starred James, some that have starred our show hosts. These are the masterminds and creative geniuses behind the spots and the programming you have seen today. And then last but not least, I cannot leave out the legendary NBA superstar and extraordinary champagne connoisseur. Yes, look it up. Mark Aguirre. And I know everybody's going to be looking that up, right, James? Like, champagne. Yeah, Isaiah Thomas, Mark Aguirre, champagne. Google it. And let's see what's up. So, yeah, we've got some great people up tomorrow morning. I'm very excited to interview them. And one of the things I want you to know about our network is we've already spoken. Every single panelist that you were exposed to on this show, and every one of our hosts that interviewed them days and weeks before, we're in communication with them, preparing them, helping them understand what we're going to accomplish in these interviews, getting them ready, making them feel comfortable. This is the way we do things at JD3. It comes from the CEO. Be ready, be prepared. If you're early, you're on time, right? So we have a great group of people that I'm interviewing, and there's some really great things coming up for tomorrow's Limitless 2021, and I'm really excited.
And we have another panel after that with some amazing show hosts that you don't want to miss it. You're going to be so excited about what's to come. And tomorrow is about marketing and branding. So we're going to have the PR expert to show you how to build your own PR. How would you like someone to teach you instead of spending $5, $10, $15, $25,000 for PR? She's going to teach you how to build your own PR. That's Angel Tassi, who also has a show on the network. You're going to learn about YouTube by the amazing Ernesto Verdugo. Ernesto is like the 240th most traveled person in the world. He and I have traveled the world with international speaker associations, doing some phenomenal things. You're going to have Crystal Richardson. You heard from her on the panel. She has 3 shows on the network. She's a television producer. She's on the red carpet as one of the premier interviewers in Hollywood. And she's just a very brilliant woman, a woman of God, a woman who just overcame COVID and bounced back, and we're so thankful to have her front and center doing what she does best. We have Rolando Francis. He's going to be our Instagram expert as well, and he's going to teach you how to become a rock star on Instagram. And then last but not least, we have, who will I leave out? I said Angel. I said Rolando. I said Ernesto. Ray Perez. Oh, my goodness, the great Ray Perez. This gentleman is a branding genius. He's also going to have a show on our network, whether he knows it or not, because we're not going to let him go. He's just a treat to work with. He's just a man of high integrity, someone who's highly respected, someone who I respect. And you're going to learn all about how to brand yourself and make yourself a superstar in his world. And right now it's about becoming an influencer. You know, influence gives you the ability to move the dial, to create revenue for your family, to get your message out there, to bring people together and create a community of people that can impact the world. And if you impact your world, you're impacting the world. So having said that, don't forget to go to go ahead. It's not too late for you to share and win, right? We've got about 4 people who've already qualified for the grand prize, and you can do that simply by sharing with 10 people on Facebook. Share with 10 people, take a screenshot, email us that screenshot at info@jd3media.com, and everyone's a winner. But then we're going to draw the top 25, and they're going to get a bonus with that as well. Not just a virtual goodie bag, but they're going to get VIP access as well to our next event, plus another special prize directly from me. And then 2 individuals will get tickets to Orlando round trip. It's going to be our honor to have a lot of fun, to show up tomorrow morning bright and full of energy. We look forward to seeing each and every one of you. We ask you to share this with everyone that you know. Tomorrow's about marketing and branding, and definitely we all need to know more about how to do that. We're going to learn from the best in class. Lee, you have any final words?
Yeah, just one last thing. I'm getting a spiritual download right now from our team, and here it is. I just got it. So, James, you have spent the last 2 days tirelessly leading us at Limitless 2021, and you have spent months in the preparation of this, and you are continuously edifying us and mentoring us and coaching us and leading us. And on behalf of everyone from JD3 Media, we want to say we celebrate you. We celebrate your beautiful wife and your beautiful family for everything you give to us and everything that you give to the world. And I have this plan, so it's a little bit of a setup. And I have one last question. Do you remember when we were sitting in Sarasota and I asked you, I said, James, this is so exciting, JD3 Media. And I asked you, I said, you know, you've been a global entrepreneur for decades. You're an 8-figure network marketing leader. You're a celebrated philanthropist and author. And you're the founder of the world's #1 speaking organization. And I asked you, and I'm putting you on the spot because I want you to tell me what you told me then. I just want to know why you decided JD3. Why are you doing this? Because you don't have to do it, but we would love to hear. And I'm going to keep it short because you've been going now for 7 hours, 39 live. So the short version, do you remember what you told me? Because it really touched me in my heart. And we had like an emotional moment, right? And I was like, man, wow. And then of course you got a phone call and you went back to the races. But will you share that with everybody just briefly?
I'll be honest with you. After 9 hours of filming, I can't remember exactly what the answer was, but I would say this, and you can say what I said. JD3, guys. First of all, I have to be a living example for my children, the people that are around me, that entrust me, the people that believe, that just have that glimmer of hope. I know what it is not to have. I know what it is to have and to lose. I know what it is to make mistakes. I know what it is to feel embarrassed or feeling shame or to feel like you may have failed. I know what it is to have people believe in you and to learn to say thank you and to accept people who celebrate you. I've learned these things along the way. And if I could be a living example for someone else, if I could be an example that if it's possible in my life, it's possible in your life as well. If I can be a vessel, a vehicle that can help bring stories to the world, if I can be a person that says, look, take the risk, jump out of there. I was not a speaker. I was never thought I would ever be a speaker. It's not what I wanted to do. But I want to just let people know that it is possible if you can move past the poverty of imagination and the weakness of attention and get laser focused on your goals and dreams. I believe that when we were kids, we had big dreams. We're going to be a fireman. We're going to be a doctor. Whatever. I'm going to be rich, whatever it's going to be. But when we grow old, we became realistic and we took those dreams and we put them away in a chest. And now we don't even want to invest in ourselves anymore because we're afraid that we may lose out, that it may not work for us. We've lost so much hope that we believe that everyone's out to get us. It's all about money. And I'll tell you, when I look at my life and I look at the people that were on today and the people that will be on tomorrow and the people that were going to be on in April, I definitely want to talk about that. I feel so incredibly blessed to have people that are friends and we call each other brother and sister, and we end the phone up and I say we love each other. And you and I do that as well. But some of these people have built not only $1 billion platforms, but they travel the world making a difference. So if I can make a difference, if I can help somebody to laugh, if I can make somebody smile in the midst of whatever's going on in their life, then a life is worth living, because I want to make sure that I have no music left when God takes me on when I'm 95. And if I lose my memory at 90, I told my wife I'm going to flirt with her all over again. But I want to make sure there's no music left in there. I don't want to have any regrets. I want to make my mom, I made my mother proud. I hope my dad is proud. My sisters are proud. And it was iffy at one point in my life. I didn't know. I felt it, but I didn't know. And I was afraid of what I believed in. So I would just simply say that if I can encourage someone to trust once again, one more time, and make the investment in your life to become better. As you become better, the world becomes better. And there's nothing special about me, I promise you that. But I will say that it's an honor. And I walk with the power of humility, that I never forget where I came from. And I just want to be the example that it can be done if you're willing to do the work. So I'm sure that's not what I said in the moment, because I always speak from the heart in the moment. The mouth speaks, but the heart always knows. And at this moment, because of this event, because of you and because of Lavelle and Brian, and Dr. O and Kim and Jasmine and, oh God, who am I forgetting? Isam, Yolanda, of course. Because of the incredible team we have around us, Michael, who's it? Who? Oh, Road to Eternity. Oh, how can I forget Michael and Sheila? Oh my God, Michael and Sheila, and all of our hosts, who are not just hosts. These are people I care about. They're friends. They're not just here in business with us. These are friends. These are family members, guys. So we have a responsibility, and I know that I'm stronger when they're stronger. A rising tide does float all boats. I know my belief is heightened because their belief is heightened. I know that they believe in me, that I'm a step forward because they give me. It's almost like in football, and you got the 13th person is the crowd. And when I got the crowd, then I believe we can win all day long because God has proclaimed this. And we walk in the hollow of our Lord's hand, and we always want to make sure that we operate in God's light and in his will. And if we can do that, I don't worry about it. We just want to do something special and make sure that each and every one of you know that you can too. And the world's waiting for you. They're waiting for you. And I believe that kindred spirits, we need to come together every now and again. And then we can go throughout the parts of the world, throughout the entire world, and be a light and be a bright light.
Beautiful.
That's my story.
Thank you. Absolutely beautiful. Well, we celebrate you. We're grateful for you. I know tomorrow, Limitless 2021, JD3 TV. Don't miss it. Don't miss it. And just tune in just to see how tired James isn't. Just to see, so you can look and say, I don't understand it. How come he doesn't look tired? And here's the secret. It's because he's not. It's just the way it is.
When I see Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, LeBron James, all the greats, even in hockey, even in baseball, in every single sport, the moment they win a championship, they do this. They haven't even celebrated the win, and they say repeat is always about what's next. And we're excited. So I can't wait for tomorrow because it's going to be exciting. It's going to be informative. It's going to get a lot of great information. We're going to open up your vision just a little bit bigger. But then when I tell you about what's going to happen on April for the grand launch of JD3, I don't have time to be tired, man. I'm so excited. I am jacked up out of my So having said that, I want to say good night to each and every one of you guys. Make sure that you continue to share. We'll see you back here tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time with Limitless 2021 JD3 TV and introducing One and Done. Lee, I'll see you tomorrow, man.
All right, see you tomorrow.
Kiss the wife, man. I love you, brother.
I will. Love you, man. Bye.
You guys have a great night, and we love you too. Good night.
Thank you.
This song is dedicated to my mamas. Your hands have been so good to me. They birth, they raised, they molded me through the ups and the downs and around and around, the happy and the sad, and even when I'm mad, you never leave me when I need you. I call you, come running. Yeah, you. No one ever loved me like you. You're good or you're bad, you're still the truth, mama. And everything I am is all because of you. Talking about you. No one ever loved me like you. Through my good and my bad, you stay true, mama. And I am who I am, all because of you, mama. I apologize for pushing you. See, I just want the best for you. I want you to shine like the star that you are. I forgive you, so I'm burning your heart. Gotta believe I love and need to touch alone. Heal me, yeah, you. No one ever loved me like you. You're good or you're bad, you're still the truth, mama. And everything I am is all because of you. I'm talking about you. No one ever loved me like you. Through my good and my bad, you stay true, mama. And I am who I am, all because of you. Hey, you my number one ride or die. You taught me how to get it, taught me how to flip it. Oh yeah, how to slick 'em. No, you wasn't perfect, but to me you're perfect.